close out this game. Ratify, no mana left. There's the ice block. Master Spell comes in from Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. A huge setup coming in from making a movie. Unbelievable.
Ratify retreating back, but they're going to go for the blind play. This could easily be it. It's triple crowd control. It looks good. Maru or Peekaboo could fall at any second in this game. Maru on the run, but he's going to go down.
He might be able to take him out. This could be a cross kill, Sid.
Jamie breaks up the crowd control chain. Booker connects one heal, but that one heal is not going to be enough. Jamie falls.
We have made it to Sunday. Only the top teams are left, and we are about to figure out who the best amongst them truly is. We're going to kick things off with EU, then we'll move on over to an A6 series today. And to guide us through all of that, we got Zico, Super T's, Venruki. My name's Rich, and I cannot be more excited to actually take a look at NA a little bit later on in the day. The big story there is obviously going to be the move, Zico.
Yeah, the move in NA finally have made it to Championship Sunday for the first time in the season. They're looking to catch up with the rest of the teams in terms of points so that they can grab that last spot for the spring qualification. And then, of course, we have Super Frogs waiting down there in the lower final after we see the move and the boys go head-to-head in that upper final. But, of course, we also have Europe a little bit before that, Rich.
Yeah, and Europe is going to be the case of just seeing those top teams again. Method Black versus Wildcard Gaming, a series that we saw last week. We're going to talk about it in a second, but also changed my mind, going to be waiting in the lower final.
Yeah, definitely changed my mind, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be, and it's going to be important for them because they're going to have to make a deep run in this tournament. They want to be starting to secure as many points as they possibly can, but it's not an easy spot to be in when you see the upper bracket. Method Black, Wildcard Gaming, these teams have been so dominant in Europe. Really, no one's been able to touch them.
And you might be asking yourself right now, what are these points that these handsome folks are talking about on the desk? We're going to take a look at them right now, see where all of the teams currently are. Basically, you get points if you do good stuff. And if you get enough of those points, you make it to the top 4 teams, and you get to go to the first LAN of the year. But you also got to rack them up throughout the entirety of the year, Sid, if you want to get all the way to the finals.
And it's very important to have consistency throughout the entire year, so as a team, you can secure that one spot to the global finals simply by having the most amount of points. What I think is interesting is that last year, Method Black, I think, were the leaders in points just across the globe. They just had a massive amount of points the entire year. But this time around, there's other teams now, also in the North American region, that are getting pretty close to them. It's not as much of a significant lead in terms of point standings. The competition is doing nothing but improving this year.
You know, I think that you touched on something that I didn't even really expect to talk about this early in the morning, but when we actually look at every single team and how many teams that there really are in the running, how deep all the talent does go roster-wise, I feel like this may be the best year so far. If you're just going based off of teams that are real threats, real competitors, I feel like this may be one of the best years we've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of point standing and just how close the competition has been, I feel like a lot of the teams have sort of leveled up. It felt like last year there were some real all-star players that were kind of left behind that didn't necessarily find homes. An example for me is Snuts. Now finally finding a roster with Super Frogs where he can really excel and compete. And I think that's just the case for a lot of these players, where a lot of these rosters make a lot more sense, and because of that, the competition is just higher than it really ever has been.
I feel like we see a lot more squads with their 4th player being better utilized. That was one of the weird things last year. There were so many teams where it was like they have their 3 players, they have the composition that works, and then they have a really cool dude on the bench that they just aren't able to use. Yeah, Gelu's one of them. Now he has a team that makes sense. Valet, another one of them who now has a team that makes sense. Even players like Smexon that don't necessarily fall into that, but Smexon is now fully utilized. So that's just been an enjoyable thing to see this year, and we see a much more even playing field. Still, though, there are a few breakout teams, and 2 of them are going head-to-head to actually start off our day. That's going to be Method Black and Wildcard Gaming. Now, these 2 squads neck and neck in a lot of ways. Method Black definitely had the upper hand last year, being one of the most powerful Titan rosters that we've really ever seen. But when we look at Wildcard Gaming, they seem to be the team that's pulling ahead in my mind right now. don't necessarily have to look at points on this one, but if you just look at the track record between these two teams, especially in the last tournaments, Zico.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming usually got the short end of the stick in their matchups against Method Black, but lately they finally found that composition with the Mistweaver, Windwalker, and the DK, managing to 7-0 Method Black in the last cup. And then in addition to that, their score right now is actually 25-0. They are really, really heating up the oven for this final push for LAN season.
Yeah, I mean, it's 25 maps in a row. That's not usually a stat that we keep track of, because that would be a ridiculous stat to keep track of. It's like, that's really not something that happens. They're making this look like the beginning of their queue session during a new season. Like, they're just farming the ladder right now in these tournaments. Like, 25 map wins in a row. This team is about as hot as it gets right now, and we're going to actually see if they're going to be able to keep this going. Now, Method Black had a real chance this time around to maybe answer some of the things that Wildcard Gaming has brought to the table.
Well, Wildcard Gaming last week showed complete domination over Method Black, like we said, and it was off the back of that Death Knight, Windwalker, Mistweaver composition that they were running. We've seen in this particular cup, Wildcard Gaming actually show a solid answer for Method Black, and that is the Windwalker Frostmage Resto Druid. My question is, do we see Waz come in on that Windwalker Monk in the blind pick? Because I feel like a lot of this will come down to the mind game. Wildcard Gaming, they don't necessarily have to go with that Windwalker Death Knight. They could try to run something up to trip Method Black up.
Yeah, we just got a peek of where we are going to be headed. That is, of course, Nagrand Arena. Sid, for anybody who's just tuned in for the first time, maybe just wants to see the finals, getting ready for the LAN, how exactly is the format going to play out?
Yeah, so it's a best of 5 up until the grand finals, and the first map is always Nagrand Arena. It's just the most neutral, no real advantage given to any composition in particular, which is why it's always the first map in the pool. But when the teams go head-to-head, they blind lock their composition, which means that they can pick whatever they want, and the other team doesn't know what it is until they've stepped foot into the arena. So you have to be prepared for anything, maybe try and mind game your opponents, anticipate what you expect them to be running into, what your strongest lineup is, and then maybe you try and counter that pick, which is why in the blind pick we often see some surprise compositions and some curveballs. And usually between the best teams, the entire series can pivot off of the win with the blind pick, because then you get the swing match advantage, which means should the series swing to a game 5, you will then be able to select the map, gain the advantage that way, and then also know what composition is coming your way to then select your counter option into it. So winning the blind pick is of utmost importance on the Grand Arena.
And taking basically what we just heard from Sid as to how the format's going to play out, and then taking what Venruki said as well, based off of what we saw in the last series, how important do you think that's going to be potentially here, Zico? When we think about this blind pick and the potential to counter comp, is this going to be a series where maybe Method Black has found some answers? Maybe they haven't. How important do you think blind pick is?
I think the blind pick is super important between those two teams. I mean, we've been talking about how Method Black and Wildcard Gaming really are each other's biggest competition. We see them time and time again in the grand finals, in the upper finals as well, and Wildcard Gaming last week found the answer to Method Black with the Mistweaver DK Windwalker that we see here, and now we are going to see Method Black take a page out of the Super Frogs book, bring in Waz on the Assassination Rogue, Swapsy going to be playing that Destruction Warlock, and Chaz on that Restoration Druid. And I'm really curious to see if Swapsy is going to be playing that Demonic Portal instead of that Mortal Coil, because that's what Chanimal did yesterday in their games against Method Orange to bring them victory.
All right, we're going to find out very shortly. If we do see that green little circle going down on the ground, we know the Swapsy did go for that option. If we see those Mortal Coils flying, we know he went with the more standard cookie cutter build. He's going to be opening right now. Method Black, first Wildcard game, and you can vote in the chat and let us know who you think is going to be able to take this series.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen Waz on Rogue, and now it's definitely pleasant surprise. Method Black tagging in Waz, bringing in that Rogue Lock Druid composition, and we've seen this do quite well against the Windwalker Death Knight, although I have to say, I still feel like Wildcard Gaming, if they play this matchup right, they still have an advantage.
Yeah, so when we've seen Wildcard Gaming go head-to-head with Method Black in previous weeks, Wildcard Gaming have crafted this Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver, and Method Black really had no response to it. We saw them trying any composition under the sun. This time deciding to lead with the blind pick with the Destruction Warlock Assassination Rogue. We saw success from the move in North America yesterday in this matchup, but I would say that Never Lucky's Windwalker Death Knight is not on the same caliber as Wildcard Gaming's. So potentially it's not the perfect answer. Maybe it's better than everything that they have. I'm surprised that they didn't lock in a Mage Warlock composition, since we saw that completely dismantle Method Orange Cleave setups. But so far, it's pretty evenly fought. Now with mana slightly in favor of Wildcard Gaming. However, cooldowns falling behind. Blizzo a vulnerability. Waz with Smoke Bomb available. Very curious to see if Waz decides to make a move in that regard. Instead, actually just attacking Looney, trying to create pressure in multiple places. And also by attacking the healer, he can avoid getting leg swept. Ultimately walking into it there, getting gripped, sorry. And now Swapsy gets bursted. Triple crowd control set up from Wildcard Gaming. Swapsy really taking a beating. Then the double Mortal Coils to deflect. You always want to try and crowd control a Mistweaver during Way of the Crane, and methods that Method Black have to do that is the Mortal Coil, the Fear, the Kidney Shots, and the Blind or a Bash. In that situation, they weren't able to get a Fear, so Swapsy took a lot more damage than normal. But now Blizzo on the back foot. This is the vulnerability that has kind of made itself apparent now that he has no personal defensive cooldowns. Still waiting for that Kidney Shot Smoke Bomb. Looney's out of position if Waz decides to go for it. I'm surprised that he hasn't already.
Yeah, definitely. Blizzo could be in some trouble. No Touch of Karma. Caught into a Kidney Shot without his Gladiator's Medallion, but Anti-Magic Zone trades out from Zeepai, and that will ultimately keep Blizzo alive. But they didn't really get any cooldowns from Method Black, so Method Black Waz, he still has a Vendetta available coming up in a few seconds, and that's going to be an opportunity for him to push through and maybe take Blizzo down before he can get that Touch of Karma off. If they can land a full Kidney Shot with the Smoke Bomb, Method Black could close out this game.
Another Kidney Shot with Vendetta, and they didn't Smoke Bomb. I really don't know what situation Waz is waiting for. I mean, now Touch of Karma has been traded out, but he's been sitting on this Smoke Bomb when an enemy player had no Gladiator's Medallion for 2 minutes. That was a huge opening that Method Black have missed. Swapsy now on the back foot. Tons of pressure being tossed at him. Mana not looking great either for Method Blacks, assuming that Wildcard Gaming can deny drinks. Blizzo gets stun locked again. There's the Gladiator's Medallion and Diffuse Magic. So a lot of cooldowns exchanged all at once, and Method Black have set up the exact same situation that they had previously, where now they can drop an Infernal and go for a Smoke Bomb play, try and crowd control Looney as he moves into the Smoke Bomb. I think that strategy would be most effective before dampening. Waz gets swapped too, caught into a triple stun. Swapsy, why would they go for a Shadow Fury onto the DPS? Now they have to wait for the Kidney Shot diminishing return. Swapsy likely to use the Demonic Gateway to escape the Abomination. Maybe it's still on cooldown. I'm surprised to not see him try and just run away from it. Instead, going for the Infernal. Well-placed Cataclysm. That's going to get Immolate on all of these ghouls, and that's going to allow Swapsy to generate Soul Shards much more rapidly, which allows him to pump out Chaos Bolts. See if Swapsy can get some Chaos Bolts out. Smoke Bomb gets dropped. Blizzo is able to escape. Swapsy was unable to cast. Zeepai getting pressured. Surprisingly large amount of pressure onto Zeepai here before dampening.
Yeah, and Chaz, I think he's actually sitting down for a drink. If he can get a drink here, Method Black, they were way behind on mana. Did manage to sit for a little bit, regenerate some of that mana. Zeepai still low, Blizzo as well. Looney trying to play catch up here with the Way of the Crane, throwing some added damage. Paralysis on Chaz, the crowd control begins. Can they get the Unending Resolve from Swapsy, that major defensive cooldown? Swapsy doesn't want to use it too late, but might be able to hold on pre-dampening with Iron Bark. That Destruction Warlock is going to be incredibly tanky.
Zeepai getting bursted. Mana is evening out. It's anyone's match here as we get closer to dampening. Looney's going to want to hold on to as much mana as possible to use Way of the Crane. Currently crowd controlling up Chaz. This is a good opportunity to burst down Swapsy and get an Unending Resolve, but it's actually Zeepai who's falling behind. Chaos Bolts connect. Life Cocoon denies the kill for now, but even still, they've managed to crack through that cocoon. Perhaps a very well-polished Rogue Warlock Druid is the answer to the Windwalker Death Knights. It's still a little bit too close to call, but their pressure is certainly mounting. Now we see Swapsy getting pressured, Unending Resolve exchanged for that Abomination, which is a fair trade. Blizzo and Swapsy both under fire.
Yeah, Blizzo trinkets out. Gladiator's Medallion no longer available, as well as the Diffused Magic. Luckily, still has a Touch of Karma, but a huge Chaos Bolt connecting from Swapsy. Now Blizzo, he's vulnerable. Looney doesn't have a Trinket. He doesn't have the Life Cocoon either, so there's really no safety net for Wildcard Gaming, but they're still pushing through. They want to try to take Swapsy down. The pressure from Wildcard Gaming this matchup has been so immense, better than any other Windwalker Death Knight I've really seen. Blizzo with that Tiger Eye Brew specialization has been able to shred through some of that Destruction Warlock defense, but now he's vulnerable with a bash onto Looney. Blizzo could potentially fall, but he's still just going for it.
A swap and drop. Waz gets swapped to and bursted, barely stays alive. Chaz is totally tapped on mana, caught in crowd control. Blizzo with limited defense. Looney needs to save him desperately, but he's caught in crowd control. Blizzo portals nowhere. Big mistake. Mortal Coil connects. Swapsy trying to fear up. Potentially Looney not able to find, but a kidney shot, no smoke bomb. Maybe just damage will kill him. Looney needs to make a decision. Does he life cocoon and risk getting spell locked? Looks like he's trying to go for the riskier line and not to use that life cocoon just yet. Waz is still falling behind. Both members of Method Black in trouble as Chaz's crowd control chained into the ground. Desperate moves for Swapsy to try and get Blizzo off his back. Looney gets spell locked. Could be an opportunity for Method Black to bounce back. How much damage can they do? The Abomination is into the arena. Vendetta is shortly available. It's down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely Blizzo, very vulnerable. Chaz using his Innervate. Doesn't really have too much mana left to work with. He needs to try to keep Swapsy and Waz stable. Infernals get dropped down. Good counter pressure. Diffuse Magic traded out by Blizzo to stay alive. He has a few seconds left on that Touch of Karma, but he's just going for it. Double leg sweep once again. Big pressure. Blizzo messes up his board 2 times in a row. Big throws from Blizzo. Oh no, I was going to compliment him on his defensive play, but twice in a row he messes up his Transcendence. Method Black can easily capitalize on that.
That's a choke.
You coughed. That's not what
whatever.
That's not what choked.
It's the same thing.
You just choked. Oh my goodness. Oh man, Sid, whatever. Zico, you hear it in the cast. They're just complimenting everything, and then one mistake, it all falls apart.
Yes, I mean, the matchup was very, very evenly fought. Towards the end of this game, you can see here, even when Swapsy has no unending results, Swapsy has basically no cooldowns. That Innovate just comes off cooldown for Chaz in the nick of time. So the only defense on Method Black is this Iron Bark and the healing from this Innovate here. Chaz doing a phenomenal job here, keeping Swapsy going. The Infernals come off cooldown, get immediately dropped here. Blizzo has his Touch of Karma almost ready. And here, if he just transcends away, he's going to have his Touch of Karma ready. He's going to be fine. And Waz, of course, having that smoke bomb. There's the Maledict Trinket. Waz gets the step kidney shot because of that Transcend location still being in the line of sight there of Wildcard Gaming. And that Spellock as well from Swapsy was beautiful. I think this matchup is a lot more evenly matched than what we thought here on the desk, for sure. I personally thought that the Mistweaver Windwalker DK could kind of just walk away with it. But still, I like to see that Method Black, again, brings out a new composition, and they find something to put them on even ground here with Wildcard Gaming. The mistake here or there, it shouldn't matter that much if it's a really hard counter. So I like what Method Black brought out here today, and I like that they're bringing in Waz again. We haven't seen him in a long time, and the streak is broken. Caster's curse, boys.
Yeah, so that 25-0, a pretty decent streak, but it is going to end there. Now Wildcard Gaming going to be dropping the first map that they have dropped in quite some time, and Waz, he's back. It is one of those things where you know that Method Black feels like they're in a pretty good situation where they don't just have to bring in Waz, right? All of a sudden that Raikou Swapsy synergy is going to be more in the meta, and they look fantastic with it. And now, though, Waz coming back in, he looked great.
Yeah, taking a page from North America with that Rogue Lock Druid setup, and like we've kind of been talking about, it really does look good. It is kind of an even matchup, but I really feel like for these Windwalker Death Knight teams, it comes down to the Windwalker monks just messing up defensively. I mean, it's by no means easy, but it's constant mistakes that just put them behind defensively. They're risking a lot of their defense by taking the Tiger Eye Brew specialization, which I think they have to do, but these Transcendents need to be better from the highest level Windwalkers.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Yeah, I feel like time and time again, that is the one ability that we're looking at, and I hear from you guys that that's the problem quite a few times, and that time... I mean,
I'm just going to be honest, it's not that hard to set up right, and the amount of times we see people mess that up, it's not good.
What can cause those mistakes, though?
Just forget to place it. You just press the portal, and then once you portal, you should just drop your portal again, and then that's it.
Yeah.
You just don't press.
Is there any level of pressure that could be causing the players to mess up, or is it just a throw?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's just a throw, to be honest with you.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Now, as we do move to Hook Point, we know that we have already seen Method Black strike that first blow. And my question for you, Sid, is how did you like the composition? We hear from the desk. I think one of the most important things that Zico really did say is the idea of if the comp really does just counter super hard, one mistake isn't going to be the thing that causes that loss a lot of the times. It looks like it is going to be relatively even. We saw even in North America, though, when that comp came out for the first time, we saw the Warlock have to do some weird things. Chanimal had to do some weird things. He actually had the port, right? And typically for Destruction, you always see moving into Affliction always runs the port, but when you do hit Destro, it's always going to be running Mortal Coil because you have Havoc, so you can actually hit 2 targets with the Mortal Coil. What do you think about going for the more cookie-cutter build here and going for Coil?
I don't think Demonic Circle with the Rogue works. You don't have the extra snares from the Frost Mage. Also, when you portal away, you left your Rogue behind. Now the Rogue just gets switched to and bursted down while you walk back. You need the Mortal Coil crowd control for your kill chain. You don't necessarily want it as much with the Mage because then you put Polymorph on diminishing return, so it made sense for Chanimal to run the Demonic Circle in that composition that he was playing, but in this one in more particular for Destruction and Rogue, you want the extra crowd control to chain off of kidney shots. You can deny Way of the Crane windows. It's a little bit more high intensity. I don't think that this matchup is nearly as one-sided. I still think the Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver is favored, but if the Roguelock Druid plays absolutely perfect, finds little openings to punish, they can definitely win. It feels more like a 60-40 with the way that this is playing out.
Do you think if Method Black loses here, that there's a chance that we do see the Mage come in with the Warlock Seiko?
I think we would have to depend on map picks as well, but potentially we could see the Mage Warlock. We have seen them actually try that against Wildcard Gaming as well, and what ended up happening was Wildcard Gaming just sat back behind a pillar. Method Black, they couldn't really do much. They were just channeling out those blizzards, throwing out the orbs, and then eventually in dampening, they made a push on the Warlock and they just took Swapsy down. And I feel like if they go with the Demonic Circle, that could potentially shift that matchup and make them want to lock that in, because that was the big thing. The Warlock in 20-30% dampening or so just got gripped in, and then the Windwalker DK just pushed the gas and they tunneled him down, through everything. But if you play Demonic Circle and you have the Mage, like Sid already mentioned, you have the Polymorphs, you have the snares, and if you leave the Mage behind, it's not that big of a deal. He has 2 ice blocks, it's very durable class. All of a sudden, that matchup could be swung just by that one talent change. So the meta is still kind of evolving in that regard. People are still figuring out what talents to run for these scenarios and really setting themselves up for that later stages of the game. So it's definitely possible, I would say. But then we would definitely have to see it on a big map. On this map, I'm not surprised to see what Method Black locked in here.
Yeah, and obviously this is something that we're not seeing in this particular game. We think that it may be important in this series, but I really just... That was a big talent choice that I feel like we didn't get to talk enough about yesterday, and there is some real potential to see it again today. And how important do you think it is, the fact that Coil is on the same diminishing return as Polymorph? Is that one of the things that really allows you to push it when you are partnered with a Mage, in your opinion?
Well, I think the main reason why you want to be picking Demonic Circle, from what we've seen, and I was really surprised yesterday that we haven't seen more Warlocks try it out. Maybe it is something that really only does work with a Mage, because as the Mage, like you kind of talked about, you want to be spamming out Polymorphs, especially in those desperation moments where you feel like someone on your team could potentially fall. You use your crowd control, but then all of a sudden the Warlock doesn't really get the same added benefit from Mortal Coil, because if you use Polymorph 2 times on a target, that Mortal Coil is only going to last, an insignificant amount of time, less than 1 second. So you don't get a lot of value there. And instead of allowing the enemy team to just make those all-in pushes, grip you in, use double Ring of Peace to knock you away out of line of sight of the healer, you just easily portal away from a death grip, and then all of a sudden there's no viable target for you to really go after. Because these cleave setups, like we kind of said, they need extended periods of time on a target to sort of work through the Iron Bar, get through the Unending Resolve, and if they can't do that, then they just get pressured away too easily.
It's so funny how many different things needed to move for us to ever have to talk about this, though, because every time that you saw a Destruction Warlock, it's like it wasn't often partnered with something that shared that DR. That's one of the things that's so interesting about Coil, is it really isn't ever partnered with something that's going to share that DR, at least in a way that you need to think about it. And then on top of that, it's just like, okay, you have Havoc, You have Coil. Of course you want to run both of them. It's awesome. It's sweet. You're just annoying everybody. And now all of a sudden we are seeing innovations happen, and it's going to be out in North America. And the impact between these regions, when we see both cups happening the same week, that's also been something that's been great about this entire year, is you just see NA and EU very quickly trading ideas. They're forced to, and they got to dance to the same song quite a bit.
It's kind of funny. You don't even see Demon Hunter Death Knight anymore.
Oh, yeah. Demon
We're
Hunter,
literally seeing every team play it over and over and over. Everyone's re-rolling Demon Hunter, re-rolling Death Knight, but teams have sort of figured out some answers for it at least, and now it doesn't seem to be as popular.
It was Method Black. It was really the Method comp, right? Method Black was running it so much, and then Method Orange, obviously, still it's their main composition, and now where's Method Orange, right? Like, they're in a tough place because that is their main comp. They're going to need to be making some adaptations, especially coming into week number 6. That's next cup, and all of a sudden, you need to do well in that cup to make sure that you do make it to land. A lot of those Demon Hunter Death Knights not looking too great, but now we are going to get to see if Method Black is going to be able to get their revenge. Last time they went against Wildcard Gaming, it was in 2 series last week. They couldn't pull a single game off of them. It was 7-0 in favor of Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming taking the entire tournament. They want to do it again, but they're on the back foot. Method Black trying to stop them in their tracks.
And this is the best part of watching Method Black go head-to-head with Wildcard Gaming week after week, is that maybe one of them gets the upper hand on one given week, but then the other team has figured out something new to be able to overcome that adversity. And they are definitely competitive rivals, to say the least. And when they move forward to the spring finals in that LAN event, if I'm one of the North American teams in that 3rd place and 4th seed, to face them in the first round, I think I'm a little bit more than intimidated. Swapsy currently positioned on his Demonic Gateway. He's waiting for Zeepai to unleash that Raise Abomination. As soon as that giant undead creature enters the battlefield, it's likely that we see Swapsy use the Demonic Gateway to escape from it, as it does move so slowly. Waz sets up a swap on a Zeepai. That stun on Swapsy was 1 second too late. Some small mistakes by Wildcard Gaming, and facing down Method Black, you really can't afford too many of those.
Yeah, definitely a really punishing team here from Wildcard Gaming. What is Blizzo going to do? Doesn't have the touch of Karma, and it looks like Swapsy still has his Dark Soul as well as Vendetta available for Waz. So Method Black, at some point, they can make a huge offensive push. But like I said in the last game, Wildcard Gaming, they've been doing a really good job getting pressure on the Swapsy, and I really feel like a lot of that is off the back of Blizzo with that Tiger Eye Brew specialization. Big pressure now onto Zeepai. Dark Soul gets traded up by Swapsy. Looney has to play catch-up. He has the Life Cocoon as well as the Way of the Crane for an offensive push, but opting just to sit back for now, get some crowd control potentially onto Chaz, and keep up the pressure onto Swapsy.
Method Black have had way more pressure in this game. I mean, they've got Icebound Fortitude already, Anti-Magic Zone, Blizzo's getting swapped to. This might be just him dying. His Gyre Safeguard is procced. He's retreating away, not going to be getting caught off guard today, but now he left Zeepai behind, and he gets swapped to. We see the Abomination into the battlefield. Swapsy feels comfortable to not use the Demonic Gateway just yet to escape from it. Chaz locked down in crowd control. Looney looks like he may be trying to sit down for a drink. Very important for both healers to maintain their mana, but now Blizzo under fire as Looney tried to make that exchange, trading mana for a defensive cooldown. Swapsy now Chaos Bolting with redirected Touch of Karma damage. Nice Nether Ward timing by Swapsy. You can redirect the Touch of Karma damage back onto the Windwalker Monk. Now double Mortal Coil off the back of it. Swapsy trying to burst, gets Ring of Peace. They need to keep denying Swapsy's Chaos Bolts. Looking for a fear as Looney looked like he wanted to cross the map. Not going to be finding it. This map was a smart selection from Wildcard Gaming. Chaz is going to be unable to drink. Looney realizing that's the only way that they'll really lose is if they let him, so he's repositioned on top of Chaz. Pressure still on both sides. In terms of damage, they're evenly matched. In terms of mana, Wildcard Gaming are significantly ahead.
Yeah, definitely, and that is one of the advantages of this map. Like you kind of talked about, Blizzo could be in some trouble, though. He ports away to safety with the Transcendence. He's going to be out of line of sight, tops off, but still a lot of trouble here for Blizzo with no Trinket, no Touch of Karma. If he gets caught into a stun lock by Waz, who has that Vendetta available, it could be danger time for Wildcard Gaming. Chaz sneaking away.
That Ring of Peace.
Get a drink. Piece nicely placed by Looney will deny the drink. Actually, Chaz got a surprising amount of mana there. This definitely keeps Method Black in the fight.
I think that he was hoping to pin Chaz in the room out of range of healing his team. It's a bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to hit that. That might have actually netted a kill. Chaz may need to reconsider where he positions to drink to try and avoid that Ring of Peace kill potential. But at least now he's tied mana, so they're still evenly matched in terms of damage and now evenly matched in terms of mana moving forward. Anti-Magic Zone, fair fair exchange for the Dark Soul. Good trade by Zeepai, not getting overcommitted in terms of defensive cooldowns there. Chaz now crowd control. This could be a big push onto Swapsy with a double leg sweep. Looney not moving in with the way of the crane just yet. Chaz with Thorns activated. Wildcard Gaming just switch off that, immediately attacking a new target. Where is Waz? I'm wondering if Waz is going to ever swap to Looney. We saw a bit of pressure on Looney from Waz in the last game to try and mix it up, but this game he's been just training down Blizzo and Zeepai, maximizing his damage onto those two targets. Mana still even. Swapsy still dipping low. Chaz responds, but it may be too late. Now they have to overlap. Multiple defensive cooldowns. Nether Ward on the Gliders Maledict. Well done by Swapsy. That's keeping him afloat. If he didn't get that, he may just be dead right now.
Yeah, a lot of trouble for Swapsy, but still good counter pressure here from Method Black as all three members rotting down a little bit low. Looney charges in, gets caught into a Shadow Fury. Nice leg sweep, setting up his team to get some burst damage out onto both Waz and Swapsy. And I like that Wildcard Gaming isn't afraid to put some pressure onto Waz. He's going to be taking a lot of cleave pressure from that Turbo Fist of Blizzo. And if they can consistently do that, that's going to tax Chaz's mana even more. Blizzo now with his trinket is going to be feeling very comfortable to survive as he has to use his Gladiator's Medallion to escape the kidney shot. Looking to extend the crowd control chain onto Chaz. Paralysis into an asphyxiate stun. Swapsy at 50% health. Do they have the damage to push him over? Chaz is able to top him off.
Swapsy needs to use the Demonic Gateway. I don't think he can tank the Raise Abomination without any defensive cooldowns. But now Swapsy death grips him, or sorry, Zeepai death grips him back into the fight. All these players playing Death Knight can get confusing sometimes, but mana still even here as Dampening moves in, which is not good for Wildcard Gaming. They want to have a lead in that regard so they can push forward with Way of the Crane and then overwhelm the Destruction Warlock. Mana being even is still means that it's anyone's game here on Hook Point. Blizzo gets bursted. Zeepai trades once again. High value anti-magic zone, hitting two major offensive cooldowns from Method Black, being the Dark Soul and the Vendetta. But as that fades, the damage isn't going to be getting any lower. Blizzo now has to exchange Touch of Karma as well. Zeepai still has a lot in his pocket, but Blizzo, this is where we can't see a Transcendence portal mistake. He needs to make sure that he's always portaling out of line of sight. Triple stun setup by Wildcard Gaming as they look to close. Chaz really under-responding to the burst, catches a big heal and manages to get away with it.
Yeah, tops off Swapsy quite easily. Blizzo, though, with the Touch of Death, is going to be able to make a huge offensive push. Looney caught into a kidney shot as Waz makes a swap, actually just crowd controlling Looney up. Blizzo still the main focus point for Method Black. Life Cocoon trades out from Looney, but they're shredding through it. Blizzo still could be in a lot of trouble. With the fused magic, he has at least one response, but if he gets caught into a stun lock from Waz, it could be devastation for Wildcard Gaming.
The Abomination back in the battle, and Swapsy has no way to escape to safety. Blizzo gets kidney shots as Waz is trying to peel for Swapsy. Infernals have landed, so it's either a race to the finish or we're going to see Wildcard Gaming just abandon the push. Looks like they want to reposition back at the wall in line of sight to the Destruction Warlock. I think this is a smart maneuver, avoiding the Infernal Chaos Bolts as long as possible, but now Swapsy's trying to punish for the Shadow Fury. He doesn't manage to land it. Looney gets swapped to on the way of the Crane. This is the kidney shot and double Mortal Coil. Perfect setup by Method Black. Multiple Gliders Maledicts coming in. Looney gets feared right at the end of it. He's not able to connect too many heals. He desperately wanted to. Now he has to portal back away at very low health. Chaz actually was able to regenerate mana amidst all of that chaos, and now they have a significant lead.
That was a disaster from Looney. He pushed in with the Way of the Crane, got kidney shot, Mortal Coil feared, had to portal away, didn't get any value from the Way of the Crane. In the meantime, Chaz sat down for a drink. Now all of a sudden, Method Black, they have a wild lead. Zeepai in some trouble with no Icebound Fortitude. Going to be a vulnerable target at 16% dampening. Nice double leg sweep setup coming in from Wildcard Gaming, but they just don't have the damage yet. Swapsy now with Unending Resolve is going to be feeling very safe, and things are actually looking really good for Method Black.
Yeah, right now Method Black are looking solid, potentially 3-0ing Wildcard Gaming here on their best map. This would be startling to say the least, considering Wildcard Gaming's domination last week. Spell Lock secured. This was a win condition that we saw in the first round. Zeepai's trying to back up Blizzo, breaking up the Chaos Bolts, but even still, double Mortal Coil now to follow it up. Is Looney going to go for the Way of the Crane? Repositioned now at the wall to try and avoid fear. They need to desperately make sure that Looney does not get feared on this Way of the Crane. He must have to use it. This damage is too high. Dampening is ramped up. Now Zeepai's a liability. 2 targets low. Looney's got one more opportunity for a big push, but Swapsy has an answer. Method Black should have Wildcard Gaming in checkmate unless they make a mistake at this point. Chaz likely to activate Thorns. There's the Way of the Crane. This is the big push. They don't deny the fear. Looney needs to stay on target. He gets feared again. Still no denial. They're focused used more on Chaos Bolts, but without that Way of the Crane, do they have enough damage to push him over? Way of the Crane now faded. Blizzo gets bursted, but it's a race to the finish. And resolve is more than enough for Swapsy to survive as he's tossing out tons of damage, and Blizzo is likely to fall. He's just going for the kill. He has 10% health. He's going for now abandons it, realizing maybe that's too risky of a race to engage in. Looney fully blinded with no Gladiator's medallion. Waz trying to find a target, but he has to sap Looney. I love the positioning from Blizzo. Very far away from Looney, so Waz has to pick whether or not he wants to crowd control the healer or attack the target. And because of that stall, Looney was able to sit through the blind comfortably.
Yeah, and now Looney almost has his life cocoon available as well, and that's going to allow Blizzo to make a push. Double leg sweep once again onto Chaz, onto Swapsy. They don't have any defenses left. Which team is going to fall first? Blizzo's feeling healthy. Swapsy getting lower. And Wildcard Gaming ties up the series. A great offensive push there at the end. Blizzo with a beautiful transcendence manages to escape and really makes it difficult for Waz to close out the game.
Really back and forth there, though. We see some solid offensive attempts come in from both sides. Wildcard Gaming, Zico, ultimately, how do they come out on top?
That last Way of the Crane push, that was it. As soon as Looney got feared on that one, I just said, just trinket it. It's the same DR as the blind. Trinket it, worry about the blind later, get the full value. He goes in, he gets the pressure, he tops off his team, and that was really, for me, the key moment in this match. And here he has to sit a full blind as a result of it, but look at Blizzo's positioning, that nice Transcendence location, portals away, and then he uses the map to his advantage, stays away while Looney is sitting through that crowd control. And honestly, I think that's the only mistake I really saw in Waz's point of view. He should have just stayed in, applied a lot of pressure here, and then when Looney gets closer, he just blinds him. This was not a scenario where Blizzo was really threatening Swapsy, and that was really what sealed the deal here. That blind was the big win condition there for Method Black. Not going to be able to work out for them, and also the sap was on diminishing return from that Mortal Coil earlier too. A little bit unfortunate, but map definitely also a big factor here, I think.
Yeah, map definitely going to help quite a bit. We could see Blizzo completely utilizing Hook Point. The question is, what are we going to be seeing next when we see these two Titans going head-to-head? This series is now all tied up. First series of the day. The winner gets to go straight to the grand final. The loser plays against Change My Mind in an elimination series right after this one. And there's quite a bit to talk about with these teams. I want to talk about Method Black a little bit first because this was actually crazy to find out. I just heard out from the back. 18% of the games this year. That is all that WAZ has played. That's 14 out of 76 maps. A very interesting stat here when typically you expect WAZ to be the backbone of the team. So Zico, what does that really say to you?
Well, it says that Riku's Demon Hunter and Swapsy on that Deathknight, they've been pulling most of the weight for Method Black, but it was also something that we discussed, I believe, last week when we were talking about what maybe Method Black could do better heading into the LAN, and I said, well, I want to see them integrate WAZ a little bit more into that roster and utilize him more, and the Rogue Mage just hasn't been working that well for Method Black. It hasn't been working really for anybody. Change My Mind as well hasn't had the greatest success with it. But this Roguelock Druid, it really looks to be the composition that they can bring him in with and actually utilize him and have great success with. So I really like what they're doing here.
Yeah, I really do like what they're doing here as well, but we can see that on both sides, they've kind of figured out what they want to do against each other very much, and last week that wasn't the case. Wildcard Gaming goes on an absolute tirade. They're able to pull down map after map after map, and now as we go to another small map, what do we think the rest of the series looks like?
Well, this is really confusing for me. I really thought Method Black would go to a larger map and potentially run the Mage Lock Druid setup with the Demonic Circle. I think it's really strong into what Wildcard Gaming's running. We saw in the last match, Wildcard Gaming, they had their edge on the smaller map by really being able to deny a lot of the drinks Chaz has available. So it's curious to me why Method Black picked a small map to set up this particular matchup. If they play Roguelock Druid, I think they might run into the same problem we saw on Hook Point, which is just, it's really difficult for Chaz to get away and get drinks, which is what Arresto Druid has to do when playing a long game against a Mistweaver.
What if you mirror here?
I mean,
nope. That could have been so cool. I wanted that to happen so bad. I would have been so happy if that happened. But ultimately, we're going to see, yet again, Swapsy on the Warlock. WAZ going to be coming in as well. Why go to the small map, Sid?
I'm not sold on it unless they want to get aggressive. But even then, I'm surprised that we're not seeing the Mage Warlock. I mean, with Riku having played Mage for so long, and if they were watching the North American tournament, which I would only assume that they would have watched it, they could have seen Chanimal completely dismantle the Cleaves running the Mage Warlock with the Demonic Circle build.
Well, I think for Method Black, what they want to do, it's not really about big or small. What they want is Swapsy to be able to sit in a place where it's completely open. So it's much more difficult for Blizzo and Zebai to escape. And I think if Swapsy just sits at the start of one of the rooms, so right as you get up the stairs, that wide open space, there's really nowhere to run and hide to. You have the tomb, which is pretty far away, but it takes a long time to run to that location and run back, and I think if Chaz position's really far away, then all of a sudden it's a little difficult for Wildcard Gaming to actually get the crowd control they need and damage off. So maybe Method Black, they just want to have an open field to take down Wildcard Gaming, which is something we sometimes see Destruction Warlocks implement on Runes of Lordon, where they just sit right above those stairs the whole game.
Yeah, Zico, do you think this is a case of they just want to make sure Swapsy can raise a bunch of free-range Chaos Bolts?
Yeah, I definitely think that they want Swapsy to rain of Chaos. And I think he's going to be standing exactly where you said, Van. He's going to be standing at that, go up the stairs, stand right at the door there, and they're going to force Blizzo as well as Zebai to come over to him. And then they're going to be able to get those setups there. And there's still a decent spot where Shaz can drink in that room, but he also has to be aware that Looney has the key to the room. He can lock it with that Ring of Peace.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen quite a bit, right? You can definitely answer with that with these monks.
Yeah, you can turn that room into a prison for one of these players with that Ring of Peace.
Yeah, very easily can.
I love Ring of Peace. I love that all the Windwalker monks have spec'd into it. Mistweaver monks are playing it because I think it's one of the most interesting abilities in the game. The way you can deny, you have zone denial, force people into walls, force people into rooms, stop them from attacking. Yeah, I love it.
It might be the coolest spell in the game.
I think it is.
I think it has.
I think it is
highest potential. Like I think it's a great spell.
It's great for just outplay. It's great for memes. It's like just all around really fun.
I think it's the best spell in the game.
And it doesn't even do damage.
What? Okay, wait. What if you had Ring of Peace, Havoc, G-Pie?
You want to build the most fun class out of every ability that exists in the game?
You'd also need I-Beam. It's you soul rending G-Pies, dude. That'd be sweet. Seiko, what do you think about this matchup, though? We've seen it be very even. It's tied up 1-1. Who do you think has the advantage at this point? Do you think that there is a clear comp advantage, or is this just
It's really hard to say because every time I think Wildcard Gaming, they should have the edge. Method Black does a play that makes me think, oh wait, if Method Black does that, maybe they have the edge. And what I'm alluding to specifically was when Chaz went for drinks, every single time Looney basically has to trinket the blind except for that final moment in the last game. And when he does that, if Chaz goes for a drink, Z-Pie and Swapsy aren't able to dish out pressure and at the same time stop the drink. So what ends up happening is we see the Infernos land, Blizzo and Z-Pie, they get out of there, and then Looney tries to shut down the drink. Well, Waz kidney shot him and does a little swap of his own to him. All of a sudden, Chaz comes back with 60% mana, and every single time that they allow Chaz to get that drink, there's not really that much they can do about it. As long as Waz keeps gatekeeping Looney from getting that stop, I think Method Black just looks really good. But at the same time, if they get to 20% dampening on the side of Wildcard Gaming, they can just overwhelm Swapsy with that damage. So it's definitely a really even matchup, I would say.
This is really weird for Wildcard Gaming. They opted off of playing Horde and Triple Orc, and now they're playing Triple Dark Iron Dwarf, and I don't really agree with that. I feel like Blizzo sitting the extra stuns could be disastrous for him. These 6-second long kidney shots are a lot of opportunity for Method Black to actually take him down.
Yeah, we see an early exchange of Life Cocoon for Vendetta, and that's one thing that you have to credit Looney for, is that he's got an unbreakable defense. He's definitely one of the best shot callers in the game as far as the healer role. Pressure now on Swapsy early on, bit unexpected. Falling behind to some initial burst. Chaz gripped into the fight, but Waz dodges the incoming leg sweep. Good awareness by Waz to sidestep over slightly to the left and avoid that right as the death grip animation occurred. Swapsy gets punted, maybe out of line of sight of Chaz. Nourish incoming. They need to deny these Nourishes from Chaz. Not actually going for another one, doesn't want to risk the cast time. Swapsy stabilizes. Blizzo has to trade. Both these teams going all out here on game number 3.
Yeah, big pressure on the Swapsy still. The pressure is unrelenting coming in from Wildcard Gaming. Chaz into asphyxiate stun out of paralysis. Good crowd control, but Blizzo in some trouble with no trinket and a kidney shot. Z-Pie has to respond with the anti-magic zone Life Cocoon as well, used from Looney. And this is surprising amounts of damage coming in from both teams.
Yeah, huge amount of damage. Mana already being taxed. Chaz is trying to sneak away. Looney sees him, manages to stop it. They need to make sure that Chaz does not regenerate mana. It's the only way that Method Black can keep themselves going later into the match. Swapsy, however, has already used Unending Resolve. That's a major defensive cooldown, key to his survival. That's no longer available. He's not going to really be able to escape to safety. The next Raise Abomination could spell devastation for the team of Method Black. Perhaps Wildcard Gaming can take the swing match. This would be normally Method Black's advantage, but by selecting Runes of Lordaeron, they took a risk to try and get more aggressive with their composition, which may actually complement the composition that Wildcard Gaming have. And if they lose this, they'll lose that swing match advantage. Big burst on Z-Pie. It's denied by a huge anti-magic shield. Swapsy now getting pressured. Chaz has to make a decision on when next to use this Iron Bark. The longer that he waits, the more mana he expends, and the more likelihood that Swapsy will die. Opting to use it at this point now, but already taxing a lot of his mana. Chaz gets gripped into the fight. Triple stun secured for the team of Wildcard Gaming. Looney perhaps looking to make a push with that Way of the Crane. He's got an opening.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really wondering why Method Black decided to choose this map. They do have good pressure on Z-Pie and Blizzo. Now Swapsy positioning where we thought he would, right above the staircase. And now it's really difficult for Z-Pie and Blizzo to actually escape if they're in trouble. Nice little swap here coming in from Waz onto Looney, really looking to deny that Way of the Crane. A full kidney shot. Swapsy looking for a Chaos Bolt. He gets Mind Frozen. Nice denial there by Z-Pie. Chaz trying to escape once again, but Looney's been doing a really good job. It's a game of cat and mouse. Chaz trying to escape, and Looney being the mouse trying to stop him, prevent him from drinking at all costs in this matchup. And if he can do that, I think Wildcard Gaming, they'll be able to maintain a mana lead, which is the tipping point. Once Chaz is out of mana, he can no longer heal Swapsy through the consistent pressure of the Windwalker and the Death Knight, and that's really when we normally see Wildcard Gaming end up landing a kill.
All right, Touch of Karma exchanged. We see Waz making a swap onto Looney, trying to kill him in the back line while Blizzo is still being pressured. 2 members low. Life Cocoon committed onto Looney, now not available for Blizzo, and this is why Method Black locked in this map, is so that Blizzo doesn't have really good options to retreat away. Swapsy's still under fire as well. Both teams in trouble at this point. Chaz is still crowd controlled. Looney isn't, but perhaps they can sneak in a spell lock if Looney gets interrupted. I don't think Looney wants to risk it. He may just go for a way of the crane. Very surprising to not see him just trying to overwhelm Swapsy. This is the risk that Method Black took by locking in Ruins of Lordaeron, and it's a risk that may not pay off as Swapsy barely holding on. That drain life clutch fears off Z-Pie on 1%. If they can stay alive, they can reverse this onto Blizzo. Swapsy holding out just a little bit longer, starting to get a little bit more stable. There's the spell lock interrupting Looney's heal. Where's the kidney shot? Waz needs to drop it as soon as possible with the smoke bomb. They can kill Blizzo if they can combine those spells together. There's the kidney shot. There's the smoke bomb. Anti-magic zone from Z-Pie denies the kill. Looney tries to move in to save him, gets intercepted by Chaz. Blizz still under fire. Perhaps this won't be enough defense, but now with the life cocoon, the fear 1 second too late. Blizzo is likely to survive. Method Black are falling increasingly behind.
One thing Blizzo does a really good job with, even though things look scary, he trusts in Looney to keep him alive. He trusts in Z-Pie to keep him alive, and they're able to maintain a lot of pressure because of that. Chaz sneaks away looking for a drink potentially once again, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. Dampening is just kicked in. If there's any moment for Chaz to drink, now would be it, as Swapsy's full health, Waz is full health. Z-Pie looking for some counter pressure. Looney, though, getting soloed by Waz. Nicely done by Waz, both taking down Blizzo and Looney, allowing Chaz to get a huge amount of mana. Now Method Black to actually have a lead. This is disastrous for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, Looney is just maybe going to fall here. Waz gets peeled away. They've got the Raise Abomination down. They could counter pressure quite heavily. Blizzo's still under fire. Where is his Transcendence is now the question. Touch of Karma just exchanged for basically nothing. I guess the tail end of the Infernals, but Vendetta is still available. Blizzo's trying to go for a kill. He's got Touch of Death rolling. How much damage can he get done? They grip in for a double. Swapsy denies it. Waz needs to spread out. Waz has to dodge this incoming leg sweep. Trying to reposition. Chaz is moving in to try and stop Looney from his drink to regenerate mana. Looks like they've got him in crowd control. Blizzo could be in trouble. Where is the Transcendence? Blizzo trying to escape. Waz in hot pursuit. Blizzo able to now escape at the Tombstone. Waz snared up by Z-Pie. Good tag team there between Z-Pie and Blizzo. Now reconnecting onto Swapsy. Chaz's mana not looking too good. He's looking to try and regenerate that. Looney sees it. He's trying to cheat Torpedo, but he just went into center field during Dark Soul. Looney maybe gets swapped too. Blizzo gets feared off. And Swapsy is trying to bait incoming interrupts. Now that the interrupts are out of the way, he can get some big Chaos Bolts. He's still under fire. Maybe he just goes down. The damage is too high. Unending Resolve on 10%. Is that going to be enough? They defensively blind Blizzo. They try and go for the kill on Looney. They get denied on it, and Swapsy's still in trouble.
Yeah, Blizzo trinketed out of the blind, wants to continue the pressure with the paralysis onto Chaz. Chaz actually got stuck in the room, and that's why a lot of that pressure came from. Swapsy into a leg sweep with no unending resolve. Very vulnerable in this situation. Blizzo's topped off completely. Way of the crane activated by Looney. Just fades now. Now is the opportunity for Method Black to try to get some pressure rolling with no life cocoon, no way of the crane. It's going to be really difficult for Looney to stabilize his team and keep them alive. Swapsy finds one Chaos Bolt on Blizzo, looking for another, manages to find it. Blizzo might have to retreat or just trade out the Touch of Karma right now. Things are looking very scary for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, right now it's looking better and better for Method Black. Perhaps this risky map pick could find them victory. Swapsy needs to survive another 24 seconds though. There's an opening. Way of the crane in 16. Looney gets sapped though while he was trying to regenerate mana. Nice play by Waz. Maybe setting up for the kill. Blizzo tries to run. Immediately removes that Glidier's Maledict. Now they switch to Z-Pie. Deeper into dampening. Both members will be in a lot of trouble. Swapsy tries to gate to safety. Also gates on top of Looney for a fear. Gets interrupted by Death Grip. Good teamwork once again from Z-Pie. Coordinates some crowd control denial. Chaz gets incapacitated on the Innervate. Well timed there to try and deny some free healing. Blizzo gets bursted. Looney's in crowd control. 2 members are low. Z-Pie anti-magic zones. This needs to be enough defense. Will it be enough defense? Looney can pop way at the crane. He's on fear diminishing return. If he wants to, he can just lead the charge for his team right now. Very surprising to not see him just go for the way of the crane. They've got an opportunity. They're holding out on it. Grip into triple stun. Still no way of the crane. There it is finally.
Yep, big healing now, but now Looney caught into the kidney shot. Waz denies a lot of that healing and a lot of that damage. And as a result, Blizzo's getting low. Is Swapsy going to be able to find any damage? He finds one Chaos Bolt. Blizzo ports away. Unfortunately, he actually gets vortexed on it. Blizzo just caught in midfield. Needs to be really careful once again. That could have been a disaster situation. Looney ports away. Waz chasing him down. Chaz, what is he going to do? Is he going to be able to sneak away and get a drink once again? He goes into cat form looking for a stealth. If Method Black can regenerate mana, it's danger time for Wildcard Gaming at 22% dampening. Looney getting low. Blizzo rotting down. Revival trades out. Looney using everything he can to keep his team alive, but Wildcard Gaming have lost a lot of their momentum.
The series has been constantly back and forth, but this is the swing match. If Wildcard Gaming can overcome this and then have a Game 5 advantage, maybe they just take Method Black out. The pressure is cooking. Blind on Looney. No trinket available. Blizzo exchanges. Swapsy falls behind. Tons of damage. There's no defense available. Wildcard Gaming take the swing match.
This is it's exactly what you said, the swing match. It's going to be key, and you know, the map on map 3 going to Ruins of Lordaeron may not have been the final game in the series, but Zico, that just could be the final fitting resting place. This could be the one that turns the entire thing around. A small map, it seems to favor Wildcard Gaming, and they're going to take full advantage of it.
I would have much rather seen a larger map, a little bit safer play, something like the Asher Main, something like the Tolveron Arena even, but they went for the Ruins play. I think that the map wasn't terrible for them, but at the same time, it was fairly easy for Blizzo to sneak away. Again, we did see a big punish as well when Chaz went for the drink into the room. We saw that Ring of Peace basically locking the door there, and it was a very back and forth match. And the main thing that I can take from this match is that every single time Chaz goes for drinks, Waz sets up a big burst onto Looney with the kidney shot or with the stuns, and that really is what sets them up for these moments. But once you get to this point in the game where dampening is at 20-25%, Swapsy just gets overwhelmed by the damage from the Windwalker. So I feel like Method Black are more on the timer than Wildcard Gaming in this matchup.
Okay, and I think that the map's definitely not going to help that. What do you think we see going into the next game now?
I'm not really convinced of the Roguelock Druid. I feel like every game we've seen so far, things have been looking really, really good for Wildcard Gaming. The first game they lost was honestly a huge throw in my mind. They were winning that game just like a lot of these ones. There are moments for Method Black, but I really want to see them switch up their composition, tag in Raikou. Even if they don't have the most practice with it, I feel like the strategy is relatively straightforward, especially against a cleave setup that Wildcard Gaming is bringing.
It's one of those series where it's like, as you see it more, you almost feel like it's results-oriented thinking at the beginning, right? You see it go one way. It seems like these are pretty evenly matched. You obviously have some other things as well that are in your mind coming in from yesterday from North America. But now as we've seen it play out more, it almost seems like there were some blunders that kind of clouded our vision.
Yeah, I mean, that right there could have just been Tolveron Arena. If they lock in Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver, you play Frost Mage, Destruction Warlock with Demonic Circle. Get your pretty much guaranteed win on that setup, because we saw how dominant Chanimal was. Maybe it's not guaranteed if the other team has some strategy adaptations themselves, but it seems pretty one-sided. They could have taken this game, not lost their swing match. Then a small map gets locked in. Sure, you go back to the Rogue Warlock. It's a small map. Take the chance that maybe you can get a kill while you're disadvantaged. Go to Game 5. Go Ashermane's Fall again, Destruction Warlock Frost Mage, and then just move to the grand final would have been my expectation for this series to pan out. Now, obviously, Wildcard Gaming aren't as limited as some of the North American teams that are playing Cleaves, so Wildcard Gaming could actually Wizard Mirror. Perhaps they're afraid of that, but they shouldn't be afraid of it when they know it's coming their way. So I just think that was a blunder. They threw away their swing match on a risky gamble.
You know, if I'm Wildcard Gaming now, the only thing I'm upset about is I ruined my really cool streak, because I'd be pretty confident I'm taking this entire series at this point. And that's a crazy thing to actually say. I mean, as much as you expect Wildcard Gaming to be able to go toe-to-toe with Method Black, what?
What are they doing?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Like, that shouldn't happen. Like, we shouldn't be in a situation where you and I are agreeing that much. I should be asking questions. I should feel absolutely lost. And I like, what?
Well, now they're throwing away another one, maybe?
What it seems like to me is Method Black, they feel like they have no choice but to run the Roguelock Druid. So maybe they feel like absolutely that is their best option. Maybe they don't want to try the Mage Lock Druid. Maybe they have tried it and they've lost. So they want to set up a smaller map like Dalaran Sewers, I suppose, but it doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to me. Maybe the thing they're afraid of most is if they go to a big map, let's say Tolveron Arena, and they feel like Roguelock Druid is their best setup, then all of a sudden it becomes really easy for Wildcard Gaming to just hide, wait till later on in the game. But it doesn't seem like Wildcard Gaming really needs to do that. They've been having pressure from start to finish off the back of that Tiger Eye Breeze specialization. And like I said, out of all the Windwalker Death Knights we've seen, besides potentially the boys, I feel like Wildcard Gaming have looked the best in terms of their offense and their defense, besides the huge blunder on the Grand Arena. But overall,
that's something we would say last year.
Yeah, it seems like they're much more polished as a team. I think Blizzo really focusing on that Windwalker Monk has been a top priority for their team, and it really shows.
This isn't a takeaway at this point. You know, you see one small map get locked in, and you say, oh, it's potentially a takeaway. Zico, why do you think they're prioritizing these small maps?
It has to be that they just want to force Wildcard Gaming behind the pillar, get a lot of AoE damage. Waz is running the Fan of Knives build, so I guess that they just want to get that value from the Fan of Knives with the Flying Daggers and Hidden Blades, and that they want to be able to set up those triple Shadow Furies, those triple Infernal stuns. But I feel like Wildcard Gaming has a pretty easy time getting away when Method Black does that. They go in, Infernals gets dropped, Blizzo ports, he's behind a pillar already. And then he can just roll and he's already on his target again. And that's the big problem. And in addition to that, Chaz needs to drink in this matchup. Looney does not. And one small thing I want to criticize Swapsy for is actually his pet control. His pet has been on Z-Pie for the majority of the games. Looney got a drink in the last game because of it. Looney's not he's not a night elf. He can't just shadow meld and drink. Just put your pet on him.
Yep. I think that's fair criticism, but yeah, it's really difficult. Normally we see Dalaran Sewers. In the past, it would be a Turbo Cleave, so Warrior Enhancement Shaman that would thrive on this map, then a Windwalker Death Knight, and then a Demon Hunter Death Knight. And it just seems like the Cleave setups on Dalaran Sewers, because of how small the map really is, and because of those little boxes that they can run and retreat to when they really need to, and then instantly be back on their target, because of how small the map is, it always favors them. So Method Black, they must have something up their sleeve. If they lock in Roguelock Druid, I feel like I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I feel like normally it's North America that kind of steals the meta from Europe. They kind of watch and observe Europe and see what's working on over there. But now it seems like Method Black should actually observe Super Frogs in North America to try and deal with this composition, because Super Frogs just owned every single game. It was probably the most one-sided matchup I've ever seen when they started running the Demonic Circle. There was absolutely no opportunity for the Melee Cleave to do very much. So when they know that they can set that situation up, I'm very confused as to why they aren't. They're taking all of their time to lock in, so maybe they're doing something different.
I mean, even we like we said earlier on in this tournament on Friday, we saw Wildcard Gaming.
Ooh.
All right, well, that's something different.
Now that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, okay, the map makes more sense now. But I was going to say, even earlier on Friday when we saw Wildcard Gaming play against the Pumpers, Wildcard Gaming, you know what they played? They played Windwalker Monk with a Frost Mage and a Resto Druid, and it did really well into these cleave setups. The exact one Wildcard Gaming is running, so Method Black had to have saw that, but I think this is a solid answer. With the Holy Paladin, you have a lot more protection. And I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to see Method Black look for an all-in onto Looney, try to rush him down, overwhelm him with stuns and pressure. And if Wildcard Gaming tries to do the same thing on Chaz, being a Holy Paladin, he has a little bit more defense he can rely on.
Yeah, I guess it was actually, it was the last game. I was like, is there a chance for a mirror? You know, you see the small map and you're like, they have the potential to do it. We know that they can. We've been waiting to see more of Waz on that Monk. Now we do see it. Chaz on the Paladin, you bring up the fact that they can potentially set up for an all-in. They have that extra protection. They have a lot of extra things going for them. This seems like the time to try a composition like this. Zico, how do you feel about it?
I like it. I would have liked it more, I think, with the Demon Hunter. It feels like the Demon Hunter would be a little bit more bursty than the Death Knight. And like you already mentioned, Van, what we're expecting here is an all-in onto Looney, where Chaz is going to push in, get the Hammer of Justice. Waz and Swapsy are going to pile over onto Looney, try to follow that up maybe with a leg sweep or something. And they're going to try to 100-0 him with those Maledict trinkets comboed. So I feel like if that's your game plan, bring in something a bit more bursty. Bring in the Demon Hunter. You have Raikou waiting in the wings. I don't know. I guess the DK can. I guess the grip is kind of nice, but the Demon Hunter also can just keep up with the Monk a lot better. So I really am not sure what to expect here.
It's actually really good portal positioning you can use as a Mystery Monk. Not a lot of monks do it, but when you're getting all-in like this, one of the best places you can have your Transcendence is right in the middle of the map. So what happens is you drop your port in the middle, and then you can run to any side, any of the four sides of the platform, and if someone chases down, you immediately port to the center of the map, and you can, with one Chi Torpedo, be literally across the map.
Yeah.
And that's really good portal positioning, and I think if Looney implements that, it's not going to be that easy for Waz and Swapsy to chase him down.
I don't think that if they try an all-in Looney, I think they're going to lose. I don't think Looney's going to die. I think, especially on Dalaran Sewers, I think there were better maps to pick to kill a Mistweaver than on Dalaran Sewers if that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to try and all-in Blizzo and just Blessing of Protection off his Touch of Karma and try and kill him 100-0, but Chaz will likely die before that point happens. So I don't like this pick. I think Method Black had better options, better maps.
What map would be better?
Well, not for this, but what map would be better? I mean, Runes of Lordaeron, still you can kite well as a Mistweaver.
It's been played.
The worst map for a Mistweaver to survive.
Yeah, just
Probably
Blade
Hook
Sedge,
Points.
Been played.
Yeah, it's
Hook
unfortunate.
Point and Runes both been played. Blade Sedge, ZY Axis.
You definitely
There's
can't
no
go
good maps to do
Move-
this strategy on, unfortunately.
That's
for them.
why I
They've all
don't
been
think
played.
they shouldn't do this strategy.
I'm skeptical towards it as well.
Just to put what's happening in perspective as well. Obviously, the strategy itself, very interesting. Seeing Chaz on the Holy Paladin, going to be very interesting. This is the 31st game that we have seen Paladin on this entire season. And to put that into context, we've seen Resto Druid 451 maps this year. So 31 to 451 Paladin to Druid. And at the beginning of you also have to keep in mind, at the beginning, we did see Holy Paladin quite a bit, right? And then Druid just completely take over.
Quite a bit, I feel like.
Well, here's the thing. Well, 31 times, right? the thing is you saw it a lot more with some of the top Holy Paladins like Zach and Rubcup, and then they instantly abandoned it. Seeing Chaz come in here as somebody who hasn't mained that Holy Paladin, teching it in, really shows that they want to get something spicy underway. Will it work? We already hear how difficult it may be on this map. If they're not able to pull it off, they're dropping down to face Change My Mind right after this.
Yep, Looney, let's see what he's going to do. Already dropping a Ring of Peace, caught into a leg sweep. Now, the good thing for Wildcard Gaming is they actually have 2 Rings of Peace, and that's very valuable as a defensive cooldown. Looney already forced to use his Fortifying Brew, taking out some damage. For Waz, what he needs to do is get a Transcendence on top of Looney. So if Looney ports away, Waz can instantaneously be back on him. But Looney's been doing a really good job rotating through so far. Still has his Trinket, his Life Cocoon, and I don't know if this Method Black all-in is going to work.
Yeah, it may not, although as the Holy Paladin, you do have more powerful cooldowns than the Mistweaver for sure. So if they keep going 1 for 1, Method Black will get ahead in that regard. Looney in a great position, gets gripped in. Waz tries to Transcendence Portal in line of sight. They use a Blessing of Protection to try and deny the Touch of Death, and that is going to be good denial and allow Waz to connect. Full Hammer of Justice. This is where we expect Looney to be in trouble. So he uses Glidier's Medallion to remove the stun, escape to safety in midfield, avoiding the Touch of Death. Good response from Looney to survive that attack. But now the next Hammer of Justice, he has no real good response. He has to predict the incoming stun, activate Life Cocoon right before it hits. Not an easy task.
Yeah,
he just did it.
Oh, such a nice job by Looney. Ring of Peace gets dropped out by Blizzo as well. Counter Ring of Peace by Waz. But Looney's going to be just fine, and Waz is the one that could be in some trouble. Wants to get the Touch of Karma onto Looney to redirect the damage to the right target. As once again,
that's a mistake.
Looney ports away, but he's in line of sight. He gets gripped back. This could be disastrous for Looney. Ride the Wind dropped out by Blizzo, allowing Looney to buy some time to escape. Waz really having a difficult time connecting to his target. He's just constantly changing device, consistently over and over. They need to land another stun on Looney.
He has to pre-fortified Elixir. Looney pre-fortify Elixirs the blind. Now if they stun him, he'll have damage reduction. Looney is such a great survival healer if you try and train him down. This is a mistake, though. These Transcendence Portals in line of sight of Death Grip could easily cost Looney the game. Everything else, the most difficult parts, he's doing easy breezy, but the easier parts he's kind of throwing away. But now they can overwhelm. There's not much defense. Blessing of Protection needs to be enough. Now it looks like it's going to be. Looney has to retreat away. Ring of Peace should deny the reconnect. Once again, so Looney has to expect being stunned and activate Life Cocoon right before the stun happens. Will he get it? He didn't get it this time. This might be trouble. Z-Pie's backing him up, stuns Waz. That allows Looney to survive. Now Transcendence out of line of sight, and Looney's setting his team up for victory.
Definitely Looney trying to escape. A beautiful Ring of Peace once again will allow Looney to escape as he rolls through it. Waz, Swapsy, they're not going to have that same luxury as they are left behind. Zeepai, Blizzo still all over Waz, and really Waz with no Touch of Karma going to be feeling very vulnerable. You see Swapsy and Looney completely across the map. Waz has to reconnect if he wants to take down Looney, but look, Method Black Chaz, his HP's low. He doesn't have much mana left to work with, and things are falling apart for Method Black.
Yeah, Waz has a lot of defensives. I actually think Wildcard Gaming should just run Chaz into the ground. Leave Looney alone. He's got Glidier's Medallion. Let him survive and just kill Chaz. What is Chaz going to do? Looney gets stun locked. Ring of Peace protects him for now. Transcendence, is it in line of sight? No, not able to, but Swapsy will reconnect. Looney gets interrupted. could be trouble. Surprised to not see him just wave the crane while interrupted. Now crowd control secure, but a pre-touch of Karma. Waz expected being stunned. Good play on his part. Gripping Waz now away from Looney. Waz transcends right into Looney's pathing. Big mistake from Looney moving towards that. Now Ring of Peace protects them for a bit longer. Looney's got everything to survive. Method Black, they're out of cooldowns. They've been going 1 for 1, but Looney's preemptive plays have really denied any openings. Now all 3 members in trouble. Looney would have to throw at this point to lose. Wave of the crane gets activated. Waz gets stunned. This is it. Looney's looking to push and close this series out.
Yeah, Waz deflects with the Fist of Fury. The Turbo Fist gives him enough parry, but after that, Blizzo, Z5, they're going to be able to rip in. Once again, Looney cutting away, doing an excellent job. Caught into a full stun. He trinkets out immediately. One final rising sun kick to top himself off. Waz in desperation trying to train him down, but I don't think Method Black has the pressure, but Looney gets interrupted. A lot of incoming damage. He cheat torpedoes away. Full stun on Waz. Asphyxiate on Chaz. Wildcard Gaming could close this out, but the final leg sweep isn't going to be enough. Wildcard Gaming, hold on. I have to say, they played beautifully in terms of defensive cooldown rotation in that last game. Definitely earning their victory.
Yeah, I mean, there were some real opportunities in every game for Method Black. You have to say that, but even in the first game, you can kind of chalk it up to some of those mistakes that were made. We could have seen Wildcard Gaming in this series. Like, an answer wasn't found. I think that's really the thing that we can take away from this. Wildcard Gaming had a chance to potentially keep their streak going. No answer has been found on the side of Method Black, and that really does get shown here just a little bit more when we see this somewhat desperation comp get broken out.
Yeah, definitely. I really didn't like the composition, especially because this is the only map that was left in the pool. Looney was able to just port back up, port out of line of sight, run across the map, and did a really good job with Zipa as well, just death gripping Waz away. And Blizz, of course, was also playing that Ride the Wind. You can see it right there, that little cloud on the ground, giving Looney movement speed and immunity to movement impairing effects as well. So they just did a great job surviving. Looney, like you guys already pointed out as well during the cast, preemptive life cocoons all day, preemptive fortifying brews, preemptive rings of peace. This guy was on fire. Not going to be able to work.
Honestly, right now, when we look at this bracket, I feel like it's Wildcard Gaming. So it really does come down to Change My Mind. Obviously, is going to be playing spoiler, but this is a team that needs to prove that they can take down some of the top dogs, and they need to do it against both of them. Change My Mind. How do you think that they actually go for the run, Sid? Is there any chance?
Well, based on how we've seen them practice and prepare, they've just focused on being a rogue mage specialist, but the meta isn't into that. So maybe they can overcome it, perhaps, but I think they should diversify their roster a lot more moving into the future, especially for the entire year. If they're just relying on only Rogue Mage, that is going to hold them back from potentially taking the World Championship. However, maybe perhaps today could be their day. Maybe Method Black is a little bit shooken up from that last series, so Change My Mind could try and change things up.
Yeah, I think that's really on them right now. Hopefully for them that they are a little bit shooketh, because otherwise we've seen them just consistently be able to get wins over them. Now, it's up to you guys to jump in the Twitch chat and vote. Let us know who you think is going to be able to take it. We'll talk about that when we get back. Hashtag MB for Method Black. Hashtag CM for Change My Mind. Method Black just got delivered a pretty upsetting loss. Wildcard Gaming, they no longer are invincible. They entered this tournament with 25 wins in a row. Now they wait in the grand final to pull down another accolade. It may not be a win streak, but it may be another championship under their belt. This next one is going to decide the grand final. Who goes to the grand final? And it's a series that we've seen quite a few times this year, but the results have been the exact same every time. And what that result is Change My Mind getting absolutely bodied 0-9 against Method Black this year on broadcast. And the question is, will that change, or are we going to see more of the same? My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Supatiz, and Venruki. And do you think that anything makes us predict that this could be a change, the time where Change My Mind can actually get that victory?
I feel like if Change My Mind had a different composition, they would have brought it out prior to the situation that they're in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say we're probably looking at a 12-0, Method Black, Demon Hunter, DK, Resto Druid, nothing new for them. And I think Change My Mind, they tried the Rogue Mage Druid, didn't work out, so maybe this time around they're going to try the Shadow Priest Mage. Probably won't be too different either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, it gets really fun as the year goes on. We get to Cup number 5. We have all these great stats to look at, and then you look at that one, you're just like kind of a feels bad moment there. And we talk about Change My Mind consistently being one of those teams that obviously can consistently not only top 8, but can consistently get even amongst top 4, top 3. But the second that they run into Method Black, it's their kryptonite.
Yeah, they just can't win. I just feel like that really comes down to them not being as diversified as they really need to be. The 2 compositions that they run can't beat one composition that Method Black has been specializing in throughout all of these cups. So that's why they haven't been able to pull out a victory. I mean, we said they've played really well in these matchups. It's not like they're doing a bad job, but it's just a really difficult matchup for them. And I think it just shows that if you want to be a consistent, top-performing World of Warcraft arena team, you have to have more than just 1 or 2 compositions at your disposal, or this situation can happen where you play against one of the best teams in the game, they have a comp you have no answer to, and you just lose every time.
Now, Sid, we keep talking about all of these, like the comps, the way that it's played out in the past. For anyone who hasn't seen this series that has played out throughout the year, what has it looked like so far?
I mean, it's basically been Minpoike getting hunted down by Raiku's Demon Hunter, start to finish with Mana Rift. So the one way that they could adapt to that strategy is the same thing that Super Frogs have employed, bringing in the Destruction Warlock and the Frost Mage, bringing in multiple crowd control, diminishing returns with Polymorph and Fear. They could maybe perhaps have Valet substitute in onto Destruction Warlock. I'm not sure how proficient he is at it, but even at half capacity, that composition then removes the Mana Rift strategy from the hands of Method Black, and at least allows Minpoike another opportunity. I would like to see them blind lock that composition, even if Valet doesn't have a game on Destruction Warlock. I would prefer they try that composition into Method Black, because they're going to go 12-0 otherwise. Like, they have to play something else.
Then do you think that they have to do something potentially that crazy to get their first George W?
Well, I think if Valet hasn't played a single game of Destruction Warlock, it's not going to matter that it's a good composition. They'll probably still lose, if I'm being honest, but
I don't think so.
I don't know. Frosty, man.
Well, he has played a couple of games.
Yeah, you remember Frosty?
Frosty did it. It wasn't Warlock. It was Paladin, right?
Mage.
Yeah. No.
Didn't he play Mage Windwalker and qualify that one year when one of the members, No Lifer couldn't show up?
I feel like
and
we're
he
not
played Mage because No Lifer couldn't show up.
Oh, was it Mage that he played?
Yeah, it was Mage.
Yeah, I feel like we're not giving enough credit to Super Frogs, though. I mean, when we see Mage, Warlock, Druid do really well into that composition, it's at the hands of Chanimal and Wealthy Man, who have been playing Mage Lock together for a really extended period of time. They have a lot of synergy together, and that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult. I don't think you just throw in a Destruction Warlock and all of a sudden you win. I think you have to be well-practiced, well-rehearsed in order to really...
I didn't say you throw it in and win. I said I'd rather them do that than what they've been doing in the past.
How long has Whiskey been playing Destruction Warlock? Because he was definitely looking good yesterday.
I'll ask him when we actually get into the game, but I don't think long, right? But the thing with WizK that is kind of interesting is I feel like a lot of the times when he multi-classes, they wait. They actually make sure that everything's ready. I feel like they're really patient when they multi-class, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, and then they actually come out and it looks well rehearsed. It's not just even what we saw yesterday with Absterge, right? So I think that's kind of a team that they get everything in the works. The second that it's ready, they do break it out. Before that, they tend to keep it under the hood. And also, to go back to Frosty, it is easy to get excited about things like that, but that was also one of the first tournaments of the year as well, where, you know, you can try to go for some of those crazy things. No one has fully hit their skill cap. We're pretty deep into BFA in a lot of ways. A lot of the players have been able to skill cap at least on their main classes, get a few other ones under their belt as well, and we're not going to see any crazy warlocks coming out here. We're going to see a rogue mage against the composition that has been the bane of Change My Mind's existence. Will Method Black be able to do it again?
Yeah, they've put a lot of time, and I mean a lot of time, into the rogue mage druid composition. It has bought them victories against other teams, but this composition in particular with the Demon Hunter and Death Knight appears to be the kryptonite that they just cannot overcome. We see Minpoike targeted down early on by Method Black, already flexing some confidence here early on.
Yeah, let's see what Changed My Mind will be able to get done in this matchup. In the past, like we've said, Method Black, they kind of have Changed My Mind in check throughout the entire game. It seems like Raikou, Swapsy, they're able to easily keep themselves alive with the amount of self-healing that they have. Really what Changed My Mind needs is deep and dampening. Then they can push through some of those defensives, some of that self-healing Raikou and Swapsy have available. But at that point, Minpoike is out of mana, and the consistent pressure from Raikou and Swapsy overwhelms them consistently every time. When Changed My Mind has had good pressure in this particular matchup, it was off the back of making consistent swaps over onto Chaz, trying to get cross-crowd control on Raikou and Swapsy to deny the anti-magic zone and the darkness that they can provide Chaz, that safety net. And if they can do that, they can take away that safety net from Raikou and Swapsy, and Chaz actually becomes a semi-vulnerable target.
Yep. Now just running through the potential win conditions for Change My Mind. They have 3 options because there's 3 targets on the opposing team. If they try and kill Chaz, it needs to just be all out aggression, all in, overwhelm him, hope that Method Black make a mistake and crack and they can take Chaz down. It's probably one of the most risky ones to pick in terms of strategy, and definitely not super high % to win. The other option is to try and get Raikou's Gladiator's Medallion with crowd control, make him use it aggressively. If he never does that, though, then he will not be open to a smoke bomb, which Acro is running, which makes me think he wants to do that strategy. Burst down Raikou, bait that Gladiator's Medallion, and then kill him in a smoke bomb. And then the other option and the third target is Swapsy. On that Unholy Death Knight, they're going to require 30-40% dampening and higher, I think, to kill Swapsy as the rogue mage composition. If they want to go for that strategy, Minpoike has to find drinks, he needs to regenerate his mana, and he needs to prepare for a really long game against a composition that's completely designed to prevent that. So basically every single target, they need a miracle to get a kill. It's not to say that it's not impossible, but it is highly unlikely. So far, they've set themselves up well for the first strategy, which is killing Chaz. They've gotten his Gladiator's Medallion out of the way. Acro is attacking Chaz a lot more. We do see Swapsy grip Acro away. Chaz now can get time to breathe. It's really important for Chaz to be 40 yards away. They see a swap opportunity onto Raikou as he overextended. They drop the smoke bomb. Raikou disrespect, not even trading the Gladiator's Medallion on that, able to sit through the Sunlock comfortably. Nether walk towards the end of it, and that, if you're Change My Mind and you see that, Raikou just overextends, doesn't even use the Gladiator's Medallion to get out of the smoke bomb, I'd say that's the most likely win condition for Change My Mind. What do you do at this point? I mean, you've got to just go all out. Mana at least looks decent. Perhaps that's their best route to victory, is trying to get a drink. Maybe Minpoike should play a different healer and still just run the Rogue Mage, but play a Mistweaver. Then they can have mana deeper into dampening. Maybe a grapple weapon Rogue Mage and kill Swapsy and deny the Death Strike. I just don't think Minpoike's Druid is going to cut it if they want to stay with a Rogue Mage.
Yeah, Fight Kitty, the build he's playing is interesting. He's going for the Tunnel of Ice Lonely Winter build. So I think one of the reasons why Raikou can sit these Smoke Bomb stun locks is because the only significant damage Fried Kitty's going to be able to put out is if he is casting out the Frostbolts, and he does combo that with the Flurry proc. If he gets that damage, that's going to be huge. But with the build he's playing, he doesn't have Comet Storm, he doesn't have Ice Nova, and that's where a lot of that one-shot burst comes from those Smoke Bomb attempts from Change My Mind. And without that, Raikou knows he can get away with quite a bit of greed in this matchup, especially with Swapsy denying a lot of the casted damage Fried Kitty has available. And Raikou, of course, he can always rely on that Gladiator Safeguard, which is running as well. If he has that sort of cheap death proc from the Trinket, then he's not going to be feeling too scared.
I think this is a criticism that we've given Minpoike in the past, is that phenomenal Druid, historic player, great performance, but when he needs to step off the Druid, he either just doesn't do it and tries to rely on the Druid when it's not advantageous. or can't perform at the same level as the other healers, diversifying onto a deeper roster. And that's the main weakness for Change My Mind. Phenomenal individual players on their classes. Easily, Fried Kitty, one of the best mages, Acro, one of the best rogues, Minpoke, one of the best druids, and obviously Valet, one of the best shadow priests. But if the meta isn't paying into their compositions, then they just can't beat the best teams that have diversified their rosters. So moving forward in the tournament circuits, I really want to see Change My Mind bring more compositions, bring more healers onto their roster, because I actually think a Mistweaver Rogue Mage wouldn't even be that awful into Method Black, and that's only one player having to change their specialization.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree, just because I think it's difficult. I think one of the reasons Minpoke can ever get away is because he has Stealth and because he has Shadow Meld. I guess a Mistweaver Monk could have Shadow Meld as well, but without the threat of this, like Minpoke right now, being in cat form, running away, this is the only time he really has to be able to escape and potentially look for a drink. On the Mistweaver Monk, he's never going to really have that luxury to sit down where he's completely invisible and buy himself enough time to get the drinks off that he needs, because I feel like they do need that reset on mana. Raikou getting bursted down with no blur, no Iron Bark. Could be an exposed target, but specking into the Nether Walk, that's going to allow him a major defensive he can rotate through in order to keep himself alive. Fried Kitty using a lot of damage there. That was actually the Icy Veins, and it didn't really net too much. They didn't get the big defensive cooldowns that they really needed. Just some of the shorter ones, like that Iron Bark and Blur, which now are once again going to be almost available for Method Black.
All right, 6% dampening. Chaz under a bit of pressure from Acro, but Fried Kitty as well. Minpoke has done a phenomenal job to maintain his mana for that one potential win condition, killing Swapsy deeper into dampening. Minpoke is setting his team up for that option. How much longer can he keep it up in the face of Raikou gunning him down start to finish with Mana Rift is really the question. Perhaps Change My Mind can do it. They've been a lot more aggressive. They've been getting good pressure out. Player's Medallion from Chaz forced frequently as they try to set up a swap to him once again, maybe pull an Iron Bark for an attempt later on. Smoke Bomb could be a kill window for Swapsy if they can get Icebound Fortitude prior to it. They drop the Smoke Bomb on Raikou. They get a Cyclone on Chaz. Setup looks good from Change My Mind. Fried Kitty gets stalled on the burst. Raikou exchanges the Nether Walk, which is more than an efficient trade for Smoke Bomb. He can then rely on Darkness for Vendetta or Blur for Vendetta, so he should almost always have an answer there so long as he doesn't overextend his Gladiator's Medallion aggressively. Minpoke still maintaining his mana at 12% dampening. Really 30%, 40% is where Minpoke needs to get to with still having more than 50% mana. If he can manage to do it, perhaps Change My Mind can pull it off.
I think there's definitely a possibility, but it's just from how we've seen it play out in the past, eventually the consistent damage from Swapsy and Raikou really overwhelms. We'll have to see what they can get done, and now a swap over onto Chaz, caught into a bash, into a cheap shot. Nicely done there by Acro, who still has his Vendetta. And Chaz could be in some trouble. He's already traded out the renewal. A second Gladiator's Maledict is going to connect, and Chaz hasn't topped himself off. The Anti-Magic Zone's going to be traded out by Swapsy. Quickly, Method Black is burning through a lot of their defensive arsenal, and Acro's been doing such a great job in this match, consistently getting pressure on Chaz and actually getting momentum for his team.
Chaz Shadow Meld one of the Gladiator's Maledicts and then went into bear form right before being stunned. Nice plays by Chaz. They can hold on to major objective defensive cooldowns like Darkness because of that top-level play. The defense looks solid, but Minpoke at the same time is doing a much better job than the last time we saw these teams go head-to-head in terms of managing his mana and finding opportunities. If there was a game for Change My Mind to be able to pull it off, this is looking to be it, but now pressure onto Fried Kitty. He can't afford to just throw it away. Minpoke set his team up for so long. Going down without using an ice block would be so devastating. Triple crowd control initiated by Change My Mind. They're going after Raikou. They need to get a Darkness. Can they put out enough damage to get a Darkness? It's actually Fried Kitty that's taking more damage. They drop the Icy Veins. They really want to get the Darkness, but Fried Kitty's still in trouble. Will he have to ice block on top of the Iron Bark? They really don't want to have to overlap that defense. They managed to hold on to the ice block. Minpoke still at above 50% mana, just 7% more dampening away. And then potentially they can go for a kill on Swapsy.
Yeah, Fried Kitty under fire. Still Raikou, Swapsy all over him. Kitty shot onto Chaz, gets into bear form though. Will be able to tank through a lot of the damage Acro has available and survive. And now, although Minpoke has consistently been sneaking away and getting drinks, he's just having to use so much mana to keep Fried Kitty alive. Damage is just really overwhelming. Fried Kitty forced into his first ice block, and this is where things start spiraling out of control for Change My Mind.
Yeah, and Minpoke's mana still, now it's not looking too good. That is not enough mana in the tank. 2 members low on health. Dampening also negatively impacts Change My Mind because Minpoike's healing is reduced. So it's not entirely their advantage. Now they can finally start targeting down Swapsy, though. They've got good crowd control on Chaz. If they can pull an Icebound Fortitude. What? Swapsy's under-responding. Really under-responding. Now Darkness as well. Big overlap. Crowd control is still coming. Change My Mind might be able to pull this off at the back of a lack of response and disrespect on the part of Method Black. Swapsy is still low on health. Triple Cyclone Chain. Smoke Bomb right at the back end of it. Still no Icebound Fortitude, Swapsy. That's the Smoke Bomb. He's going to hold on to it. Fried Kitty is low now as well. Icebound, will he have to Ice Block? That was such a good setup. I changed my mind. They've still got one more objective to get through, but they're just running out of time. Mana almost burned out now for Minpoike. Only one Ice Block.
Uh-oh, full blind.
Full blind. It's do or die for Change My Mind.
They need to take Swapsy down, but Fried Kitty's the one that's in trouble. Will he have to trade up the second Ice Block? He's getting lower. He does trade it out, but Minpoike's mana is not looking good. Kidney shot onto Swapsy. Iron Bark connects, and I think Chaz, he bought enough time for his team. Swapsy's complete disregard for the damage Change My Mind has available. Still has the Icebound Fortitude available. Fried Kitty just getting run down. He needs to try to find some pressure, some semblance of damage, but he's just getting overwhelmed at this point in the game. 34% dampening. How is Minpoike going to keep him alive?
Maybe Fried Kitty holding out. Minpoike did his best to try and get to this point. Maybe they can kill Swapsy before they die. It's a race to the finish. Fried Kitty is stabilized, but Acro's still low. Minpoike going for a drink. If he can get mana, no one's stopping him. All right, never mind. Stop now. No mana for you. Fried Kitty at least goes to full health. Swapsy's in trouble. No defense for 4 more seconds. 3-second window of time to kill Swapsy. 2 seconds, 1 second left. Now Iron Bark should deny the kill if they even need it. Fried Kitty's in trouble. That Abomination chopping him up. Grip back into the fray, and Fried Kitty will fall. Method Black once again asserting dominance. Despite some windows of opportunity, Change My Mind just cannot overcome the disadvantage.
You know, they say there's more than one way to skin a cat, but that one looked pretty convincing. Method Black taking yet another victory against Change My Mind, a team that they have beaten now 10 times in a row this year without dropping a single mapsy.
Yeah, it looks like Method Black are just going for the wildcard gaming record here almost. Honestly, Minpoike had about full mana to like what, 20% dampening into the game. Chaz, he was on a much lower mana bar, but it just didn't really matter. The pressure, once dampening really settles in, was of course in favor of Method Black. Swapsy and Raikou just doing so much damage to Fried Kitty, and Minpoike, in addition to the mana rifts, also has to just expend way more mana healing up that squishy Frost Mage compared to Chaz healing up those self-sustaining New Age melees, like we refer to them. And honestly, I was insanely shocked that Swapsy did an Icebound Fortitude in that one attempt. Swapsy dropped to like 10%, dropped the zone. Raikou missed his Darkness. Swapsy just walked out of his zone to the Darkness. A couple of death strikes. A Swiftman later, he's full HP, still holding on to the Icebound Fortitude. Again at the end there as well, he was like 20%, gets kidney shot. I'm like, okay, well, he's gonna go down before using his AMS here. Comes out, AMS, few death strikes, couple of heals from Chaz. Minpoike gets tapped, and they win. Like, if I rewatch that game and change my mind, I would change my mind. I would never ever lock in Rogue Mage again in this matchup. I wouldn't do it.
That's why I said just play the Destruction Warlock.
I agree with you.
You have no experience.
Yeah,
I actually agree with you. I would just do something crazy like Method Black did in that last game against Wildcard Gaming. Just play something that you're not that practiced on. Play something you're not that comfortable with. You might at least have the element of surprise there working in your favor, giving you a map, and then maybe you can work the maps, the swing match advantage that way or something. Because we've seen this matchup so many times now, and we've really analyzed it in every way possible. You can't win by killing Swapsy. You can't win by killing Raikou. You can't win on mana. You can't win by CC. You can't win by tunneling Chaz. Those are all your win conditions as Rogue Mage. There's nothing more you can do.
Yeah, just to back up what Ven was saying, though, totally agree with what Ven was saying, right? You can't just walk onto a new class and expect results. Totally fair. but you need a curveball. This looks almost unbeatable. If you at least throw some sort of surprise where they don't know. Why is Swapsy in a position where he doesn't have to pop any of those defensive cooldowns? First of all, the pressure's not scary enough, right? That's one of the reasons that he's going to feel comfortable to do it, but also because he knows the script so darn well against this composition. They know exactly what they want to do. He's able to run that math instantly on the fly and say, well, if I do pop it here, I actually have a lower percentage chance because this is the only time that they could ever even have a chance to take me down. So he holds on to those cooldowns. Mugambala, that's a pretty solid curveball to start things off.
Yeah, I really like locking in Mugambala. There's a lot of positions you can take that can throw your opponents off guard. I'm curious to see what exactly Method Black will lock in. I think it's likely we see the Demon Hunter Death Knight as they've won 10 times in a row with it. So they got to be feeling confident in their matchups. Change my mind. We really want to see them lock in something else.
At least lock in the Fire Mage.
Yeah, they play the Rogue Mage Druid really well. We can all agree there. But this is just one of those matchups. And this happens throughout the course, the history of World of Warcraft. Sometimes there's just unfavored matchups. This is one of them. It really doesn't look good for Change My Mind. And I got to say, if they lock in Rogue Mage Druid once again, it's just...
Well, here's
there's no flexibility. Like the top teams, when they play against a composition, you always see them come with at least a different strategy, a different answer, different talents, different gearing. And to Fried Kitty's credit, I mean, he did try a different build. I like this from Change My Mind. At least it's a little different because the Rogue Mage Druid not going to work.
Yeah, it's totally true though, right? Like there are just situations where something's strong and something isn't. That's how the meta adapts. It changes over time, and you need to adapt as a player. That's what it takes to be a pro. I mean, remember what a year ago we're sitting here, we're talking about how warlocks are literally made out of paper, and now we're talking about how they can't die. The game changes over time. You adapt. There were a lot of warlock players that are fantastic players that did not play Warlock last season. They had to play different things, and now they look great. Now, some other Warlocks came out of the woodwork that couldn't adapt, and we see them now, but that's not what it means to be the best player in the world. That's not what consistency is, and Change My Mind, frankly, they're a team that we expect more from. I think that that's just fair to criticize them a lot for not having any flexibility because we know how strong they are as a unit, but out of all the Rogue Mages, they have been impressive. They have shown real signs. That's how they did make it here. But the second you go against Method Black, the second you go against Wildcard Gaming, you can't just outplay them. You can't outplay them because they will outplay you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Change My Mind and Chucky Milkman in Europe, they've been doing great work as a Rogue Mage, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. They need to, I mean, Mugambala and the Shadow Priest Mage Druid at least is a little bit of a curveball. It's something, so... Sure, I'll take it. But if that doesn't work out, because this is also a very unfavored matchup, spoiler alert, if that doesn't work out, then I want to see a completely different composition. Just bring in Acro on the Windwalker and Fried Kitty on the Mage. Bring in Mimpoike on a different healer, like Sid was saying. Bring in, just do something different. Try an all-in strategy. Villet has a Demon Hunter. Villet has played Warrior. He's not super well practiced on them, but he has them available. He even has a Warlock available as well. Sure, again, not that much practice, but at least bring in the Mage Warlock then, or try something, you know? It's not going to hurt if you're down 0-10. To try something new, right?
When it's 0-10, it's pretty obvious that if you win, it's a fluke, right? I think that that's something that we have seen right now. That's why we're asking for the curveball. Change My Mind, making a slight adaptation here. We know Valet is one of the best, obviously not a favored matchup, but will it be enough for Change My Mind to start turning this around?
We will find out here momentarily. I'm curious to see where Change My Mind decide to play it out on Mugambala. Are they going to play on the top of the balcony and look for mind controls? They're going to play in the bottom in the open fields. So far, it looks like bottom open field is where they want to fight. Not going to be getting any utility out of that mind control, but at the same time, if they fight on the top of the balcony, they stack up and they could get cleaved down. So it's a double-edged sword no matter where they decide to fight. At least down here on the bottom, it's much more similar to a Tolvaron Arena style of play. Raikou gets bursted quite hard early on. Lots of defensive cooldowns overlapped on the side of Method Black. Already this composition looks better, at least.
Way better. Raikou low, polymorph, full polymorph on Chaz. Raikou could be in some trouble. He has a reverse magic. He needs to get on top of Chaz, but he could just get taken down right here, right now. Chaz manages to get the Dispel magic, and now Raikou and Chaz retreating behind the pillar. Raikou will inevitably top off in this situation, but look at this. Change My Mind, playing Shadow Priest Mage. Things are already looking way better for them.
And Poike gets swapped too. wants to potentially reposition at the top, then realizing maybe that's not the best place to fight. They're actually just training him down. This looks pretty difficult for Minpoike so far to deal with. Getting Ursul's Vortex back into the DPS. He needs to reposition out in the open so his partners can free cast. Running up and down the stairs is not providing any benefit to his team. Now repositioning back to the far open field. They can't chase him over here, otherwise they'll overextend themselves. Valet positioned on top of Chaz. Looks like he wants to start a crowd control chain. Chaz knows that, so he jumps to his teammates and tries to escape that. Maybe they even switch to Chaz. I wouldn't mind some strategy change-ups if I change my mind. They had good pressure on Raikou early on, but really, there's no significant advantage off the back end of that first attack. Fried Kitty now on the back foot. No Iron Bar for 8 seconds. This could be an ice block if he's not careful.
Yeah, definitely. Imprisonment now on him in Minpoike. Once again, Raikou looking for a mana rift, finds it on him in Minpoike, but he did manage to sit down for a drink and reset some of his mana. I think that was one of the reasons why they decided to go with Mugambala. Such a huge map that it's going to be a lot easier for him in Minpoike when he can sneak away to find a location that's difficult for Raikou and Swapsy to really shut that down.
All right, let's see if they can get an ice block with this push. Not going to be able to. Instead, retreating away, waiting for the defense to fall, maybe going after Minpoike. I'm wondering if Minpoike is running the Feral Affinity. You usually see that when a Restoration Druid is playing with 2 spellcasters. He is not running the Feral Affinity, so it's actually surprising to see this much pressure put onto him. He is easily the worst target to kill, I would say, for Change My Mind, although Raikou would like to be attacking him to Mana Rift as frequently as possible. Let's see if Minpoike has managed to sneak away. Chaz jumps right on top of him. Not going to be finding any mana there. Still not able to see his mana bar just yet to find out if there's a lead or not. As soon as he comes out of bear form, I would say Chaz is ahead. Actually, he's even, at least. But if the healers are even, you've got a Demon Hunter and a Death Knight that are sustaining themselves. You've got a Mage that isn't. If you're both at 0 mana, Minpoike loses that race. So Minpoike needs a significant lead in mana to even have a shot.
Yeah, Minpoike still just getting trained down by Raikou. Imprisonment into another Mana Rift. Method Black been nailing them consistently onto Minpoike here, and Minpoike's been struggling to keep his mana up. Swapsy, Raikou, they're all over him. Fried Kitty and Valet, they need to try to find some sort of counter pressure. Here, finally some good control. Raikou caught into a polymorph, Swapsy snared up, and Minpoike positioning on the top side of the map, going up the stairs. This is a good position for him to try to run and hide, but Chaz still just chasing him down. Whenever Raikou, this is one thing Method Black does great, and this is what you want to do, is this composition. When Raikou and Swapsy are getting controlled, that's when Chaz has to tag in and be like, okay, I'll be looking after Minpoike. I'll be babysitting him, making sure he can't reset his mana, because if Method Black can consistently shut down the drinks, they will inevitably have a mana lead in this matchup.
There's an opportunity. Raikou not running the cover of darkness. His darkness is not guaranteed survival for his team. It's actually very limited. So if Change My Mind can get a huge swing of burst damage and Method Black aren't ready for it, that could be one way for them to win. Minpoike is just having such a hard time in this matchup, which is why I think him changing from Druid to Mistweaver would be at least a good short-term option, but it seems like Change My Mind, their strategy for the tournaments is to just be the best rogue mage or the best Shadow Priest mage, but both of those compositions are just being overwhelmed by this one that Method Black have brought to the competition. Valet gets bursted, Minpoike preempts the attack, but then Method Black instantly switched targets. They managed to pull 2 defensive cooldowns on 1 setup. Minpoike needs to be careful on the next attempt if they look to swap to him. Chaz is chasing down Minpoike. Minpoike actually just cyclones Chaz. Now that's a bit of a BM positioning on Chaz's part. The only way Method Black could really lose this, I think, is if they end up either making mistakes or getting overconfident, and they're actually showing signs of both.
Yeah, Minpoike getting a 68 done once again. This is going to be 3 mana rifts in a row on Minpoike. Look at his mana, already down to 15%. Commanding lead here by Method Black. Valet overlaps his Void Shift as well. Minpoike was in some trouble, but I think that was kind of a panic mode for Change My Mind. I don't know if they necessarily had to do that, but Minpoike wasn't feeling too healthy. And now his mana's still not looking great as Raikou's just chasing him down. Swapsy running after him as well. If they can continue these setups on him in Minpoike, it's going to be so difficult for him to ever really drink. What are Valet and Fried Kitty going to do? Because they have to try to figure something out.
Minpoike is almost totally tapped on mana. The Mugambala curveball is just not working. Method Black are basically just toying with Change My Mind, just running down Minpoike. Really no semblance of counter pressure. Change My Mind need an absolute miracle, or they just need to throw any composition that is isn't the two that they've brought to the tournament today to try and overcome this disadvantage, because right now this is easily the most one-sided matchup that I have seen. Fried Kitty and Valet trying to pump down Swapsy, but without another, 20% dampening at least, I don't think Swapsy is going to be a viable option, and neither is Raikou. And Minpoike doesn't have mana to get to that point, unlike game number 1. He's been kiting back and forth, up and down the stairs, just unable to escape with both the damage over time effects from the Death Knight, the Ghoul, and a Demon Hunter chasing you with Spectral Sight. You can never get into stealth. You're not going to get away. The only thing really going in favor of Change My Mind is that Chaz is feasibly low on mana. Other than that, everything is in Method Black's favor.
Run, Minpoike, run, but he gets Death Grip back into a Chaos Nova. Mana Rift will be nailed once again by Raikou, and Minpoike, look at his mana. You can't see it. It is completely tapped. A little bit of regeneration going on, but I don't know what he's going to do. There's no Void Shift available. Barkskin's going to fade. Innervate, the last thing he could potentially ever do to get mana back in this game. Method Black has been unrelenting in their assault on Minpoike, and he just has not found a single moment to really breathe in this matchup. And Fried Kitty and Valet, they just haven't been able to find the counter pressure. A nice little setup here onto Chaz, but Method Black, they know they're at the finish line. They drop out Darkness. They drop out the anti-magic zone, every defensive cooldown they have to keep Chaz alive. Now Minpoike, this is the final little moments of his life.
I mean, it's just one big push. If they don't get it, then Method Black are going to take this. Minpoike's got nothing left. Raikou in hot pursuit. They can't crowd control both Swapsy and Raikou. Minpoike is on the run in desperation to try and get deeper into dampening for Swapsy to become more of a target for their composition. Just running laps, jumping to Chaz, trying to escape to safety. If anything, potentially Swapsy is overextended by trying to chase him down so much. Maybe creating some damage in multiple places would be a better option. Minpoike gets gripped, then gripped back. He's just unable to escape, trying so desperately to give his team an opportunity deeper into dampening. Chaz sees this moment and seizes the opportunity to sit down, regenerate a huge lead. So now even that feasible option. Minpoike, did you manage to sneak away?
If Minpoike sneaks away, this is an absolute miracle.
They don't see each other.
Stealth.
Chaz misses it. Oh, but Minpoike decides he has to heal. Fried Kitty's just under too much pressure.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with Minpoike's ability to kite and stay alive, but I think this is what Raikou and Swapsy needed to do. Minpoike's out of mana. Stop chasing the Druid with Guardian Affinity. Go after someone else. Minpoike's not gonna be able to heal them up. It becomes really difficult as a Restoration Druid to have heal over time effects on multiple targets. So keep the pressure on Fried Kitty. Make sure Minpoike can't drink, and that really is your win condition. But look, Minpoike actually sneaks in a Hibernate onto Chaz as they make a swap onto him. I think Chaz is going to be okay. He's in bear form, has Bark Skin. I don't think Change My Mind really has the damage just yet to take him down, but the Silence, they might prove me wrong. Safeguard procs, Fried Kitty low, second Ice Block forced out. And now Change My Mind. There's so many vulnerable targets, but if they can make one more Miracle Swap on Chaz, they might be able to take him down. But with the Gladiator's medallion as well as Ironbark, I think he should be able to keep himself up.
Fried Kitty has no ice blocks remaining. Minpoike was trying to get mana.
So much. Oh,
he got the mana back, but there was no defense available. And perhaps if Minpoike didn't have to get Void Shifted earlier by Valet, and Valet had that at the end of the game, and then Minpoike could get mana back, maybe?
I think Minpoike just greeted it a little bit too hard at the end.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I'm 10%, 20% mana. I need all this mana, all the way up to 80%. But it was just, he waited a little too long to come back and heal.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, though, where maybe being greedy is the right move, Zico. I mean, we
had
the facts that it's not. But I'm just saying, let's say maybe it is.
Valet had Vampiric Embrace. I'm actually surprised to see that he didn't use it while Poike was going for that drink.
Did he have it?
Yeah, it's right there. It's available. He's not using it.
Oh, Vampiric, yeah. I mean, it would at least bring their health to a more sustainable margin while he was ice blocked. Yeah, he definitely should have used Vampiric Embrace.
Pressed it, but it's still Poike. I think he needs to have this kind of mana, honestly, for them to actually stand a chance. If he comes out on 20-30%, I don't think it's going to be enough to actually seal the deal. I think he's going to get mana rifted and trained again and immediately lose out. But he did drink a little bit too long there, maybe.
Do you think? I have a question. Do you think Fire Mage, Shadow Priest, Resto Druid could work?
You know what?
Greater Pyroblast.
You know what?
I'm not sure.
I want to hear from chat. Do you guys think it could work? We're going to give you a few minutes to answer right now. we're getting right into the game here. Method Black is on match point, and honestly, this composition, they just don't need to do anything else, especially against this team. Finally, though, Acro going to try to switch it up. Fried Kitty, a.k.a. Frozen Kitty, gonna stay on Frost. But when we look at the comp that Method Black has, 75% win rate this year on it, not just against Change My Mind. That's a 100% win rate. 75% across the board, across the region. This is just gonna pad their stats unless Change My Mind can get a win in the sands of Tolvaron.
All right, this is it. Change My Mind. Minpoike, Acro, and Fried Kitty going to be at least bringing in a different composition to combat this onslaught by Method Black. Will the Mana Rift strategy be counteracted here on Tolvaron, the biggest map in the pool? Can Minpoike escape to safety, extend the game long enough to find a kill onto Swapsy? Is Acro Lol running the grapple weapon strategy? I believe that he is. Potentially that is their last option to take down Method Black. But really the downside for the rest of the series is that Method Black don't have to only play this composition. If they have a better option like a Rogue Mage themselves into this Windwalker Mage, Change My Mind might be out of options. It might be too little too late, but they're going to try and lead with their best foot forward here on match point.
Yeah, the question is, what will Acro be able to get done on that Windwalker Monk? I like that they're changing it up. I'm just not fully sold that the Windwalker Monk is going to provide enough damage, because that seems to be what they have been lacking in these games. The Assassination Rogue, known as a class that does have really good lockdown. The Kidney Shot is a really powerful ability with the damage that they have available to try to take someone down, and Raikou and Swapsy have been able to shrug it off. We'll have to see if Acro is prepared and prepped on the Windwalker Monk. So far, good damage here, rolling for Change My Mind. Raikou caught into a stun, paralysis on a Chaz, but it looks like Raikou will be able to top off and stabilize.
All right, Minpoike, can you extend the game long enough for your team to find victory? At least put 1 point on the board and break the curse. Method Black are just undefeated versus Change My Mind in tournament play. Good pressure on Raikou. They managed to pull Blur out from this attempt. At least something. Minpoike, though, continues to get mana rifted, and unless he is able to escape, get into stealth and regenerate mana, it's just an inevitability. Raikou gets bashed up. Good coordination with Fried Kitty as they swap over to Raikou, try and catch him off guard and burst him down. Fist of Fury flying, lots of damage. Raikou still low. Iron Bark appears to be enough now, but they've managed to at least pull the Gladiator Safeguard Absorb as well with that attempt. Change My Mind are getting good setups onto Raikou, but Minpoike is already almost tapped.
Here's one thing I've noticed is without that threat of the Shadow Step Kidney onto Raikou, he's feeling a lot more confident in this matchup to just train down Minpoike, and that's going to accelerate how fast Minpoike goes out of mana, unless he can escape. He can go for a re-stealth here, sit down for a drink. Things could be looking good, but Swapsy with his ghoul control has been on point throughout basically this entire season. He's doing a really good job making sure they play into their win condition. They never allow Minpoike to sneak off for drinks, and if they can do that, they're going to be looking good in this matchup. Raikou now turning his attention onto Fried Kitty, trying to get some damage and pressure rolling. And one of the great things about the Windwalker Monk, in order to assist Fried Kitty, is he is going to have the Ring of Peace with that zone denial we kind of talked about. If Swapsy and Raikou have a little bit too much uptime, they could drop Ring of Peace on Fried Kitty. That allows him a little bit of room to breathe. In addition, the Tiger's Lust, another talent that the Windwalker Monk has. It's a sprint as well as a root break, so that will allow Fried Kitty to get away if Raikou and Swapsy have an extended period of time where they're on him. So those two additions in terms of defense will allow them to survive long enough, but I just feel like the lack of the single target pressure the Windwalker provides against these two classes in particular, especially the stun locks, just forces Minpoike to get trained down. Raikou's just feeling so confident running him down, getting him out of mana. This is way before dampening has even kicked in, and Minpoike is almost completely tapped.
Acro Lol trying to time these grapple weapons during the eye beam of Raikou to deny the soul rending healing, the leech healing during that metamorphosis. Double leg sweep, followed up by that grapple weapon, but just simply no damage. Fried Kitty is unable to generate counter pressure, facing down Method Black here on match point. And the thing is, for Change My Mind, they do want to try and at least attempt for a second place seed so that they can avoid the best teams from North America moving to that spring final. They've been consistent and doing a great job against some of the lesser teams, but Method Black and Wildcard Gaming are just a step ahead, and it's mostly on the back of comp diversity and options. Change My Mind under fire. Minpoike almost tapped on mana. Fried Kitty in desperation here, not even into dampening just yet and struggling to stabilize.
Yeah, definitely Minpoike topping him off, but
not really too much mana left to work with at this point. You can see once again the Ghoul chasing down Minpoike behind the pillar. And that just is really off the back of Swapsy having excellent pet control. Chaz chasing him down as well. Now Fried Kitty getting low, might have to trade off the Ice Block. Minpoike looking to deny with the Iron Bark as Raikou turns his attention on Minpoike. Another Mana Rift lands. And what are they going to do? What is the opening here? Raikou, he has so many defensive cooldowns. Swapsy as well. Nothing has been forced out onto Method Black, and this is not looking any better than Rogue Mage Druid.
Yeah, it's looking quite grim, and Poike is unable to sneak away and find opportunities to drink. Maybe he has in this position. He's been spending at least a lot of time in cat form. Curious to see if he was able to.
I don't think they saw him.
Fried Kitty is getting bursted. An Ice Block for mana, though, is still a good trade. He didn't get... That's not nearly enough.
Yeah, a little bit, though.
It's not enough.
A little bit's better than nothing. Let's be optimistic here for Change My Mind. Minpoike has been running around trying to escape to get drinks, and that's really what it's going to come down to. Will Method Black choke, basically, and allow Minpoike to escape, get some drinks? Chaz chasing him across the map. Good pressure here still on the Fried Kitty. Might have to trade out an Ice Block. Minpoike is going to have to use his Iron Bark to deny some damage, increasing his healing, and also allow him to top off Fried Kitty. Calling more spam coming in. Change My Mind, just trying to stay alive, allowing Minpoike to potentially get some damage off. They need a little bit more dampening in order to take down Raikou and Swapsy.
Touch of Death attempt. This is where we would typically see Method Black intimidated and taking tons of damage, but even that, Blur just exchanges one for one. Minpoike is almost totally tapped. Actually in a Cyclone, this could be an Ice Block. Good crowd control attempt by Method Black. They're going to net themselves an Ice Block off the back of that. So even if they're not relying 100% on the Mana Rift, they've still got crowd control and burst as well to play for a win condition. Fried Kitty is still low on health, 4 seconds away from an Iron Bark. Minpoike is trying to stall it as long as he can. He did a great job healing on basically nothing on Mugumbala, but even still, will they be able to overcome this adversity?
I'm just not sure. I don't know what their options are here. I mean, Raikou doesn't have Blur, and he's not playing Trinket, so they could go for a huge all-in attempt with a leg sweep into a bash from Minpoike, something like that. But I think if Swapsy backs him up, I mean, look, Swapsy's actually dropped the anti-magic zone. That's how unafraid he is in this matchup of the burst damage that Change My Mind really does have available. Opting to trade out some of that defense for offense, which is something we don't normally see from him. Chaz at any point can go and sneak away for a drink. Now, if Chaz gets to drink, that's just going to be a disaster for Change My Mind, because right now, Chaz actually isn't doing great on mana. Now, finally, Change My Mind finding some pressure onto Raikou. What are they going to be able to get done? Fist of Fury coming in for macro. Grapple weapon. Raikou can't stabilize. He can't keep himself alive. Good burst damage. Minpoike sitting down for a drink. And this is the exact situation we needed to see from Change My Mind to turn this particular match around.
Good setup by Minpoike, but Fried Kitty is low. He can't afford to not block on match point. They're really relying on Iron Bark, but they're so deep into dampening, it may not be enough. Fried Kitty crowd control Swapsy. They try and burst down Raikou. We have seen Raikou make mistakes in the past and get bursted down, so there's potential for Change My Mind as they battle it out to the absolute bitter last opportunity to try and get a kill facing down the Titan Method Black. Raikou burning out the rest of that mana. Minpoike is basically healing on nothing. Acro's got one big push left. Can he get a kill with this push? Now is the question. Fried Kitty is still low. He can't counter pressure. They go for the grapple weapon. They go for the wombo combo to try and take down Swapsy, but Icebound Fortitude, fair trade by Swapsy, should be more than enough for him to stabilize and push Fried Kitty over.
Yeah, Fried Kitty in a lot of trouble here. This could be the second Ice Block, and it's always around 20% dampening when things start spiraling out of control for Change My Mind. Minpoike, no mana left, caught into a bash. Fried Kitty forced the Ice Block. Iron Bark overlapped. Things are not looking good here for Change My Mind. Method Black just needs a little bit more damage. They just need to stay in it, play it calm, cool, and collected. Chaz chasing down Minpoike, not allowing him to drink. And then Fried Kitty, he's basically run out of time.
All three members in trouble as Method Black look to close this out. Fried Kitty unable to escape. Minpoike gets interrupted, and Method Black clean sweep. Change My Mind.
Yeah, clean sweep over the course of every single tournament, just not even breaking a sweat. And I actually, before we even talk about that game, because obviously we're going to watch it again, we're going to take some looks at what actually happened. I think it's pretty clear that Change My Mind, and this isn't an insult at all, but they're not a top team in Europe. They're just not. They're a tier 2 team. They have around a 50-something, I think outside Method Black before the series, a 54% win rate, right? And you don't even need to take that series into account. They're not able to take down the top teams. We haven't seen them go up against Wildcard Gaming on broadcast, but every time that they've gone against Method Black, they have not been able to pull a win. If you include Method Black in their win rate, it's a 40% win rate. How do you think Change My Mind does on the global scale? Because even though they've fallen short against these 2 top dogs in Europe, they can take down everybody else. They've proven that. So we need to talk about them on the global stage because they've performed well enough to get there. How will they look against North America?
Well, in North America, Method Orange runs the same comp. The boys, they have Thugonomics. He can play a Demon Hunter. They can run this composition as well. And that's 2 out of the 4 potentially qualified teams already being able to run the same composition as Method Black is running. So even for the spring finals, they really do need to find an answer for this composition, whether it be Belay maybe picking up another melee, whether it be Poike maybe trying a different healer like the Mistweaver. They need to cook something up in the compositional kitchen, but also, the Spring Finals is going to be on a different patch, so this might not even be something that we need to discuss, because all of a sudden, maybe there's a change to Mana Rift, maybe there's a change to how damage works, or how the self-sustaining abilities like Soul Leech and Death Strike work. We don't really know what's going to happen, so it's hard. It's a hard one to call for sure, but if we look at it from this perspective, their Resto Druid Shadow Priest Mage looks 10 out of 10, and their Rogue Mage Druid also looks 10 out of 10, but I want to see more specializations picked up from Fried Kitty. The Frost Mage, it's great, but I feel like he reminds me a little bit of Wealthy Man in the US right now, where we just only see him on that Frost Mage. I want to see these mages play the Arcane Mage, play the Fire Mage as well, because they could be useful in some matchups. So try to look to pick those up. If you're not going to be picking up in different class, at least pick up more specs, give your team more options that way.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, though, and this is one of those patches too where you're walking in, you really just don't know what to expect yet. I feel like a lot of us really don't know what we're going to see, and that could just completely throw what we expect up in the air. I mean, we could see Sam I Am and Jelly Beans just hanging out and just destroying everybody. You know, these players that haven't been fully utilized currently on the current patch may have their day in the sun coming up very shortly, but now we need to get ready for the grand final. Who do you think is going to be able to take the first of 2 grand finals today? When we look at EU, five grand finals this year. This is the 5th one. This is our 5th cup. 3 of them have been between these 2 squads. Currently, the record is 1-1. Who's going to get the upper hand? Is it going to be Wildcard Gaming or Method Black? You can vote in the chat right now. This is a rematch from what we saw earlier today. Wildcard Gaming went crazy last time. Who's going to take it this time? Throughout the year, both of these teams have managed to win a cup, but the thing is, against each other, but the thing is now we are going to see who is going to really win the matchup where it matters the most. Yes, Wildcard Gaming was able to win 2 back-to-back series, 0-7 last week, but in this next rematch, is that going to be the same case? Are they going to prove, if Wildcard wins this, they're the best team in the game. That's what I'm saying. I think that's fair. That's a fair thing to say. They've started to swing the meta into their favor quite a bit. We saw that Method Black had one of the hottest starts of the year, but Wildcard Gaming has come out and looked better and better and better each week. They had that 25-game win streak. One little blemish against that now.
I mean, it's still 10-1 between these two teams in their last 3 series, so still a lot of momentum in favor of Wildcard Gaming right now. Method Black, they really have to figure something out because what they're bringing isn't working. Now, I think the one game they did win was off the back of huge mistakes from Wildcard Gaming, so I'm not convinced that Roguelock Druid is even a good answer for them.
I agree with you. I feel like Zico, this is one of those things where it's somewhat of a fluke that they don't win that first game, and then you go a step further and you go, okay, well, they haven't lost a game in 25 games at that point. At that point, you're very likely to have a fluke at some point. Like, even being the best player, even being one of the best teams, when you're playing against another team that's on the same caliber, which both of these teams definitely are, that's why we're here again, a fluke's going to happen 1 in 25 games, I feel like, more so than not. I feel like that doesn't tip at all that they've slowed down.
I agree, and I agree with Van as well. It's what we've been saying. I felt this yesterday as well, that Windwalker DK has the edge in the matchup, but I do think that the matchup is fairly evenly matched. I don't think it's like a super hard counter, which is what I originally thought. Now I just think it's maybe a 60-40 for Wildcard Gaming's composition with the Mistweaver, DK, Windwalker. And what I think is that Method Black's composition is good on the blind. Now, I want to see the Mage Lock Druid, like Sid said. I want to see the Mage Lock Druid with the Demonic Circle blind locked in for Method Black, because Wildcard Gaming, they can pretty much expect that the Mistweaver, DK Windwalker is going to be locked in from Wildcard. So I want to see Mage Lock Druid, and then on their own, if Method Black wins that, I want to see on the blind Roguelock Druid, and then go back to Mage Lock Druid. I basically want to see what Super Frogs are doing from Method Black.
You know, one thing that I really do want to say, well, with these two teams, a lot of what you're going to hear us talking about on the desk today, especially when we do get to North America, because the Move is one of the teams that we're going to be talking about the most, is going to be how important it is for standings, right? How important it is for the LAN. With these two teams in particular and what they've shown us so far, the true conversation has almost nothing to do with LAN. We know that they're going there, and we expect them to perform well. One of them potentially does take it, but we can't really figure that out yet, especially when we know a new patch is coming. The important thing with these two teams is talking about who is going to be the #1 for the year overall. We know that only one team is going to go from each region based off of points. It's most likely going to be one of these guys, and if one of them doesn't win a LAN, that's when stuff starts going really crazy. So they need to situate themselves in a place where they can pull down all of those points. The race is very much on there, Sid.
Yeah, definitely. If you can secure the most amount of points for your region, you then get a spot directly to the World Finals, regardless of your performance at a LAN event, and that would be the safest, although maybe most difficult route to qualify to the World Finals. But both these teams are so evenly matched that it's too difficult and too early to say which one of them will actually get ahead. Last year, Method Black was just astonishingly ahead of basically everybody in multiple regions in terms of points. Now that they're much more evenly matched, and I mean, Wildcard Gaming 10-1 right now against them, they're going to have to find out something different, and I do think the Destruction Warlock Mage is their best option. Swapsy looked solid on the Destruction Warlock. Raikou is an amazing mage. I do not seem to understand why they wouldn't try to employ that strategy when it looked so one-sided for the Super Frogs yesterday.
Yeah, the Super Frogs did definitely make it. I do want to say one of the other things that was brought up, though, Super Frogs are playing into a very different team, right? There is some potential there to take that into account, but do we want to see it? I think the answer on the desk is 100% yes. So the question is, what are we going to see in the blind? You guys have voted into chat who you think is going to take it. I do want to remind all of you, though, this one is a best of 7, not a best of 5. Pretty even in the chat. 57% of you for Wildcard Gaming. I think that that's pretty fair. I think that maybe we expect a little bit more to go the way of Wildcard Gaming due to what we have seen so far, but you can't count out Method Black. That much is for certain.
I do not like seeing it. I mean, it's at least 60-40, but the Frost Mage Destruction Warlock just looks so solid. And they must be expecting the Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver, and the Blind Pick. They play it pretty much every game, Wildcard Gaming. This is just their new bread and butter. Let's see if they can manage to do it. They did take one game off of Wildcard Gaming with this composition, so there is still opportunity for them for sure. This start is great for Method Black with multiple boosted Garrote damage there from Stealth on both Blizzo and Zeepai, and crowd control on Looney. But even with that great start, not able to sink their teeth in just yet.
Interesting. Zeepai, I don't think the last time these two teams met, he was playing the Dark Simulacrum, or at least he didn't get any value out of it. So now he's actually...
He stole Fear.
Yeah, he just took Fear. So now Chaz in a full Fear, and this is extra crowd control Wildcard Gaming has available. You see the Fear on Chaz, into a Paralysis, Looney in position to get a leg sweep. And this is where Wildcard Gaming can get hyper aggressive, and I think that extra crowd control might even swing this matchup in more of favor for Wildcard Gaming.
All right, Swapsy trying to use that Nether Ward to reflect incoming Gladiator's Maledicts. Will he be able to survive? This is a huge burst, still very low on health. Chaz connects some big Nourish heals in the back line, but another Stolen Fear. Swapsy cannot afford to give this much crowd control to Zeepai. It could allow Wildcard Gaming to find victory. Now with Way of the Crane activated, they're trying to close this out. Swapsy Demonic Gates gets gripped back into the fight. Looney gets peeled away for a few moments. They're actually trying to swap to him. He's able to Transcendence away from the Chaos Bolt. Good denial. Looney manages to escape. I like that move by Waz, trying to punish Looney's push in and protect Swapsy, and at the same time put pressure on Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, Blizzo porting away. We need to make sure he's doing a good job with his Transcendence. I don't even think he relayed it. You can see in the middle, right on top of Blizzo, he actually forgot to relay his Transcendence again, and this cost him on the Grand Arena before, so the things could start getting scary, especially without that extra mobility.
Chaz is playing Feral Affinity. I just noticed that when he stunned up Looney. They could switch to Chaz. We've seen Windwalker Death Knight in the past just run a Druid over, especially with the Feral Affinity. I'm wondering if they want to do that. It's a little bit riskier, obviously. You leave Swapsy open, and so far they've been getting so much pressure on Swapsy, it's unlikely. Maybe even just kill him. The crowd control from Wildcard Gaming is on point here in game number 1, continuously denying the cast of both Chaz and Swapsy simultaneously. Looney taking complete control of Chaz. Swapsy unable to really get any counter pressure going. He's under fire. Another Stolen Fear by Zeepai could just close game number 1 out as Swapsy continues to get bursted. Iron Bark needs to be enough, but he's only got 10% health remaining. Is it going to be? Doesn't look like it's going to be, and Swapsy will fall in game number 1. Wildcard Gaming, that was absolute domination.
Yeah, it definitely was. Now you're going to see absolute domination in reverse, and you know what? It looks the exact same when you rewind it.
Yeah, when you rewind it, however you want to play it, fast forward, rewind, slow motion, Zeepai is going to look like a king there, stealing those fears, applying them to Chaz, and he knows in that matchup, Zeepai is the most durable target. Zeepai, he can pick a little bit more offensive talents, still go with offensive, with defensive gear, and he's going to be very durable. Looney and Blizzo, they are the main pressure points in this matchup. As you can see right here, Blizzo caught up in that stun. He's going to be able to survive it easily with that life cocoon. And then here is a nice CC chain. Chaz getting leg swept. Zeepai stealing a fear, dropping that fear onto Chaz, and then a lot of pressure here onto Swapsy, and Blizzo as well gonna follow that up. Looney's gonna follow that up with a Paralyze. That's a beautiful, about 12 seconds long instant CC chain. Actually more, like 13, 14 seconds long instant CC chain. And the more this matchup plays out, the more it just looks like it goes in the favor of the Windwalker DK. So the biggest adaptation wasn't actually made from the losing side in this series, and usually Method Black is the team that would get bodied in the upper bracket, come back up after they struggle in the lower bracket, and just completely reverse that series because they learned so much from losing. But here, Wildcard Gaming, despite winning, they're constantly looking for things to improve on, and this time around is going to be that Dark Sim from Zeepai, netting them the win.
It's funny because that's actually really one of the advantages too of making it to the grand final first. first. You know, they get to sit back. They're relatively confident it's going to be a rematch. And like, how do we destroy them more better? And then that's exactly what they actually do get to do when they get into the arena. At this point, I'd put my mustache on Wildcard Gaming. I don't think Method Black is going to be able to take it.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have a mustache tomorrow. Like, it's going to be fine. I'm 100% serious right now. Wildcard Gaming just looks nearly unbeatable in this matchup, and it's 2 weeks in a row. It's two weeks in a row that they've licked this one.
I mean, that was the best game that I think I've seen them play the entire year. There was no mistakes really defensively other than Looney forgetting his transcendence in the middle. Maybe that could have bit him, or Blizzo leaving it in the middle. Maybe that could have bit him later on.
I'm gonna get mad at Blizzo if he does that again.
In terms of aggression and setup, Wildcard Gaming, like normally when we've critiqued Looney in the past is that he's great defense. He'll always make sure his team survives for a really long time and basically make zero mistakes defensively, and that's been kind of their known play style. But then they aggressively, it's always, why aren't they just getting aggressive? Why don't they try and go for a kill? Why are they so focused on only defense? That's in the past now. That game was just, there was no mistakes at all. They just had beautiful setups, constant denial, and it's easy win for them really because of it. If I'm Method Black, I really think I would be considering a different composition. Even if this might have a shot, the Destruction Warlock Mage is just so much superior in the matchup.
Now they're going to a larger map, so already a big change in style. I mean, we saw them lock in a lot of smaller maps last time around and didn't really work out well for them. So already a big change for Method Black. Okay.
I can get on board with this. I think Chaz and Raikou, they have great synergy with the Frost Mage and the Resto Druid, and I think that's the most important part here. Waz always been a really good defensive melee, whether it's on the Rogue, the Warrior, or the Windwalker Monk, and that's kind of what you need. He's going to have to set up good defense for his team and good offense, and we've already seen how this matchup played out when we saw Wildcard Gaming running the Frost Mage, Resto Druid, Windwalker Monk against the Pumpers. They were able to take victory, and we kind of expected Method Black to adapt this strategy a lot sooner. Finally, in the grand finals, down 0-1, they are opting to make a change, and I think it's really intelligent because Roguelock Druid doesn't seem like a favored matchup.
Yeah, I think that now that we see this, how much hope do you give them? Would you place your beard on Wildcard Gaming?
I'm not betting anything. You're the one that already bet your mustache, so we'll have to see what happens.
You got my back, man.
No.
You're alone on this one.
I thought you were my duo.
I'm going to be the one to shave it off.
I mean, the biggest risk would be if Zika bet his afro.
I would never do that. It's a national treasure.
It's a national
Protect Zico's hair at all costs.
Of Warcraft, national treasure.
Method Black is way too good of a team to be betting anything in that realm. But let's actually talk about this. How much hope do we think that it does give Method Black, Zico?
I like the swap. I think Waz on that Windwalker, I mean, we saw him even in the previous matchup. He didn't look too shaky. He has a lot of experience on it. He's gone in rank 1 on that Waz Walker. So I like this adaptation. I'm gonna be very interested to see in what build Raikou is running. I want to see the Burst of Cold. I want to see the Michael Jackson. I want to see the Freezing Rain, as well as that Icelands build with the packed ice and the whiteout. That's what I'm looking for in this matchup, and I think that Method Black could have something here.
They might have something. I think really the Mage was, interestingly enough, one of the things that we're asking for in a lot of these different compositions, and you just brought up so many of the things that it is going to bring to Ashmane's Fall and this series. This one's going to be really telling, and we're in a situation here where, guys, you got to remember the last series that we did see between these two teams just, an hour or so ago, when the last game was a Death Knight Windwalker mirror with Chaz on the Holy Paladin. These guys are trying to figure something out desperately, and they had to play another series, so they don't have the same amount of time. Wildcard Gaming, they're just running through everything. They have everything that they need to beat this team right now. A best of 7 going to give some wiggle room to Method Black, but also going to give Wildcard Gaming a chance to really close the vice, clamp down on this team. Ashmane's Fall going to be a telling map here. Do you think that there's any chance, now that we are seeing Raikou with Waz, is there any chance that we do see the Mage Warlock a little bit later on in the series if this doesn't work, in your opinion, Ben?
I mean, at this point, they got to try something. I'm glad they tried this. If this doesn't work, your guess is as good as mine. I think that would be their next best option for sure, but maybe they don't want to take that risk. Maybe they don't feel comfortable with it. I have to agree with Zico. I really want to see Raikou making sure he's not opting into Frostbolt damage. He's going to get trained down, and if he's using Tunnel of Ice, I just feel like he's going to get no value out of those talents. What we saw Maro do, I think, was the best strategy you can have. You really focus on Ice Lance damage. A lot of that instant burst that is unpreventable, and then you get the extra cone of cold damage as well, which gives you a lot of cleave pressure, which I think pairs quite nicely with the Windwalker Monk.
EU Grand Final, Wildcard Gaming looking to do it again, looking to have an additional win against this team in Grand Finals this year, trying to catch up for first place for the overall standings. Let's see what they can do.
All right, Swapsy put on the bench. Raikou and Waz going to be tag teaming together here in game number 2 against Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming on the rise here in this spring season, just asserting dominance over the European region and looking to be a strong contender to potentially take the spring finals as well. Method Black, they're flustered. They're trying to come up with a way to deal with it, and so far, basically nothing has worked. Blizzo with Touch of Death is looking for some huge burst here. Chaz denies with Iron Bark already activated, reducing the incoming damage and stabilizing the team quite effectively. Waz is now trying to reverse some pressure here with tons of damage. Touch of Death about to explode. How is Blizzo going to respond? Is he going to under-respond? Gets bursted, able to portal away, barely surviving around the corner. Waz in hot pursuit.
Yep, we'll have to see what happens. Blizzo already forced to trade out his Touch of Karma. Icy Veins used by Raikou. Chaz with no trinket. Might get swapped to, but no, they're just mostly focusing on crowd control. I want to see if Waz is playing the grapple weapon. I think it's really important. He's actually not. And we saw that be such an important talent for Blizzo when they were running that composition to actually take down the Death Knight of Cervantes. So I think that's a little bit of a mistake there for Waz. He's opting into a little bit more defense with the Fortifying Brew, but I don't think he's going to be the main target in this matchup. I think it's kind of a waste.
Well, there's a lot more to it than just locking in the classes that were able to overcome a composition. You also need to have the gear set, the talents, the trinkets. There's so much more that goes into preparation than just saying, yeah, we'll play Windwalker Mage into Windwalker Death Knight. You have to know exactly the builds that are run to be able to get an edge, and right now Method Black are not playing the best builds overall necessarily to be able to overcome that disadvantage. The build that they are running, they're employing the best strategy, which is killing Blizzo. However, we've saw in the past with the grapple weapon strategy that you can kill the Death Knight, and he is a liability later into dampening. Looney, beautiful play. He saw Polymorph being casted and he wasn't able to avoid it. So right as the cast finished, he activated Life Cocoon. So he sits through a full Polymorph, and the Life Cocoon soaks up all of the damage that would have otherwise been threatening to Blizzo with no Touch of Karma. Looney's defense looks unshakable. Their offense in game number 1 looked unbeatable, and Wildcard Gaming are just on a whole nother level now that Method Black have to scramble to get on an even footing.
Yeah, what is Raikou going to do? Blizzo still a little bit low here. Good burst damage coming in from Method Black. Do they have the crowd control? Raikou sneaks in a full Polymorph. This is a good opportunity here. Touch of Death rolling for Blizzo, though. They're looking to get really aggressive on a Raikou, and a Polymorph was actually cast out onto Chaz. Zeepai once again with the Dark Simulacrum, just owning Method Black. That full Polymorph might net the first Ice Block from Raikou. Paralysis follows it up. Looney looking for a leg sweep, manages to find it. Raikou in some trouble now. No Iron Bark, no Temporal Shield. This is normally when you see the Windwalker Death Knight get some pressure, but Waz with beautiful backup lands the double leg sweep, and that frees Raikou up to survive.
All right, Chaz is going to need to try and get away and drink and regenerate mana. Looney is significantly ahead in that regard, and if Looney can have as much mana as possible in dampening, it means he gets more Way of the Crane pushes, which increases the damage of his team immensely and can overwhelm Method Black. Zeepai Blizzo still just gunning down Raikou. Chaz is trying to sneak across. Looney sees it, instantly stops it with that Crackling Jade Lightning. Chaz repositions, but he's unable to find any opportunity. Raikou is still under pressure. Waz is getting cleaved down as well. Both members in trouble. This composition, they've had some decent burst opportunities on the Wildcard Gaming, but overall, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to overcome Wildcard Gaming. I still would like to see them try the Frost Mage Destruction Warlock, but if they lose on Ashamane's Fall, then they've really only got Tolvaron to fall back on in a best of 7?
Yeah, Looney into a full Polymorph. He gets the Life Cocoon out, and that will be enough to keep his team alive. Now Raikou in some trouble. Chaz forced to trinket out. He has Iron Bark. This is the Icy Veins. This is the offensive push that Method Black really needs. Blizzo, he trades out. He will ultimately survive with the Touch of Karma as well as the Fire Blood Racial, making him very durable. Double leg sweep coming in from Blizzo. Good setup attempt here from Wildcard Gaming once again. If we look at mana, Looney actually snuck away. He completely topped off his mana. Chaz really struggling. Zeepai realizing he's going to get some sips. He is one thirsty kitten, and Zeepai will be able to shut that down.
Chaz gets denied again. Wildcard Gaming with a significant lead. maybe a potential opening to kill Blizzo here. If Blizzo doesn't have that Transcendence in a good location, but it's actually Wildcard Gaming's turn to attack. Chaz is finding no room to breathe, let alone sit down and drink. Looney secures crowd control. Raikou in trouble, but with Temporal Shield rolling right before all that crowd control, heals himself up a tad bit. The crowd control is still just not stopping. Chaz needs to get some big heals soon. That Touch of Death is about to go off. Iron Bark should stall it out. Now Raikou's trying to reverse it with the Frozen Orb, tagging down 2 members of Wildcard Gaming. There's definitely going to need a bit more dampening. I think if we get deeper into dampening, Zeepai definitely becomes the target, but Waz is not running that grapple weapon, so maybe that isn't even enough, and that one strategy adaptation that Method Black are not taking could cost them the game.
Yeah, Chaz sitting down for a drink right now. Will he be able to regenerate mana? That's so important for the team. And nice denial by Waz. Manages to get the paralysis on Looney, only slowing him down for a brief moment, though. And Chaz ultimately able to potentially get another drink here. Looney did deny the first one with the Ring of Peace. Death and Decay denies the second. Chaz not really able to regenerate too much, but Wildcard Gaming, they've had really good pressure. They haven't gotten any ice blocks, though, from Raikou, so still sitting quite pretty. With those 2 major defensive cooldowns available. And I think, like we kind of talked about, as dampening rolls, it's a double-edged sword. Although Method Black's going to be taking more pressure, all of a sudden Zeepai, who I think is a much better target in this matchup, becomes much more vulnerable.
All right, Blizzo under fire, using that Diffuse Magic to get rid of that Gladiator's Maledict, but still low on health. Looney with no Gladiator's Medallion, caught in crowd control. Blizzo could be in trouble if Raikou uses an aggressive ice block. Blizzo tries to stay alive with the Fire Blood. Not going to be enough. Looney has to exchange Life Cocoon as well. Bit of an overlap. Nice Cyclone at low health. Method Black showing signs of life, but they're running out of time. That mana bar of Chaz is not looking too healthy. Blizzo still isolated in midfield. Raikou desperately trying to push forward and get a Touch of Karma with this big push from Waz. They need to get a Touch of Karma off this Touch of Death, but the burst connects. Looney instantly heals it back, and they're not going to be able to bank that cooldown. Chaz is still running on the outskirts trying to drink, and Looney is constantly chasing him down with Crackling Jade Lightning, harassing Chaz and denying him from drinking. Exactly what Wildcard Gaming need to do to find victory, but Raikou sneaks in a counterspell. Blizzo responds, trades out Touch of Karma. Surprising damage here from Wildcard Gaming. This could be an ice block. Chaz is spending so much time trying to regenerate mana, and he's not healing during it. Now locked in crowd control chain, they could switch their attention to Waz, get multiple defensive cooldowns, a 2-pronged assault. Blizzo needs to be careful, though. The longer that he stays in midfield, the more likely that he could go down as well. He exchanges to stay ahead of the damage and just stay on target. Wildcard Gaming look to overwhelm Method Black soon.
Yep, Raikou in some trouble with Temporal Shield, should be able to survive, but in the meantime, Waz also had to trade out the Touch of Karma, so there is that 2-pronged assault you were talking about. Blizzo and Zeepai can definitely get pressure onto Raikou and Waz. Chaz almost completely tapped on mana, but Blizzo's the one that's in trouble. Life Cocoon stabilizes him, keeps him alive. Looney connecting some heals. Ultimately, Blizzo will survive, but with that nice Cyclone from Chaz, that denies a lot of the healing Looney had available. They could potentially keep him low, and Raikou and Waz might be looking to make a swap onto him.
All right, Raikou, what are you going to do? Only 1 ice block left. Chaz got 0 mana, and Looney's constantly on his back, on his tail, to say, in that cat form. Chaz connects a big heal, stabilizes, but totally tapped now. 20% dampening. They need to try and get the second ice block. Raikou hard carry with these counter spells. It's creating windows of opportunity for Method Black to strike back here in game number 2. They cannot afford to lose on this. Otherwise, they're just down 2 swing match advantages. They're basically losing their best map, one of their best maps at least, against Wildcard Gaming. They can't afford to lose this game if they want to take the entire tournament. Looney in crowd control, full polymorph, opts to use the Gladiator's Medallion to stay aggressive. Waz is running down, Raikou's in trouble. Looney looks to secure crowd control to end the match. Will he find the kill? Blizzo charges in, multiple interrupts, Raikou in trouble. Second ice block easily going to be forced here. They're trying to hold on to it, but they can't. Second ice block, at least they don't panic. They hold on to Iron Bark, but once again, the hard carry counter spells from Raikou. 3 counter spells in a row might be enough to take down Blizzo. He's barely holding on. The crowd control continues with Waz getting a paralysis, but they don't get the kill, and Raikou's got nothing.
Yeah, Waz could be in some trouble now, too, with no trinket. He has a Touch of Karma. Will he get out of the stun? Another stun coming in from Looney. Waz does sneak in the Touch of Karma, and that was a really nice play from Raikou. But Waz still in a lot of trouble here. Caught in midfield. Blizzo all over him, but he's just going to let him go. Get back onto Raikou. He's realized Waz probably won't go down in that situation, but now Waz is such a vulnerable target. Nothing really left. Here it is. Chaz sitting down for a drink. Will he be able to regenerate mana? Waz kind of left alone. He gets a leg sweep, but Waz has to kite here. He needs to be able to avoid damage.
Chaz got mana.
He could easily fall.
Chaz got mana, but they've got no... They did it! They got the kill off the back of it! Looney went for a wave of the crane. Okay, so Chaz went for a drink. Looney popped away the crane to kill Raikou, and he just got destroyed by Raikou and Waz. He just got crowd controlled on it, couldn't connect. He got mana back and then killed Blizzo amidst all of that.
Even the game was so surprised the skull didn't pop up. That one came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Raikou had such a nice play. He really was patient with his ice block, and what ended up happening is it was a game of chicken between Raikou and Blizzo. Blizzo ended up using the Touch of Karma into Raikou. Raikou's like, great, I'm getting ice block now. You no longer have Touch of Karma, and that's where so much of this pressure stems from.
Exactly what I was about to say there. I know we both looked at each other immediately when that moment happened, and Raikou did a great job there holding onto his ice block, and he had this pressure onto Blizzo, and as soon as that touch, had he blocked before the Touch of Karma, Blizzo would have just stayed patiently, waited. Raikou comes out of the ice block, Touch of Karma, and then Raikou has basically no answer for that. But instead, he gets the Touch of Karma, gets a good value on his ice block, and then I really gotta say as well, it was a big waste from Wildcard Gaming to use both of their leg sweeps on Waz. When he had that the Touch of Karma still available, they ended up also leaving a little gap between the stuns there, so he got it out in between them. It was a complete waste. In that moment, they should have just all-in after Waz. Instead, they went back onto Raikou, who now had his orb back, who now had his damage, was now healthy, had his temporal shield, etc. And all of a sudden, they managed to turn it around. One quick criticism, though, of Raikou's build. No Deep Shatter. We want to see the Burst of Cold. I think we all agree on that. He was playing essentially a build where he's playing Packed Ice and Whiteout, which increases his Ice Lance damage, and then he was playing Lonely Winter, which further increases his Ice Lance damage, and then what he wanted to do was basically play Freezing Rain, which gives him an instant cast Blizzard as well, so he wants to drop the orb, free Blizzard, and reset his orb that way, but he was playing Deep Shatter, and I actually think if you're kiting two melees, Cone of Cold, Nova, Cone of Cold again is really good for keeping them off you, and it also provides a lot of damage. And Cone of Cold, unlike a lot of other AoEs such as Meteor and Arcane Explosion, doesn't get reduced damage-wise based on how many people you hit, because it's a cone that you have to aim. It actually hits each person for the same amount. So if you hit for 20k, it's gonna hit every person for 20k, compared to a Meteor, which would hit for 10k if you hit two people.
Yeah, well, Raikou may have been the thing that was needed. Method Black starting to show some real signs of life in this series. it would be foolish to count Method Black out in any series. It would be foolish to put anything that you care about on the table in a series like this between the best two teams in Europe and potentially the entire world. 1-1, and Raikou may have been the puzzle piece that is needed for Method Black. We're going to be finding that out very shortly. One of the compositions that was being asked, don't look at me like that, one of the compositions that was being asked for quite a bit from you, really, Venricky, was seeing Mage Warlock. That was something that you were asking for quite a bit. Ultimately, what we did see, and now we're going to, this is interesting.
So this is what I wanted to talk about. The comp that Method Black played, while it worked, it's not a blind lockable composition. If you lock that in, you might run into something like the Ellie Mage from Wildcard Gaming, which would be unfavored, especially if they go to a large map. Now Method Black, they see Dalaran Sewers is the selected map, so they're going to go with a Cleave. Problem is, we've seen this Cleave matchup play out as well. Hasn't gone in Method Black's favor in a 3 or 4 game sample size that we've seen so far. So right now, Wildcard Gaming definitely holds the edge, and the blind pick seems to be paying out here. Method Black are going to have to win somehow on a map where they're disadvantaged, and I'm surprised that they didn't lock in the Roguelog Druid, because this would be a time to lock that in. I guess seeing Zeepire play with the Dark Sim really made them feel like, okay, we shouldn't win that.
Yeah, I really, it's interesting to think about going back to a Cleave now after what we saw in the last series as well, Sid.
I mean, it's risky. In this map in particular, Chaz is going to have a difficult time drinking, and we've already seen it time and time again. The Mistweaver will outdo the Druid's mana if the Druid cannot sneak away and drink. So while this is maybe their most well-rounded composition, Wildcard Gaming are setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, I think that Wildcard Gaming has obviously been set up for success in this series, mostly because of this composition, right? I think that figuring that out was a huge thing that happened last week. It was one of the things that really allowed them to snowball forward in the meta and the series. And now Method Black is going to be in an interesting spot too, when we do know that that advantage is already away with Wildcard Gaming. Do you feel like, though, in a best of 7, that advantage is diminished a little bit, that momentum that you get from something like a blind pick?
I don't really think so. For Method Black, I really would have liked to see them switch it up on game number 1, but obviously there's only so much you can do. Looking back at the past, they made the mistake. Luckily for them, they at least found an answer to lock in when we see Wildcard Gaming locking in this composition blind. I don't really mind this from Method Black. I think on the smaller map, Raikou will be able to sit on top of Looney a little bit more, potentially getting those mana rifts and winning in mana, having that advantage at least, but we've seen from Wildcard Gaming the consistent pressure Blizzo and Zeepire put out, especially with Blizzo using that grapple weapon, is just so strong against Death Knights in particular. Swapsy has really struggled to survive, and I think Chaz isn't really going to have too many moments in the match where he can sneak away to get for drinks, because I just think Swapsy's going to be way too pressured.
You can't sneak away for drinks if you don't even make it to the party. We're going to have to see Chaz re-queue right now, and then we'll get ready for Dalaran Sewers. But Zico, I want to ask a question right now that kind of goes a little bit bigger. We already asked this about Change My Mind. We started to say, what do they look like on the global scale? Only one more tournament left after this one. We have one tournament and one series, and then we're going to be at LAN. These two teams, they've dominated EU. We expect this grand final pretty much every time that we sit down on Friday. You know, even on Wednesday when everything starts getting played out, you expect to see like this final time and time again. You know what? You expect it even before that. I already expect to see this grand final again next week, and that's like 2 weeks away, right? So you expect that out of EU. When we get to North America, do you think these teams are going to be that dominant across the entire world?
It's hard to say, especially again because it's going to be on a different patch, but the way I look at it right now is who has the most versatile players on their roster. I would say Looney and Chaz. They've been basically able to play every single healer that their team needs, so in that regard, they look very strong. And a team like Super Frogs, who has a player like Snuts, who can play, 4 or 5 different specializations and do really well with, teams like that are definitely going to be also a contender. In my mind, I think Super Frogs look like the best team in North America for that Springland, and I think Wildcard Gaming and Method Black, of course, also look like the best teams from Europe because of that flexibility. People like Zeepire and Blizzo being able to multi-class a lot, people like Swapsy being able to play so many different things. They really remind me of players like Snuts because they can all play those different specializations, and then, of course, having having that healer on your team who can play pretty much everything is really key. Same thing goes for Gorecki over in the boys. He can play a lot of different healers too. So those three teams I would definitely keep my eyes on.
Definitely important to think about as this first season of the year is starting to get to its climax. Now we're tied up 1-1. Wild card gaming against Method Black.
Explosive start here for both sides. Method Black have 3 members low on health. Touch of Karma already pulled from Blizzo. Method Black trying to battle it back here in this series. If they can overcome this swing match, they will then have the advantage should this series swing to a Game 7. So far, so good. Getting Looney locked down in crowd control during the wave of the crane. Can they stall it out a bit longer? No. Looney now able to stabilize, and Blizzo looks to counterattack.
Yeah, Raikou has to do a great job in this matchup of landing those mana rifts. That's the lead that they need. I feel like on all other fronts, Wildcard Gaming will have the advantage, but if they can get Looney out of mana, they might be able to take down this team. So far, good pressure coming up from both sides. Blizzo's Zeepai really focusing on Swapsy. He's forced to trade out of the leg sweep. I'm curious to see if Blizzo is going to be running that grapple weapon. And I think he is. It's just so strong against the Death Knight. If you can disarm him, he actually isn't running it. He's running Tiger Eye Brew instead. So really trying to shred through some of that armor Swapsy has available.
All right, Looney actually tapped on cooldowns here. Blizzo low as well. Method Black are playing this Demon Hunter Death Knight more aggressively, not so much focused on the mana rift. While I'm sure they're cycling it in, they're focused a lot more on crowd control and burst and overwhelming wildcard gaming, which is an adaptation that we have not seen from this composition in particular. And let's see if it's enough to crack Looney.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Raikou so far has been doing a really good job. Looney gets interrupted. Looks like he's kind of falling apart here, but should be able to stabilize as Raikou is forced to help out Swapsy just a little bit in the matchup. Blizzo, when he has that Tiger Eye Brew, he's going to be able to do tons of damage, but Swapsy can see that. And the one reason why I don't like Tiger Eye Brew in this matchup is Swapsy, with the anti-magic shell, can completely deny all of that nature damage Blizzo will have available.
Huge pressure from Method Black in this position. 2 members low on health. Looney struggling, falling behind on mana, which is not what we have typically seen in the matchup between Mistweaver and Restoration Druid. Imprisoned denies the way of the crane for a couple of seconds. Do they have anything out of it is the question. They don't. Looney will then start to stabilize the team, but at least they've limited the damage potential from the way of the crane by saving that imprison, timing it. Chaz gets crowd control. Swapsy under fire. Looney still the one on the back foot. Transcendence around line of sight, but Raikou in hot pursuit with an immediate disrupt, breaking up the cast time. Now Soothing Mist freely being cast. Swapsy unable to connect for now. Looney repositions, but Chaz still has a lead, and I was not expecting Method Black to have this great of a showing.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Method Black and really bad for Rich's mustache. And Blizzo are getting lower. What is Looney going to do? Triple leg sweep. Chaz forced to trinket out. Darkness gets dropped out as well. Actually doesn't, so Raikou still has that available when he needs it. Blizzo a little bit low. Touch of Karma, Touch of Death committed. They're really looking to get pressure here onto Chaz. Can Chaz escape? Manages to get out of line of sight, finding a regrowth, but Looney there might be able to find a full leg sweep, but no, he can't leave Blizzo behind. Life Cocoon has to trade out. Wildcard Gaming is falling apart.
I mean, I think they're just starting to realize they can't go toe-to-toe in a melee throwdown in the center field. They have to instead try and run Chaz down, which then puts this game on even more of a clock. Chaz gets swapped to and bursted. How will he respond? Multiple cooldowns overlapped to try and stabilize. Chaz manages to recover. Now Wildcard Gaming on the back foot with Blizzo so low and no Touch of Karma. Looney trying to run away, but every time he retreats, Blizzo is left behind. Blizzo just has to stay next to him. Looney in trouble. Wave the crane at low health. If he gets interrupted on any of these Rising Sun kicks, one Blade Dance to immune it, he's not going to recover, but it looks like he is slowly and surely able to recover through the burst. Mana starting to even out. Still a slight lead for Method Black, but I'm glad that Wildcard Gaming are switching up the strategy. I think going after Chaz is likely their only option.
Yeah, it's looking good too. Chaz is falling apart just a little bit with no Trinket, no Bark Skin. The next swap on Chaz, it will most likely be Raiku's Darkness, but he doesn't actually have it available, so there's really no safety net left for Method Black if they can continuously get this pressure out. Looney almost completely tapped on mana. Raiku's still doing his job in this matchup, landing the mana rifts, keeping that lead for his team. Chaz was able to sneak away for a little bit of a drink, and he secured that lead, which is going to be so important for Method Black.
All right, Blizzo, very low. Trades Touch of Karma and survives. Now trying to go all in, but maybe overextended. Transcendence back on Chaz's face. Lots of damage. It's going to be a race to the finish. Both healers almost completely tapped on mana. I think that Chaz is going to have more favorable exchange. He just got better mobility to avoid Zeepai than Blizzo is going to have to avoid Raikou. Chaz trades out Iron Bark to stabilize the team. Looney only has enough mana for maybe one more Way of the Crane. When are they going to go for it? Triple stun secured as Looney overextended. Blizzo's in trouble. He's just going for the kill. He's trying to race it with the Touch of Death. maybe not a race that he can win. Maybe it is. Chaz tries to jump back behind the box. Gladiator safeguard protecting him for now, but how much longer? Blizzo just doesn't care. He's just caution to the wind. He's going to be training him down to the bitter end.
Looney, Zeepai looking to close out the game. What are you going to do, Chaz? He still has Trinket and Barkskin, doesn't want to wait too long. Looney, the final push with Way of the Crane, and Chaz manages to survive. I think he's going to be able to get away. This means Blizzo could be in a lot of trouble if Swapsy and Raikou can maintain the pressure. They might be able to take him down, but Method Black, they're tapped on mana as well. Both teams really don't have too much left to work with.
Moving deeper into dampening that grapple weapon strategy to kill Swapsy could be quite effective, but Swapsy has actually made an adaptation in his build, running that Lichborn, which is just effectively a 1-minute cooldown Icebound Fortitude, so he can trade that frequently with Ironbark from Chaz, which is how they're able to stabilize and stay so far ahead in terms of pressure. Perhaps Zeepai should look to make that adaptation if this matchup occurs again. Looney's so far behind on mana, maybe, but Chaz is he gonna get it? He needs to get some mana off this. Zeepai doesn't want him to, but he got the tiniest bit, maybe enough. Swapsy trying to reconnect. Blizzo marching forward. It's still do or die at this point. Chaz has lots of options and Blizzo doesn't. So if you're Wildcard Gaming, you're gonna have to be playing pretty shaky here. They got a double stun. They stall. Looney.
Oh no.
Sits down.
This is
One
disastrous.
Sip, 2 sip. 3, 2 is enough. That's 2 Way of the Cranes. I don't think Chaz can handle that.
No, that is it. Looney drinking. That's going to secure this match for them unless Blizzo completely throws. Chaz getting lower. No mana left to work with. Still has the Barkskin.
Yeah.
Not trading it out as he gets Death Grip back in. Wildcard Gaming, close call for them, but ultimately with solid gameplay take the victory.
Whew, great play by Wildcard Game, and they're really tightening it up at the end. And this is the type of team that you can just rely on consistently. Zico, how were they able to bring this one back?
Yeah, I mean, that drink at the end really did seal the deal for them, and it really did look shaky there for a second. You know, that game was definitely on a razor's edge there for a little split second there, Rich. But they managed to hold on that Way of the Crane push that did allow Looney to go completely out of mana. Did, however, put up enough pressure, forced out Chaz's Trinket, and then with that pressure onto Chaz, and with beautiful changes of ice and that double leg sweep as well from Blizzo, really setting up Looney to get that drink. And at this point, I mean, Chaz, what are you gonna do? There's not really much you can do. You have your Ironbark, you have your Barkskin, but you don't have any mana left to press any of your heals. Of course, the Frenzied Region is not going to be enough as well, with Zeepai stacking up those necrotic strikes, and yeah, they managed to take it.
And of course, they're not on match point yet. This is going to be a best of 7. We do need to keep that in mind. How do we think the best of 7 is going to affect the rest of the series here, Sid?
I think we're going all the way. I think we're going all the way to a best of 7, and it's going to come down to the swing match. So Method Black have to overcome a disadvantaged play, and that was looking like a good opportunity to do it. But then Wildcard Gaming, just in the middle of the game, are like, all right, this isn't working out. We need something different. And as soon as they changed it, they just destroyed Method Black. So maybe Chaz needs to change over from the Druid onto a Mistweaver himself if it comes down to these Cleave Mirrors to try and overcome the small maps. But right now, Wildcard Gaming, I think they're going to take it, but it's going all the way.
I actually think that Wildcard Gaming set that up. Well, looking at Blizzo's talents, normally when they go after the Death Knight, they always have the grapple weapon. So I think what they were doing early on was just building up the Tiger Eye Brew so they could make that offensive push on Chaz, get through the bear form armor, and really put Chaz under pressure. And I think it was smart by them, and they executed perfectly. Like, I really think that was 100% intentional.
Yeah, I think that they set that up nicely. But do we see... We all think we're going to Game 7.
Maybe.
Mugambala Game 7. Prophecy.
Prophecy. I honestly, at this point, I don't think we're making it to a Game 7. You all think that we're going all the way to a Game 7 in this one?
You worried?
I think you're 4-2 if we're being realistic.
I do, but I think your mustache survives.
Yeah,
I think be close, and you might have like a little bit of anxiety, but it'll be all right.
Wildcard Gaming looks great here, though. I really do think that still is the case. Do we think that Method Black has shown that they found enough answers to potentially, if they get a swing matchup, to bring it all the way to Game 7 and have that momentum in their favor? That's kind of the big question here. Now we are going to go to one of these larger maps. We're going to head to Tolvaran Arena, and I think when we actually do see the comp get locked in, it's going to tell a lot. I think we assume that we see Raikou. Are we going to see the Monk? Are we going to see the Warlock?
What I want to see from Method Black is they they need a different blind lock-in. And I know we said that potentially the Windwalker Frostmage Resto Druid isn't the best blind, but I think they need Wildcard Gaming off the Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver. They just seem really solid on it, really well practiced and rehearsed. And I think at the very least, Method Black should be like, okay, well, we can play Windwalker Frostmage Resto Druid. It's a pretty well-rounded composition. What is Wildcard Gaming going to do into it? Because I don't think there's one comp in particular I think Wildcard Gaming has as just an automatic win. I think the Windwalker Mage probably has a good chance against anything Wildcard Gaming has, so I'd rather see that locked in than allow Wildcard Gaming to just consistently lock in the Windwalker Death Knight, because this seems like they're unstoppable with it.
Okay, that's a really important thing to note, right? We kind of need to figure out for Method Black not only when they can maybe have that outcome when they are coming off of that loss, but also what they are locking in blind, going to be really important here. And Zico, where do you sit in that category? What do you think that they should be locking in blind? It's hard. That's the reason that they're in this case, right? That's the reason that the situation's been so grim.
There's a couple of options. I know that Chaz plays Monk. I've seen him play it. I don't know if he's confident enough to bring it out in a final, but if Chaz played that same matchup that we just saw, but with a Monk, I feel like it would be better for them, and potentially that could be good enough.
Oh.
The other thing is Method Black could run the Windwalker Mage, probably run into the Mage Ellie, but I feel like if it's on a small map and they blind lock the Windwalker Mage, so what if you run into the Mage Ellie?
I think Looney's switching to Druid, anticipating Windwalker Mage. Wants to have more rotation of crowd control and be able to avoid polymorph. Basically make it more difficult for the Mage of Raikou to get crowd control. So now Method Black have to consider, is the Windwalker Mage still a good option with Looney playing Druid now instead of Mistweaver?
Yeah, do you just go Druid here just because you're on Tolvaron? You can be a little bit greedy. You can try to go away for drinks.
I think they're trying to bait Method Black to lock in DHDK again.
That was kind of what my ask was. Is this one of those things where it's like, okay, I can be greedy on this map, I can get drinks. What can stop drinks? Okay, probably your DK, probably your DH. Go ahead, play it. You don't look good on it.
Yeah, I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, they seem to have that comp definitely figured out, so trying to bait Method Black into playing it, I think would be intelligent. For Method Black now, you really have to think, what are you going to do? I'm kind of wondering if they could just go back to Elemental Frostmage Resto Druid on Tolvaron, and we know Raikou, Swapsy, they play that a lot, and I think into the Restoration Druid, it's definitely a solid pick here for Method Black, and they could just default to that and I think have an advantage on this match.
That's an interesting one. Zico, what do you think about that? It's funny because I feel like Frost is consistently the thing that's kind of being asked for, right? Every time we're asking to see Raikou on the Mage, we've heard a bunch of different comps that potentially could do it. We haven't really talked about having Swapsy on the Elemental Shaman in this particular matchup. How do you think it would look?
I think the Elemental Shaman Frostmage could also work, for sure. Is a good answer for what Wildcard Gaming are bringing. But again, it's not the hard counter. It's a matchup that you could win, you should win, and they are going to lock it in. But again, it's not that 70-30 matchup that we want to see. There's still potential here for Wildcard Gaming to get something going. We've seen all-in pushes onto Raikou, and I feel like we haven't really seen this matchup with the Druid that often, but I think Looney can get away with playing Feral Affinity first and foremost. And secondly, if they push in, they get an Ice Block, and then they go behind the pillar, I think Looney can just drink.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? You look at this matchup, and yes, it's not going to be the 70-30. I think we've already seen from Method Black that they don't have that 70-30 matchup, and if they do, they don't know what it is yet, based off of what we've seen, not only in this grand final, but in the previous series as well, in the winners final. Sometimes throwing the curveball is important, as we have mentioned, and I think this composition, it might shock Wildcard Gaming. They might be slightly thrown off because of it, and that may allow Method Black to get the win, Zico.
Yeah, man, I think Method Black are favored, but I don't think that they're that favored. I think Wildcard Gaming could just as easily also get a win here.
Yep.
However, if I had to bet, and my mustache isn't as big as yours, but I would definitely bet on Method Black taking this game.
Your mustache is fine, Zico. It's fine. Super Tease, how do you feel about this composition?
I just realized I'm the only one without one. Feels bad.
Everybody's got some big mustaches on the desk except for you. But when we do look here at this series, who do you think is going to get the...
I expect Method Black to take this. I think without the Mistweaver Way of the Crane, I don't think Wildcard Gaming can do enough damage to overwhelm Method Black compositionally. Maybe. At the same time, we haven't seen the Elemental Shaman Mage in what feels like a long time from Method Black. Maybe they're a bit rusty on it, whereas Wildcard Gaming have been doing nothing but Windwalker DK. So if you take that into consideration, maybe there's potential.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's an important thing to bring up. How does the rest of the series go if Method Black loses this, though? Is there any hope if they lose this that they can really turn it around? They'll have so much less to experiment with.
If they lose this,
yeah,
it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's just such a nightmare.
They have to win on their blind pick and win a swing match if they want to win the series. So losing on their blind pick is just a complete and utter nightmare for them. And I would almost say they would just be completely counted out in my mind. I think Wildcard Gaming will just have a massive lead. I think Method Black, they have to get a win here, really important, and then they have to figure out something for the blind pick that's going to be different in the Demon Hunter Death Knight. They have to try to force Wildcard Gaming off of this Windwalker Death Knight. I do think there's compositions that they have available, but we'll have to see if they do end up running it.
It's so important for Method Black to take this here. One more time, do want to remind you guys that we're not on match point. Wildcard Gaming needs to win 2 more. This one is going to be a best of 7. This is the grand final. This is for all the marbles. 120 points on the line. These are the top 2 teams in Europe. Wildcard Gaming slightly behind. They have been trying to catch up to Method Black. These teams are so far and beyond the other teams in EU, but Wildcard Gaming is just waiting for that opportunity. They have been on absolute fire. Last week, they were able to beat this squad in the grand final. And yeah, look, 440 to 340. That's a big gap to close, though. And it's going to be really difficult with how Method Black's playing because let's say Wildcard Gaming beats them every week in the grand final. Not the most ridiculous scenario to really try to predict. That's 20 points each week. That's almost a full season to try to catch up.
Yeah, Method Black definitely have set themselves up for a lead, but I really think, if we go as far as looking at the summer season even, I really think that one of these teams for sure is not going to be making it to every single final. One of them is going to drop out a little bit earlier, for sure. Especially if the meta changes maybe change my mind to be good with the Rogue Mage or something, and all of a sudden one of them doesn't make it to the final, and then that's a big momentum swing in terms of points. But right now they are definitely neck and neck. Wildcard Gaming, the way it looks right now at least, are going to be closing that gap by making it 80 points instead of 100 points. And then if they can take the next cup, then that would be a 60-point difference. If Method Black bows down a little bit earlier as well in that cup, which is slightly unlikely to be honest, because their worst performance this entire season has been second place, then you would still be able to get some more of those points back.
Yeah, I don't want to discredit what you're saying about, you can't accurately say that they're just going to be going to the grand finals every single time. But one of the reasons it's easy to do that is just because that's how the math's going to shape up. If they are top 8 every single time, you look at the way that the points are going to go. It takes a long time to catch up 100 points to a team that's consistently top 8, top 4. Now, Method Black trying to figure out answers still. They got to be sitting there right now waiting for 8.15, waiting to go Zandalari troll and just figure out what else they can change up because Wildcard Gaming has been slowly pulling ahead.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming, it's funny because in the previous weeks it was Method Black that was ahead, and our question on the desk was Demon Hunter DK, how are you going to beat it, Wildcard Gaming? How are you going to beat it? And then Colo, he sat in his laboratory, cooked up, some compositions, and all of a sudden Windwalker DK Mistweaver came out with grapple weapons and very aggressive strategies, and they're like, we could take that and play it better. Let's just do that. So then they did that, and now Method Black are the ones, hey, Method Black, how are you going to beat Wildcard Gaming? And the interesting thing is, if you look at the overall picture here, is that Method Black actually has found a decent answer when they won that game as the Windwalker Frostmage. And that's a big reason to why in the previous match and also in the blind pick, Wildcard Gaming were like, okay, we're on the blind. Mistweaver, Windwalker, DK, let's go. But now when they're on the blind, they're like, wait a second. There's a Windwalker Mage now that we have to consider as well. And that's what these teams always have to do. They have to find a comp that beats the other team, and then the other team has to find a comp that beats their comp, and then they have to make little tweaks with the healers, with their specs, and back and forth. And it's the same thing over in North America with the Super Frogs and with the boys.
Colo destroyed an entire comp. One of the smartest man in World of Warcraft was able to do it, and ultimately that set a lot of teams behind. Both of the Method teams, honestly, relied very heavily on that composition. Method Black trying to slowly inch their way back into this one, and already you do have to be thinking about some of the changes that are going to pop up with 8.15 and how that will change the meta, and also the fact that they do have that week off. There's going to be a week in between Cup number 5 and week number 6, so they are going to figure out that meta before just jumping in on the blind and trying to figure things out. But now our attention on Tolvaron Arena. Wildcard Gaming going to be leading by 1 against Method Black, trying for repeat success. And now we're going to have this much larger map, Sid. And Looney, is he going to be able to get drinks against Raikou and Swapsy?
Yeah, Looney anticipated a Wizard Cleave set up for Method Black, so he switched to Restoration Druid to try and get a late game advantage in that regard. It's a good preemptive decision on his part to try and guarantee their team the most high % chance to win in this particular matchup. On paper, you would say that Method Black should take this, but potentially Wildcard Gaming, they've been playing this composition basically exclusively, and they are going to be playing at the peak of perfection potentially, whereas Method Black haven't played the Ellie Mage in some time, potentially a little bit rusty here. If Wildcard Gaming can win this, they put them on match point and just continue their domination. I'm really wondering if they can do it here on Tolvaron.
Wildcard Gaming peak perfection is what Sid is calling for, but Swapsy, this is a man who doesn't even know what the word rusty means. I don't expect to see any problems from him at all. And you got to remember, Swapsy came in with so many. Last time we actually saw him on the Elemental Shaman, he was the guy who brought the surprise pressure. All of a sudden, you see that lightning lasso, the Maledict goes flying out, and for some reason, he's got 30 million Earth Shocks in his back pocket that he's able to throw at his opponent. Be ready for Swapsy to try to get that big damage. Chaz instantly going to get a drink off here, and this is something that we see the top level druids do. They go for those drinks nice and early, make sure that they never fall behind on mana. We expect both of our druids to be very thirsty kittens.
Yeah, and right now we kind of have Raikou going in here. I want to see Raikou and Swapsy do what we like to call the triangle positioning, where you have one wizard on each corner of that pillar, basically trying to snipe people behind there. Now we do see Looney go in for the Bash Cyclone. Beautiful counterspell by Raikou. Nice swap here. Nicely done. Looney's going to have to trinket there, and the reason why is at the back of that counterspell. When you are counterspelled as a druid on your Cyclone, on your nature school, you cannot activate that bark skin, which otherwise would have been the more efficient trade here for Looney. So now there's an opening for Method Black, potentially to try to take somebody down. If they can land a bash into a Cyclone or a bash into a Polymorph, all of a sudden Blizzo or Zeepai could be in big, big trouble.
And this is kind of what we expect from Swapsy as well. This is a very efficient trade coming out from him. We don't even need to see that crazy damage, Sid.
Yeah, most certainly. What I like from Looney is he knows that their team needs a little bit of extra damage, so he's gone for the Feral Affinity to try and add in that bit of extra damage. Now, the risk with that is that you lose Guardian Affinity, which reduces damage you take, and also grants you Frenzied Regeneration, which is almost an immediate recovery ability if you're targeted down. So Looney, to be able to win this matchup, has to navigate in, deal damage, and then also avoid dying at the same time as healing his whole team. But if he can accomplish all three of those, he can overcome this disadvantage that he would typically have compositionally facing Method Black.
And that is one of the most important things to note. Also, guys, in the grand final right now, we know both of these druids are really going to make sure they have what it takes to make it into the late game. We expect these guys to play for that later portion of the game. Look at Looney and Chaz. Look at those mana bars right now. They go for drinks at the same exact time. They get behind their respective pillars, and then they go, okay, we had a reset. Let's go again.
All right, let's see what Looney can get done. Both teams, it looks like Wildcard Gaming are trying to stall. That's mostly because if they fight too long out in the open, they're going to get blasted and blown up by the Wizards of Method Black. So they need to stay at the pillar, Death Grip in a target, stun lock it, try burst it down, and then rinse repeat, at least until deeper into dampening. And then in dampening, they need to try and calculate a push. How long can they stay out in the open to get a kill? And if they can calculate the exact amount of time to do so, then they can find victory. If they miscalculate, then they're going to find defeat. We're going to tie it up and go to a game 5.
Yeah, and Looney is playing that Feral Affinity, so we're going to be looking at him to go in and kind of set his team up with those stuns. Raikou channeling out a Ray of Frost with that Icy Veins, timing out now. Swapsy getting gripped in. The stun is DR though, a little bit of a misplay there from Zeepai, and Looney get that stun into the Cyclone onto Chaz. Not too much pressure is going to be happening at the back of that one though. Chaz still getting crowd controlled up, but they are forced to retreat on the side of Wildcard Gaming. They're going to be looking to increase dampening a little bit. And now you see Swapsy, how he moves to the opposite side of the pillar there. And that's, of course, so that Raikou can get that Frozen Orb so that they can start doing this damage. Now, if Swapsy gets gripped in, he's going to punt the enemy team back with that Thunderstorm. And he's going to be able to go into that Ghost Wolf, suppress that Chains of Ice slow, and run out in the open. And now Zeepai and Blizzo have to hard commit. And they actually look to do it here. Now, Raikou getting some nice polymorphs onto Zeepai, onto Blizzo, sorry. And Zeepai is going to abort that mission, run back to the pillar. Blizzo transcending back, and now again Swapsy's gonna run to the triangle position right there. You can see Chaz, Raikou, and Swapsy. You can draw a triangle line between them, and Raikou is going to get the Blizzard and the Frozen Orbs, and Looney now going in for a Rake Cyclone, tanks out the counter spell. Nice swap here from Swapsy and Raikou. Raikou though getting swapped to himself as well. Nice Asphyxiate and Grip, not gonna be able to even force out the Temporal Shield by the looks of it, and now Chaz is looking to Cyclone up Looney on low health.
Yep, they are consistently running these cute triangles. Looks like Looney will be caught into the Cyclone. What are they going to be able to do out of it? Chaz finds another one. Zeepai under pressure, but at the pillar he should be fine. A bash now onto Looney. Swapsy moving in. Can he take him down? Is Swapsy just going to be able to solo Looney? Raiku's nowhere to be found, and Looney almost goes down, but he will be able to stabilize. Bark Skin and Trinket should be enough. Zeepai on 40% health as he's caught into the midfield. Touch of Death rolling onto Swapsy, but with a nice Earthquake or a nice Thunderstorm, as well as the Iron Bark, I think Swapsy's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were saying about Swapsy a little bit earlier on in the series. He is going to be able to bring that pressure. Now, Blizzo going to be the target here briefly. Looney has taken the brunt of the damage so far, but you can see that both of these Druids definitely not kidding around when it comes to their mana bars. They're looking for drinks constantly, and now the pressure is on. It's going to make it very difficult to get them. Starting to chunk quite a bit is going to be Blizzo as he's caught in the lasso.
Yeah, and now again, we do see them finally leave that pillar and try to go for a push. They need to get that ice block here. There's no Temporal Shield, there is no Iron Bark for 5 more seconds on Chaz, and now they are looking to put the pressure onto Raikou. Not gonna be able to find it just yet, though. If Raikou can hold on, there it is, Iron Bark. Now the Malediction gets big damage, though. Stun onto Chaz.
Yeah, Raiku's still in a lot of trouble, being greedy with the ice block. We've seen him fall without using it before, but not today. Chaz manages to keep him alive, and Raikou will stabilize, pulling out into the midfield. It really seems like Zeepai and Blizzo, they're now turning their attention over onto Raikou, feeling confident at 10% dampening to make an offensive push into the midfield. Iron Bark's already been traded out. Temporal Shield, those are the major check marks now. Wildcard Gaming, they need to find enough time to continue this push onto Raikou. Blizzo trades out both his Fortifying Brew as well as the Touch of Karma. They really want this ice block.
And he brushes it off the first time. He tries to counter-aggress, and that gets met by Blizzo's aggression. Now Raikou on the chopping block again. The Lightning Lasso going to control Blizzo and then make him the target instantly. A brilliant turnaround coming in from Method Black. Blizzo needs to get out of dodge quickly, cast some of those Vivifies up on himself as his healer is behind another pillar right now. Chaz going to find that opening, finds a cheeky clone as well, trying to keep that pressure rolling for his team.
Yeah, and Blizzo is actually in big trouble. He doesn't have his Transcendence. It was located on that pillar, and Looney and Zeepai kind of just left him there in the back. Now Blizzo is slowly trying to make his way to the pillar. He might have to activate the Touch of Karma. Actually doesn't have it available. Gonna go ahead and use that reverse, gonna use that anti-magic zone instead from Zeepai, and he should be fine, getting cloned up on low HP. Beautifully done by Chaz. Now Looney looking to sit down and get a drink. Raikou though gonna be channeling that Ray of Frost, trying to put out some pressure, trying to force Looney to stop drinking. Now Looney looking for the Rake Stun, gets it onto Raikou, might be looking for a Cyclone as well, and the reason why he does it on Raikou there is because Raikou has been landing these counter spells time and time again. Now a lot of pressure onto Swapsy, Van.
Yep, definitely. Swapsy could be in some trouble, but with the way Swapsy kites, what he does is he gets in Ghost Wolf, which suppresses a lot of those snares, and he just runs in a straight line and then really relies on the snares that Raikou has available on that Frost Mage. So in order for Swapsy to actually fall in this matchup, he needs to be caught into stuns. Zeepai and Blizzo need to trade out a lot of their momentum, a lot of the cooldowns they have to stay on target. But I think outside of that, Swapsy's going to be able to easily kite them, and Raikou definitely will be the main target of choice, especially with the build he's playing. He's going with the Lonely Winter, as well as the Tunnel of Ice build. So Raikou free casting is definitely a threat. I think Zeepai and Blizzo, they realize this. They need to be on top of Raikou to slow down a lot of his incoming damage. And so far, it's looking good. Raikou might be forced into his first ice block, blinking away from the Fist of Fury, avoiding a lot of damage. Polymorph on Zeepai. Beautiful kiting by Raikou in order to potentially keep that ice block in his back pocket, but the pressure from Wildcard Gaming is unrelenting.
Wow, the pressure that they put out there is crazy. He's caught up in the leg sweep. They're finally going to get the ice block. Look at what they got in this exchange. They got a temp. The temp shield is going to be back. Now he's in the ice block. The innervate was used by Chaz right out of the drink. He's also going to have to trade out that Iron Bark, and Wildcard Gaming does not let up. Raikou only going to have that one ice block left, and now another temp as well, trying to look for some pressure here, but that was such a fantastic exchange from Wildcard Gaming, and this is why that we've considered them one of the best cleaves inside of the world, and especially in EU.
Yeah, and now Chaz is actually going to go and look for his own drink as Wildcard Gaming are retreating. But the thing is, Looney could easily just go and grab his own drink here and tie up that mana, and now they have snagged an ice block here. Zeepai, though, going to be taking a little bit of damage. He does have his anti-magic shell, though. Can't be too greedy with it. Chaz gets caught up in the paralyze. Nice temporal shield from Raikou. The Maledicts come in a little bit too late there. That temporal shield is going to do very, very big work for them. Now Zeepai has to activate his anti-magic shell as well.
Yeah, 32% dampening. Zeepai's going to start getting very scared in this matchup. If he stays in midfield for too long, Swapsy and Raikou will be able to really punish him, but Raikou has to survive until that point. He's getting lower. Second ice block forced out. Not another one available for another 4 minutes. Wildcard Gaming, they're looking great. Blizzo still has Touch of Karma, Diffuse Magic, Fortifying Brew, all his defensives. Zeepai can rely on that anti-magic zone, and they can make that final offensive push onto Raikou. This composition pick may have backfired on Method Black.
Yeah, they definitely can. This is when they want to go for the push, because Zeepai is starting to become one of the juicier targets onside the map. That AMZ going to be traded out. It is somewhat offensive as well. They want to stick onto Raikou. Raikou does have the temp to rely on. That's already going to go off. Not much left. Just in time. Iron Bark. Will it be traded out? Raikou inside of the Icy Veins, but he's not getting anything done yet. He's going to get kicked as they follow on through.
Yeah, and the Touch of Karma is now active on Raikou. The Iron Bark really going to be the last line of defense. Raikou stunned up. This could be the end. He's caught up in that asphyxiate stun. Swapsy trying to keep him alive. Nice stun from Looney, looking to take a Cyclone and CC the whole team. And now he's even looking to add up a little bit of damage to push him through the edge. Can he do it, Van?
I don't know, but Raikou's in a lot of trouble. Leg sweep, Looney just really ripping in with Blizzo and Zeepai. He's holding on by a thread. Polymorph spam comes in. Chaz finally connects the heal, but look at Chaz's mana. He's used everything he has left in the tank to keep Raikou alive, and at 41% dampening, this is just lights out for Raikou. Wildcard Gaming, just domination. Up 3-1 in this series, and now Method Black, this series is slowly slipping out of their fingers.
And this is also, it's just in the nick of time. This is when all of the sudden it could start to turn around, Sid. All of a sudden you could see the Death Knight not able to get some of that self-healing reliably in dampening, becoming more of a target, and you could see that yo-yo of the health bar even at that point. AMS needs to be traded out almost on cooldown. AMZ needs to be traded out on cooldown. Not defensively though, offensively, so they can stay onto the target, go for those long goals, rip away the temp, rip away the Iron Bark, and just get damage through.
Well, you can just tell that Looney's prepared. He's got the Druid and the Mistweaver. Playing the Feral Affinity is not easy. It's probably the hardest thing you can play on Restoration Druid, but even at the end, if he wasn't running Feral Affinity, maybe they don't have enough damage to kill Raikou here at the end of the match. And Looney always picked his moments. He's not overly focused on defense like he was in the past. He's now getting Cyclones at good timings, and he's getting damage out at good timings. He's not staying too long in the fight and staying too long out of the fight, and he's just looking very well-rounded as a healer right now, and it's definitely the X factor for Wildcard Gaming to overcome that comp disadvantage that Method Black set up.
In this Druid v Druid matchup, Zico, how do you look at stopping drinks? It's a really interesting thing because you have the tools to do it if you do want to focus on it, right? You could stop every drink if you really did want to, but there's this back and forth of wanting both teams want to reset. Do you just let those resets happen?
Well, you're forced in a situation where, because of how large the pillars are and the druids usually going behind them and standing there to drink, it's very, very hard to stop those drinks without overextending, putting yourself in range of that death grip from Zeepai. And as soon as you do that, if Raikou wants to go in, he would have to shoot out the Frozen Orb. That's really his only instant AoE damage. If he stands there and starts casting a Blizzard, well, he can get kicked, he can get interrupted by grip, he can get interrupted in a lot of different ways. Now, Chaz, he's the worst person to do this, because if he goes in there, he can get gripped, and in dampening, they can just use use anti-magic shell, use all of their defensives offensively, and just train them down with those maledicts, that's also going to burn a lot of Chaz's mana. So Chaz cannot really go in and do that. And then the other person to do it would be Swapsy. Again, in late dampening, Swapsy just can't do it. So on the side of Method Black, you really can't shut down those drinks without risking yourself. The Raikou is really the only person who can do it, but he loses so much damage just to do that.
Yeah, and Wildcard Gaming at this point going to be all smiles. When we return, they're going to try to take yet another grand final. Wildcard Gaming just cutting them to pieces. They are the razor of control here in the EU. It's looking fantastic for them. Just one more game to tie up this, not to tie up the series, to close out this grand final. And this is another one for them ultimately this year. The main thing you look at now if you're Wildcard Gaming, it's how do you get over that 100-point lead that's already been established. You close it by 20 points this weekend, but
you want to know what you do? You make it to the spring finals and you win, and then it's irrelevant how many points Method Black has because you've already secured your spot in the grand final. So I think for Wildcard Gaming, that is going to be their major objective. And I think out of all the teams in Europe right now, they are looking like the most polished and potentially the most dangerous in the rest of the world.
That's coming from somebody who's been able to pull down victories on the biggest stage. Just win more, right? If they are able to get to LAN and guarantee their spot in the finals right off the bat, some other teams in Europe would definitely be very happy as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if you're Wildcard Gaming, you're perfectly happy with Method Black also winning that, because the point discrepancy between Wildcard Gaming and Change My Mind, it's pretty significant. It's what, 160 160 points. Yes, sir. 160 points before this cup, and it's going to be even bigger if they win this cup. So even if Method Black were to win that, if you're Wildcard Gaming, you want Method Black to win or you want yourself to win. Preferably that they win, of course, because then they get that big prize pool as well. But we can take a look here. Yes, so there's going to be 160 points between Wildcard Gaming and Change My Mind in this cup. Now, if Wildcard Gaming wins, that's going to be 180 points separating these two teams. If Method Black were to win the spring final, that would look good for Wildcard Gaming because then they can also qualify on points. And of course, if Wildcard Gaming wins, then it looks even better for Method Black, having so big difference in their points compared to the third slot team as well. So as long as one of the top teams from Europe wins it, either of those two teams are happy.
Well, you can say, let's just say, and this is counting out some crazy teams like Plot Twist and Chalky Milkman that we know can go the distance time and time again. But let's say AWC and Change My Mind always make it to top 4. That still means that there's a real chance that Wildcard and Method Black are still widening the gap every single week just by getting more points. They are in a very good position, and that just feels great going to LAN. You basically have two teams that you're okay with winning because one of them just gets you closer, and the other one is you, and it just guarantees that you make it all the way to the finals for the year. But Wildcard Gaming going to try to close it out here against Method Black.
Yeah, this composition from Method Black is really strong into what Wildcard Gaming is running. We saw them eventually take down Blizzo, but I think Blizzo could have survived. It was a really close matchup between these two teams, so I don't think it's completely one-sided. Wildcard Gaming, if they play as well as they have, they can definitely take this game. It's going to be up to Method Black. Waz, Raikou, they need to find pressure in this matchup. They need to force mistakes out of Zeepai and Blizzo, and that's really going to be their moment of opportunity.
We see a big swing from Blizzo early on, but immediate response on Method Black's part. What is piquing my curiosity is that Looney went back on the Mistweaver under the same conditions as he was in the previous game. Let's see how it performs. Already tons of damage dished back to Blizzo. Looney able to clutch out that live cocoon just in time. Perhaps on a smaller map, Looney thinks the Mistweaver is a better pick as it can add some bonus damage. And on Tiger's Peak, you're much closer to a pillar. You don't need to overextend as much. You've got points of line of sight. So he would prefer to play the Mistweaver overall. But on a larger map like Tolvaron, he doesn't have that same luxury as he would on Tiger's Peak. So instead decides to go for the Restoration Druid. I can see the thinking in that decision making, but his Druid just looks so solid. Already you're seeing the weaknesses of the Mistweaver exploited by crowd control. Blizzo has to exchange multiple defensives early on as a result.
Yep, definitely. Looney's super susceptible to that Frost Mage as well as the Restoration Druid. But on the Mistweaver Monk, they've been looking pretty solid so far. This is the composition they've been primarily running. But I have to say, I agree with you. I was very impressed with Looney on the Restoration Druid, and I think that could potentially swing this matchup back in their favor. Raikou getting bursted down. Blizzo getting triple leg sweep there. The entire team of Wildcard Gaming in a stun. Nicely done by Waz, but still, it's Raikou who's on the back foot. And Chaz,
it's match point.
He's going to have to use a lot of mana. Raikou getting low. Doesn't want to go down without ice blocking, but he blinks away to safety. Chaz now in a paralysis. Still no Iron Bark to fall back on. Raikou's going to have to use that temporal shield, but so much pressure from Wildcard Gaming.
Yep, that Wave the Crane adding a big punch here from Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo down at half still. Looney struggling, manages to top off with a revival. Well timed, getting the whole team revitalized into the fight. Chaz's mana, that's not too good. Looney's babysitting Chaz, and if he can just constantly stop him from drinking, along with Zeepai's pet management, it's looking solid for Wildcard Gaming. I've never seen a mana lead this early, this significant.
This is what happens. Raikou uses Temporal Shield. Chaz with no Iron Bark, and now Raikou in a lot of trouble as he gets lower, but those moments without
Touch
Iron
of Death!
Bark, Touch of Death! What is Raikou gonna do? Still big damage. Raikou blinks away! Ice blocks the last second of that Touch of Death, but when Chaz is playing greedy and Raikou's playing greedy with the ice blocks, Chaz has to use so much mana to keep Raikou alive without Iron Bark and without Temporal Shield. Those moments where Zeepai and Blizzo can continue the push, that's the mana burn phase for their team. Chaz has to cast out heals.
Did he cold snap?
Actually fall. Yep.
Cold snap block, Raikou panic. That's a big overlap. Huge opening for Wildcard Gaming. Look at Chaz's mana. It's not going anywhere but down. They're on match point, they've got no blocks, and they're losing on mana. This is not good for Method Black. Looney might be able to close this out. Chaz is sneaking away. They can't let him sneak away, but Looney's crowd controlled. He can't deny it. Where was Zeepai's Ghoul? Did Shadow Meld drop combat, allow him to escape?
Just kill Raikou.
They should just kill him. Why is Zeepai even trying to stop the drink at that point? still, that decision making right at that split second, you're like, well, the Druid's drinking. Should we stop him from drinking? It's a really tough call to make, but I do agree now after looking at it after the fact that they should have just ran Raikou over.
Yeah, Raikou had nothing left. Raiku's still getting low. Paralysis on Chaz. Looney trying to take him down as Raikou gets gripped back into the fight. He's trying to blink away, but with no ice block for another 3 minutes.
Maybe they can.
Disaster time for Method Black. Chaz, no Iron Bark, no real defense left for Raikou. It's just trying to blink away and cast out Frost Bolts. Gets some counter pressure, manages to find the Polymorph on Looney, but Blizzo and Zeepai, they're still looking really healthy.
Double leg sweep, denying the frozen orb damage from Raikou. Perfect timing by Blizzo as he looks to counter aggress. Zeepai is locking Chaz down from healing. Temporal shield may be necessary. Waz holds it out with a double leg sweep, but Blizzo trinkets. Diffuse magic exchange for the Gladiator's Maledict. Looney's been crowd controlled for an extended period of time. This could be devastating. Blizzo has to trade out Touch of Karma. Wildcard Gaming had such a huge lead, but it's now starting to slip away.
Raikou still under fire by Blizzo. Zeepai trying to reconnect, but he's getting caught into some polymorphs. Blizzo, Zeepai all over Raikou in the situation, and keep in mind, he does not have another ice block. Touch of Death rolling. Chaz has to respond with the Iron Bark. There's just no way he can get away with it, but it looks like he might be able to. Zeepai and Blizzo really just not putting out that much damage with that Touch of Death. Zeepai's been really focused on keeping Chaz in combat. You can't really blame him. Chaz is almost completely tapped at this point in the game. The Ghoul is on Chaz, so Zeepai can't afford to just run over Raikou at this point. What is he going to be able to do?
All right, let's see. How much longer can he keep it up? Iron Bark available, but not very much mana. Looney gets counterspelled, and these counterspells were clutch from Raikou to find victory on Ashermane's fall. Raikou would definitely be the X factor to find a kill for Method Black here, but even if they manage to win this game, Ben, Ashermane's is out of the pool, Tolvaron is out of the pool. We go to Mugambala, but even though it's bigger than Tolvaron, there's not as much open field, and that's what Method Black really needs to find victory when facing the composition pool that Wildcard Gaming have at their disposal. And I mean, they could even switch to a Wizard comp if they needed to, should they feel it necessary. This is looking solid for Wildcard. Chaz, he's trying to drink. Is he gonna get it? Looney, how much did he get? It's at least an even game here moving into dampening, but Chaz is going to have to try and find another opportunity. Will he find it, though? Chaz is getting just destroyed by Blizzo and Zeepai. We saw an aggressive Icebound Fortitude. Zeepai really wants to dig in and end this.
Well, he knows Raikou in 45 seconds, 1 minute. Raikou's going to have both of his ice blocks available once again, and that's going to be disastrous for Wildcard Gaming. They need to try to get Raikou down before he gets a complete reset. Waz and Raikou caught into the stun. Raikou trinkets out. He's still trying to escape. Uses Temporal Shield, blinks away. Chaz into a Polymorph. Dark Simulacrum. Polymorph by Zeepai. Raikou and Chaz have to make sure they're not giving Zeepai these free crowd controls, putting them so far behind.
Oh, Raikou under huge pressure right now. Iron Bark about to fade. That's the last line of defense for another 10 seconds. 10 seconds on the clock. It's match point. Can Wildcard Gaming kill Raikou in that period of time? 6 seconds, and it's slipping away faster and faster. Raikou stabilizes. It's looking likely, but he would like to wait another 16 seconds. Can he make it to it? I think he's going to be able to. Maybe not. Raikou under pressure. 10 seconds away from Cold Snap. Waz is now low. If they don't kill Raikou, Method Black could swing this back.
Yeah, definitely, but Chaz's mana is still not doing well, and at 13% dampening, it's going to become so difficult for him to heal up his team. Looney not doing great on mana either. If they can prevent Looney from ever sitting down for a drink, I can see Waz and Raikou potentially taking down Zeepai or Blizzo for sure. Chaz now in stealth, looking for a drink. Can Zeepai shut him down? What is Chaz going to be able to get here? If he can get a lot of mana, this is huge. Raikou with 2 ice blocks. Chaz with potentially full mana. Method Black with a beautiful reset, turning this game in their favor.
All right, Raikou on the run. How much longer can he run, though? Facing down Wildcard Gaming. Chaz has managed to drink some mana back, and they've got 2 ice blocks again. Likely needing to use one now. Trying to hold out with just the Iron Bark at 17% dampening is a risky gamble when you're on match point, but you sometimes have to take risks to find victory under these circumstances. Blizzo suddenly falling behind on defense. Waz could punch through that with Touch of Death. He's going for it. Touch of Death, they're trying to punish Zeepai actually for an aggressive Icebound Fortitude. An opening for Method Black. Looney denies it with the Life Cocoon. Opts to use the Trinket as well. Zeepai stole a Polymorph, now reversing the pressure. Gunning down for Raikou's Ice Block. He needs to be careful. He's on match point. Holding out for now. Triple leg sweep. Good positioning from Raikou. That set Waz up quite effectively.
Definitely good pressure here from Method Black. And Blizzo with no trinket, no touch of karma is very vulnerable. And Looney, I think he sat down for a drink, so regenerating some of that precious mana is going to be huge for Wildcard Gaming. 21% dampening, Raikou with no trinket. The next leg sweep could be devastating, but with both of his ice blocks, he's going to be feeling relatively healthy. Chaz with an Iron Bark trying to keep Raikou alive, trying to top him off in these moments. Double leg sweep coming in from Looney as it make a swap on Waz. Now he uses the touch of karma in Fortifying Brew. Now there's 2 open targets for Wildcard Gaming to potentially take down, and if they can continue the pressure on both Waz and Raikou, I don't think Chaz has the mana to heal through both that damage.
But Looney only has enough mana for one more Way of the Crane. It's going to come down to one final push between these two teams. Is Waz's defense going to be cracked? Blizzo wants to find a kill on him. Will he find enough damage to take him out? Looks like he might be able to. Chaz is totally tapped. He connects one Nourish. He's trying to fake cast some interrupts on these Nourishes. He needs them now. Waz stabilizes now. Blizzo on the back foot. 3 seconds away from being able to use Touch of Karma. 1 second away from being able to stay alive. Blizzo stays in it. Now Blizzo is an opportunity to strike back. 10 seconds away from that Way of the Crane, and Looney's on crowd control DR. Waz, you gotta run. You gotta do something quick.
Yeah, definitely. Waz could be in some trouble. Cyclone there by Chaz. Actually was stolen by Zeepai once again, freezing Blizzo. Now into a leg sweep. Waz in a lot of trouble. No touch of karma for another 30 seconds. He's trying to run away. Flying Serpent Kick, gets gripped, rolls away. Blizzo still all over him. Raikou trying to get some counter pressure. Chaz trying to go for a drink, but I think Waz has been left all alone for far too long. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to kite away, but Blizzo is looking to close it out. Rising Sun Kick to the face, and Wildcard Gaming 4-1 against Method Black. They're looking so dominant.
They are looking like they're on absolute fire. You know, they lose that 25-game winning streak, but the more important statistic is just being bolstered more and more and more, and that is victories on Championship Sunday in the Grand Final. And I think that's a stat they can definitely be happy with.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have that win streak forever. Winning 2 cups back-to-back, for sure, it's got to feel good for Wildcard Gaming. They do it again against Method Black. It's always these 2 teams going head-to-head, and it's so interesting to see how the matchup evolves and what these teams come up with. But this time around, it looked like a very shaky start in this game from Method Black, but then they were actually clawing their way back. Then Looney himself gets a little bit of a drink. Chaz forced out to drink at the end of that one. Looney constantly making sure that he is aware of where Chaz is. And then, of course, he chases him down, follows up the Paralyze and the leg sweep, and Blizzo, of course, going to be allowed to chase Waz down. And now we can take a look at the bracket. I mean, look at these guys. Wildcard Gaming 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 4-1, 7-2 against Method Black on the day. Incredible stuff from these guys.
I really want to ask right now, obviously, we can't perfectly predict the future, especially with the changes that we know are going to be coming very shortly here. But I do want to say, with Windwalker DK, with the Monk supporting it, is this the most meta composition at the time being? Is this what we expect a team like Method Black to potentially focus on as they're getting ready for LAN, as they're getting ready for the Final Cup?
It could be a very strong weapon. I mean, currently, all the teams that are doing very well are teams that are running the Windwalker DK. In my opinion, in the current meta, I would say DK compositions and Destro Warlock compositions are really the 2 strongest in the current meta. You can see teams like Super Frogs, they do very well at the back of those Destro Warlock compositions, and then teams like the Boys, teams like Method Orange, Method Black, just any Method team, they all do well at the back of those DK compositions. So I think if you have either of those 2 currently, you're going to be looking very strong. And now the points are also updated, so we're going to see here 200 points between Wildcard Gaming and Change My Mind, as well as 540 points to 460 points with Method Black, and of course ABC and the Pumpers. Only 4 points separating those 2 teams. Jockey Milkman and Plot Twist, they're all in this run for that last cup. That last cup in Europe is going to be a nail-biter because we don't know who the 4th spot is going to go for. It could be any one of those 4 teams.
It could even be We Were Here. If the Pumpers, ABC, Chalky Milkman, and Plot Twist all choke in 2 weekends, then We Were Here could potentially sneak in with a win. unlikely, but not impossible.
Possible, yeah. The thing that isn't possible is for Method Black and Wildcard Gaming not to make it, right? Like, they look fantastic. They already know that they are going to be competing, and we're excited to see them. But the other side of that graphic that you just saw is going to be NA, and we're going to be putting them under the microscope very shortly. We're going to get to see these teams go head-to-head. But before we do close the book on EU for the day, we want to see if any of you in EU right now want to come out to that last cup and maybe get some of these miracle runs, maybe be the person who plays spoiler for some of these teams. You can sign up right now. You got to do it now, though. Time is running out. Head over to battlefy.com/world-Warcraft-arena-world-championship, and we will see you next week. Next up, going to be North America, and it's all about the move. The move is trying to get those points to make it to LAN. It was a slow year for them. They made some tweaks. Is it going to be enough? We'll find out right after this.
decides to trinket out of that. So uses the trinket before the touch of death, before the Serenity coming in from Trill. But Sidu in a lot of trouble. He needs to be able to keep himself alive. Link jumps over, gets the Spirit Link totem off.
Quas gets a sap on Midpoike out of the Psychic Scream. Alec Precept shields. He gets purged on it. They swap to Nixie with no trinket. Midpoike leaves the stun, but Nixie's in so much trouble. The smoke bomb gets dropped. He's out of line of sight. He barely stays alive.
Now it's Method Black's turn to go. Mass Spell comes in. Alice all alone. Fear DR still available.
Look at that timing of the Everbolt and the MD. That's what I was talking about in game 1. Again.
Kidney shot for a Poly. To get the Poly. Dizio's far away though. He could kite. He gets rooted by the flurry and gets caught to a cheap shot. Just gets deleted instantly from the arena.
Abster just completely tapped on mana. Janimals is almost about to go down. They have to kill Janimal in this next couple of seconds.
A full hex from Abster is going to punish the team of Super Frogs and find the kill.
Destiny is still in the move's hands, but very quickly it can slip out of their grasp. They are trying to make it to the first land of the year, a feat that they couldn't accomplish last year. They had a very long road ahead of them to climb back into the good graces of BlizzCon, and hey, when they got there, they made it all the way to the grand final. This year, they want to start off on an even better foot, but they have a tough road ahead of them even in this tournament, but it's looking a lot better than it did at the beginning of the year. It's time to take a look at NA. My name is Rich. I'm joined on the desk by Zico, Supertees, and Van Rookie. And let's actually take a look at the NA standings. In the EU, we have very clearly seen who the top 2 teams are, and they just went head-to-head in the grand final. And when we look at North America, it is somewhat similar. We have 2 top dogs, 2 Titan teams, and we've seen them in the grand finals just time and time again. Super Frogs and the boys.
Yep, as well as Method Orange. They've been in the grand finals, I think, the last 3 weeks. So those 3 teams, unfortunately for Method Orange, they're not actually in it here, but it really has been the story of the boys and Super Frogs. These are the teams that have won every single one of the North American Cups between them. Super Frogs mostly pulling out ahead, really dominating off the back of Snuts coming in, being a flex player for their roster, bringing in lots of different compositions that they have available, and they got knocked down to the lower bracket a little bit earlier on in the tournament, but made a tear through the lower bracket and now are waiting in the lower finals to see who loses between the Move and the boys.
Now, when you look at this bracket, and you see the boys and the Super Frogs, you assume that that's going to be the grand final. You just have to. It's what makes sense. That's how math works. But the Move has brought so many new compositions. They look like a brand new team. I'm thinking about WizK, and I'm thinking about Absturge.
Yeah, Absturge finally switching off of that Restoration Shaman, picking up his Resto Druid, as you can see right here in this clip. And WizK, of course, on that Destruction Warlock, really did wreak havoc for his teammates, bringing Chaos to Neverlucky and bringing them that upper final win, bringing them to that upper final, rather. And it was at the back of some really, really good Roguelike Druid. We've seen this composition played from teams like Super Frogs, Storm, and now the Move as well, bringing that in. But my question is that enough to beat the boys?
Hey, and we know that they've been putting in the work. They are in the position where they're trying to figure out whether or not it's going to be enough. We heard from Absturge on Twitter. He said, first time being top 3 this season. Proud of my teammates, trying our best to not miss out on the first land like we did last year. Thanks for sticking with us. It's been rough. We also saw on his Twitter account, a little bit of drama, man, between him and WizK. I don't know what that all was about. I'm hoping that maybe he can shine a little bit of light onto that. But in all seriousness, we have seen from Absturge that in this tweet, yes, he's saying that he puts in the work, but we've seen it in the arena. We look at WizK and see what he's been able to do. It's been about a week on that Warlock from when I actually was in chat trying to ask them how long they've been practicing it, and they look darn good for a week.
Yeah, they looked really good, but I think this is going to be their most difficult test yet. Yeah. The boys, the Windwalker Death Knight that they bring really is a cut above the rest, especially when the main target, if they are locking in the Roguelike Druid once again with WizK on the Destruction Warlock, they're going to be having to go after Chun-Li, and I think defensively, he's one of the best Windwalker monks in the entire game. He's not going to be forgetting his portal. He's going to be able to keep himself alive, and I think if they can take him down, it's going to be a huge testament to how much they really have improved on this composition, but I don't know. I think it's unlikely.
It's one of those things, too, that, when you talk about them having it in their hands right now, their fate very much being in their own hands, Sid, they need to do well here. Otherwise, they show up next week, and it's like, okay, you've only made it onto broadcast twice this year, and you make it into the top 3 once, and now you need to win the last tournament.
I mean, the move does that literally every individual game. Plays it out to the last possible second to be able to actually pull off a victory and then manage to do it. It's basically their trademark. So I wouldn't even be surprised if that is the case, that we lead into the 6th Cup with them needing the best performance, just one more win and then managing to somehow get it, because they love just keeping everybody at the edge of their seats. And I think we might continue to see that. We've basically seen this matchup play out now in Europe. I would say that the boys bring very similar compositions to Wildcard Gaming, obviously with the Destruction Warlock Economics instead of Maro on the Mage. And then the Move are a much more limited version of Method Black, because the other compositions they have right now are just simply not in the meta. So Roguelike Druid really their only answer. And we saw it play against the Windwalker Deatheye Mistweaver. Wasn't too good.
I'm gonna be honest. You look at a team like the Move, and this isn't shade, but we know we have a new patch coming, and then a week recess, and then we come back for the final cup. The meta can't get worse for these guys, in my opinion. This is one of those teams that you look at and you say, okay, if the meta does shift at all, you assume that they just get better. They have worked their tookuses off to get to the point that they can even make it into the arena, even make it into Sunday. They have shown how much flexibility, how much work they're able to put in this year. And the Move, they look great, but they're going against one of the all-star teams in North America. We haven't even gotten to talk about them, but the boys, they are a wrecking ball. Will they be able to take down the Move, send them to the lower, or will the Move get to their first grand final of the year?
WizK is really going to have all of the pressure put on his shoulders. Of course, having Peekaboo to support you a tad bit will help, but ultimately it will come down to his split-second decision-making later into the match to try and burst down a kill. How is he going to navigate through all of the interrupts? We've seen Chanimal able to pull off victories out of nowhere as a result of good interrupt avoidance, but it is not an easy task to do. WizK with limited experience on that Destruction Warlock. See if he can do it.
Yeah, Smexon getting low. Good pressure here from the Move. Gorecki already trading out his trinket. Smexon getting a little bit low. WizK looking for another Chaos Ball. Is he going to be able to find it? Does manage to do so, but a Death Strike heals up Smexon quite quickly. What is Peekaboo and WizK going to do? Pressure from Chun-Li and Smexon so far has been unrelenting, but they haven't really been able to pull out too many defensive cooldowns. Chun-Li opting into the Tiger Eye Brew specialization. That takes a little bit of time to ramp up. You can't just run in right away and get max value. You have to be attacking, spending chi in order to build up that buff that you can eventually spend to bypass the armor of WizK.
WizK has been building a lot of pressure for the team, and the boys are not responding, I would say, necessarily appropriately. They're holding on to defensive cooldowns for an extended period of time, and now the Move look to sink their teeth in. Let's see if they can find a kill here. Chun-Li still just taking a brutal beating. Gorecki gets silenced by Peekaboo as he looks to crowd control the whole team. Gorecki denies the subterfuge reconnect, denying Peekaboo from increasing the damage of his garage onto the two members, Chun-Li and Specs. That was a good reaction time on the bash by Gorecki, but now a spell lock secured by WizK. Infernals still available and now have landed. Big Chaos Bolt potentially gets denied. Can WizK get enough Chaos Bolts off before the Infernals have faded? One Chaos Bolt connects. If he can get a second Chaos Bolt, Touch of Karma, maybe they just try and bust through it.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. WizK, of course, with the Nether Ward, can redirect some of that Touch of Karma damage back onto Chun-Li. Smexon seems to be the main target right now as Gorecki gets interrupted. Smexon could be in a lot of trouble, but in the meantime, WizK caught into a leg sweep. That is the Unending Resolve traded out. Absurge mana is not looking good. Gorecki and a kidney shot. Good pressure for both teams. What is Gorecki going to do? He has Barkskin up. He's trying to kite away, but Peekaboo looking to take him down. Beautiful backup by Chun-Li with a Ring of Peace. Gorecki escapes. Now still has the mana lead, but he has to play catch up in a huge way.
All right, Smexon very low. Mana even. The Move are looking good, though, I think, at least aggressively. Not so much defensively. Without Unending Resolve, that's going to be scary for WizK, but even under the pressure that the boys are dishing out on this Windwalker DK, WizK is responding time and time again. That's what we'll credit from his Shadow Priest experience, is that he does huge damage. So you can definitely expect it here in game number one. Chun-Li is looking like he's going to fall. Is this it for the Move? The Turbo Fist barely keep Chun-Li alive. He parried all of those incoming attacks, managed to keep Peekaboo at bay just long enough to stay alive.
Grandmaster Chun-Li coming up with huge plays with that Turbo Fist in order to stay alive. Peekaboo did such a great job setting that up for the team, but now the boys have stabilized. Gorecki even potentially moving in, getting crowd control.
Oh no!
With the bash. WizK getting low. There's not much defense left. WizK's looking for the fears. Is he going to be able to find it? Gets caught into a leg sweep. Trinkets out. Touch of Death rolling from Chun-Li. Extra burst damage available. Is WizK going to fall? Absurd does manage to keep him alive, but for how long?
I mean, what are they going to do? They've got Vendetta, but there's Touch of Karma. There's Icebound Fortitude. There's no openings. The Move had one chance to kill, and that's now been lost. Chun-Li with perfect play, able to survive with nothing left. And I was about to say, is this the day of the move? Are they coming back? But now it's starting to slip away. They have to stay alive so much longer with basically nothing left. Gorecki's got way more mana left in the tank, looking for Cyclones. He's got Absurge pinned down behind the pillar. Paralysis. Chun-Li gets kidney shot. Perfect peels by Peekaboo, buying more time for the team. Curious to see if Absurge can drink. No one's there. Is nobody going to stop him from drinking? Gorecki jumps in. The Death and Decay whiffs. Absurge's got a tiny bit of mana. Potentially the move stay in it.
Yeah, Chun-Li denies WizK with the Ring of Peace. Now without that available, is missing out on some defensives. WizK caught into the stun. Bash onto Absurge. Can he get the Cyclone? Gorecki looking for it, potentially not able to find it just yet. Now WizK looking for counter pressure once again, and the move have been doing a great job keeping the boys on their toes. Although WizK's under fire, Chun-Li and Smexon have really had to second guess their ability to push in and stay in this fight. WizK still low with no Iron Bark and no unending resolve. I think it's just a matter of time. Peekaboo flailing to keep him alive, looking for counter pressure. Lands a cheap shot onto Smexon. Icebound Fortitude trades out. Leg sweep onto WizK. Do they have the damage? They're just barely staying alive. WizK looking for a Chaos Ball, gets interrupted. Either Smexon or WizK could fall.
It's anyone's game at this point. It's down to the wire, but WizK is going to fall first. Peekaboo desperately tried to hard carry, doing everything that he could to keep it going. They were totally tapped. Down to the wire here is Dampening just engaged. The move, though, looked strong. If they just had been able to get a tiny bit more damage, Chun-Li would have gone down.
Or if you're against any monk besides Chun-Li, the monk would have just gone down there. And this is exactly what we started to hear Venruki talk about before we got into this game. This is Chun-Li. He's one of the best monks in the entire world. Such a fantastic player, and this is one of the metas where he can really be utilized. He's going to be able to just stave off a huge incoming attack, buys enough time against Peekaboo, and ultimately, that's one of the reasons that the boys were able to pull down this first win.
Yeah, that situation was super close. WizK actually reflected the Maledict trinket, and they got him to about, 5%. Peekaboo lands the Shadow Step kick onto Gorecki. I really thought, okay, Chun-Li is done for, but he does some nice moves with the Turbo Fist, with the Paralyze, gets a few heals, and he manages to weather that storm. And even here at the end, look at Gorecki's mana bar. He's completely tapped. Peekaboo going for the blind sap onto Chun-Li, trying to stall out the game. Gorecki knows he has no more mana. If we don't win here, we're gonna lose. Goes in, adds that little bit of extra damage, and again, Chun-Li really was the MVP as well. When the move was going onto Gorecki earlier in that game, his Ring of Peace was the only reason why Gorecki made it out alive. This could be a lot closer than what we thought here on the desk.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that the move has shown that they can actually go toe-to-toe with them in this series. They can create real opportunities. But you start looking at the form that the move's in now, and let's say that they do make it to LAN. And you have the boys in the Super Frogs and Meth and Orange. Like, all of these teams right now that are going from North America. And look, I've been a huge advocate of NA for a very long time. Usually, at least one of the teams that NA sends to a LAN is bad. And that used to be kind of something that happened. Like, compared to the EU teams, they fell off. Those top three teams were the powerhouses, and then the fourth team, they managed to get there. They didn't necessarily look as good. Maybe they were really strong on one patch, something like that. This year, I think you could take like the top 6 NA teams and they go toe-to-toe with the top 6 EU teams. I think both regions have created the best rosters. Like, everything looks like a dream roster. It's so insane how well suited all these players are to play together. And I just really want to commend every single player that has kind of figured it out this year. You look at Smexon, we've brought that up before. He's one of these players that's been able to flex and fit perfectly on the boys. Gorecki, maybe the best healer in the world. He's insane. It's awesome to watch him. The move, this is a team that, maybe you criticized in the past for not being flexible enough, and now they're going toe-to-toe with a team that's dominated all year because WizK is playing a Warlock at such a high level after 1 week of practice because Sturge moved away from Shaman, which he almost won BlizzCon on. He literally got second place in BlizzCon on the Shaman. That is what he's known for. These teams are insane this year. They're absolutely insane. That's all I got to say. Like, yelling at you guys. Like, just so passionate about it.
Hey, man, help, man.
Hey, all right.
I wanted to hear from the European.
No, I do feel like it's important to say when you kind of talk about EU and NA in the past, I think the biggest strength of EU was, yes, all of the top teams, their top teams. Like, there's no question about that. The top team from any region really could a lot of the times compete against the other top team from the region, but EU's depth of teams that were on that top level was always so much bigger than any other region. Like, you could take, like, the top, it was like, you could always take the top 6 EU teams, and they would be, like, there was, like, 1-2 NA teams that could go toe-to-toe with them. And I feel like that has changed a lot this year, Zeke.
Absolutely. Well, in the past, I always used to say that the best EU teams and the best NA teams, they were very evenly matched, and it came down to things like comp and, you know, just individual mistakes on that day. But in general, I would say that the EU usually had more good teams. So if EU had, let's say, 5 really, really good teams, NA would have 2, but those 2 could tangle with the best 2 from EU. But then, like you already mentioned, the gap seems to be more even now in terms of actually how many good teams NA have. Before, like last year, I would argue that it was Method Orange and it was the Move. They were the top dogs here. And towards the end of it, Super Frogs as well really came into that discussion. But from EU, there was like 5 teams that were on that level. And that's why EU also sent way more teams to BlizzCon. But once we were at BlizzCon, the NA teams, they looked super strong. So now it's going to be a different story. You got the boys, you got Super Frogs, Method Orange, the Move, you know, just to mention a few off the top of my head. So definitely looks like a strong year here for NA, and I'm excited to see what spring finals are going to look like as well.
Yeah, it gets international very quickly. It's funny, though, because the Super Frogs were kind of that team where a lot of us were saying they have the potential to be the best team in North America, and it took a little while for it to happen, but now it definitely is the case. The boys, on the other hand, this is a roster that just couldn't even have been in your mind, and this is really one of the rosters that is the catalyst for NA, having all these players move all over the place. You just see a powerhouse team come together. They gel very quickly. The boys now trying to take down the Move with 1 in their back pocket.
All right, WizK and Peekaboo pulling the trigger on big power cooldowns early on, trying to catch Chun-Li off guard, but immediate reaction. Chun-Li starts to stabilize, and now they look to counter-aggress. Maybe not stabilize. Is Touch of Karma not going to be enough for Chun-Li? Have they managed to crack it? Chun-Li so low on health. Overwhelming pressure right now from the Move as Chun-Li flounders and is looking like it's going to fall. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
Chun-Li somehow survives at 1% health, and the Move is in complete disbelief. 1% health, really? Gorecki manages to keep him alive, and now Chun-Li pushing in, looking to take down WizK. What did the Move commit there, though? Defensively, they still have a lot to work with. Peekaboo traded out so much in order to try to take Chun-Li down, but they managed to get through every single defensive cooldown. If the Move can make another push like that, it might be able to take Chun-Li down.
They've still got Dark Soul in the back pocket. Potentially WizK can chunk through and find a kill with that. He's going to go for a Chaos Bolt, get one onto Smexen. Not really the best target there, as Death Strike is going to be quite easy for Smexen to recover. Now Kidney Shot on Chun-Li. Chaos Bolt being casted, gets it off, huge damage. Gorecki needs to respond. How is he going to exchange cooldowns here? That's the Dark Soul. We would typically see an anti-magic zone from a Death Knight here in exchange. Smexen isn't making the trade, though. Instead, trying to counter-aggress and push them over with both Peekaboo and WizK under fire. Pressure is on.
Yeah, Smexen into Kidney Shot. Could be in some trouble. WizK looking for a Chaos Bolt, but Gorecki's mana is not looking good. He had to use a lot of mana to keep Chun-Li and Smexen in the fight, and I have to say the Move is really impressing me with the amount of pressure they are able to put out in this matchup so far. Chun-Li and Smexen playing a little bit scared. You're going to have to be careful. Now we do a full Kidney Shot. Chun-Li could potentially just fall if there's any damage.
Oh!
Mortal Coil onto Gorecki. Is Chun-Li going to be able to survive? He trades out Touch of Karma, and that's one of the benefits of being a Windwalker monk. A lot of your defensive cooldowns have a really short cooldown, so you can easily trade them out consistently in fights like this.
Peekaboo's got Vendetta. I've never seen this much damage from a team. He gets a Hibernate, though. Nice play by Gorecki, catching Absturge off guard. Now WizK on the back foot. They had overwhelming pressure, a massive lead, but now Gorecki is starting to swing it in his team's favor with a perfect crowd control chain on Absturge. WizK is starting to fall low. Unending Resolve exchanges. Overlap now with the Iron Bark. The defense is starting to crack. Peekaboo's got one more point to try and pierce through and find a kill with that Vendetta. In the meantime, Gorecki sits down for a drink, regenerates a bit of mana, but but not too much. Peekaboo still has an opportunity to go for a kill. Kidney shot, Vendetta, everything on Peekaboo.
Yeah, WizK looking for a Chaos Bolt, unable to find it. If WizK can land these Chaos Bolts, it's going to be so massive for them to actually take down Chun-Li, but the interrupts from Smexen and Chun-Li have been really, really good in this match so far. Gorecki tricketing out of a blind. Vendetta rolling for Peekaboo as he's looking to take down Smexen, I believe. Touch of Death up for Chun-Li. WizK without unending resolve could be in some trouble. Full Cyclone secured by Gorecki as he pushes in, trying to close out this game, but there's just no damage on WizK.
Yep, no damage whatsoever. And look, Infernals, Dark Soul. WizK's gonna drop both of those. He's got a couple seconds to get a kill. How is Chun-Li gonna respond? Anti-magic zone. Fair exchange here for Smex and high value. WizK gates out of its protection, but then grip back into it. WizK still under fire. After, will Iron Bark be enough? We're not even into dampening at this point. Both turrets basically tapped. WizK still just completely getting smashed. They stabilize. They drop a smoke bomb. 1 second away from Chun-Li being able to live, but it's not going to happen. The moves stay in this tournament, and they look like an entirely different animal today.
Wow. I mean, the beast that they look like is the old move, right? The old move would come out, yeah, WizK was going to be most likely on that Shadow Priest, but they would come out quick, they would come out heavy, and they would potentially get that very early win. This time around, they almost get that on Chun-Li. Maybe a few things change. Maybe use Dark Soul in the open or something like that. Maybe they're able to take him down there, but any other team completely would have crumbled under the pressure, and then they stay alive long enough to find another go. That's the move, baby.
That's the move. And the move after that opener, they must have felt so disencouraged, but they kept cool, they kept collected, and WizK, of course, surviving this storm here, and Chun-Li actually disrespecting the damage here from those Infernals. No human racial are going to be, actually, he gets stunned on his human racial there. Peekaboo coming in with a clutch sheep shot there towards the end to close that one out.
It's just fantastic stuff, and you know, it takes the move a little while to get these new comps together, but now that we see them, Sid, what do you think their chances are of making it all the way to LAN?
I mean, it's looking pretty good. The thing with Gorecki's team right now is that it's the Mistweaver healer with the Death Knight and the Windwalker that we've seen be so dominant, and in this position he's still sticking on to the Druid. And I'm wondering if he's really losing out on something significant there, because when we saw Colo switch from Mistweaver to Druid, it just became a really slow game, but they would almost always lose. So I'm not sure if the Druid is necessarily the best healer in this composition matchup. So potentially we see Gorecki switch off.
Yeah, I think one of the things with Gorecki is one of the reasons he's so great on the Druid is because of how quickly he mastered that Master Shapeshifter and that Feral Affinity, and how much pressure he was able to get out to his team, how much control. The question is whether or not if that's the best tool in this matchup. We're going to find out after this. we are all tied up in this series. The move has shown us that they definitely hit that drawing board and they figured out somewhat of an answer. It's not free by any means. We've seen Chun-Li fight off quite a few of those pushes, an absolute live lord, but the question is the move going to be able to move on forward? Are we going to see this powerhouse squad just get another grand final to their name?
Should have said move on up.
What do you think the move's going to be able to do here?
I think the move is going to be able to move on up.
I definitely think that is a pretty accurate thing here.
I think it's good. Sorry to cut you off. I think Gorecki on the Resto Druid, he's a phenomenal player, but in this particular matchup, not the move. So definitely more ideal for him to go on the Mistweaver Monk, even if he's not as well practiced on it. We did see him bring it out when they were playing Arms Warrior Windwalker Mistweaver. So I know this is something that they have practiced. I've ran into them on ladder multiple times. So Gorecki on the Mistweaver Monk, I think is going to provide a lot more defense for his team. The short cooldown with the Life Cocoon as well. When you fall behind, you can make that push with the Way of the Crane. It's extra damage as well as a free top off for your team.
Honestly, now when we've been looking at Monk as a healer, Sid, it's starting to take the cake in a lot of ways. It's starting to pull ahead in a lot of scenarios over the Druid.
Yeah, that's why I thought Gorecki would make this change. So now it comes down to, can he perform, right? Because this composition, I think, on paper is superior in this matchup versus Roguelock Druid, but now you have to play it. So you can't just simply walk into the arena, as you pointed out in the earlier series when I was suggesting Destruction Warlock. It's not that easy. You don't just walk in and win, but Gorecki is a phenomenal healer. He has multi-classed in the past, although we have not seen a lot of Mistweaver from him, so this will be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of teams that knew what the exact answer is, even inside of this weekend, but then when they do try to implement it, the practice isn't necessarily there, and that's one of the reasons that we've been commending the move, right? This is a huge change for them. Peekaboo is the only one who's completely comfortable where he's hanging out, the only person who's really at home on his main, but the move has been able to make it work. They have been able to implement it, but the boys with a very good change up here might have enough extra defense to really push those Chaos Bolts away.
Yeah, in the last game, we saw the move generate pressure from start to finish. Will they be able to do it once again? Gorecki, actually, he got blinded. What happened? I think the Fell Hunter hit him. Oh, that's a disaster. WizK broke the blind with his Fell Hunter onto Gorecki. That is a nightmare start for the move. Not really going to be able to get too much pressure as Gorecki's not going to be put in any crowd control.
Big yikes early on for the move. That was an important crowd control. Now whiffed as Peekaboo tries to carry, catching Chun-Li in a smoke bomb. They're under-responding, disrespecting, and now have to overextend their defensive lineup. Mistakes on both sides, and the moves stay in the game thanks to Peekaboo.
Yep, Gorecki, he trinkets out of the kidney shot, but he has the Way of the Crane rolling. He does manage to top off the entire team. Huge pressure now onto WizK. What is Upsurge going to do? Unending Resolve, Nether Ward, everything's been traded out by the move. If they can continue this pressure, WizK could easily fall. Peekaboo trying to counter pressure the best he can with the Vendetta rolling onto Chun-Li. And Gorecki, you can look at his defensive cooldowns. There's not much left to work with.
If he gets crowd controlled or spell locked, Chun-Li's gonna die. They have to abort the mission. Upsurge moves in, secures crowd control to close the game out. They're gonna do it! No way! Move advanced to match point.
And this was one of those series where it seems like a big mistake comes in. How are they able to bounce back there, Zico? I think one of the first calls is that we see the Infernals just break a huge CC.
Peekaboo's insane.
Peekaboo is insane, but Peekaboo is insane.
You don't need a butt.
What are you gonna say?
You don't need a butt. Peekaboo
They
is insane.
under-responded to the smoke bomb. I have to say it. The European part of my brain says that, but Peekaboo is also a god.
Okay.
I mean, but
sure.
Peekaboo creates that situation, maybe a bit of an under-response on the side of the boys. Let's take a look and maybe see just what that smoke bomb could get done.
All right. So, this is the smoke bomb attempt right there. Infernals, Chaos Bolt, Kidney Shot, Chun-Li, Trinket. Come on, bro. Trinket, there it is. Way too late. You're gonna have to use Cocoon. You're gonna have to use Way of the Crane. You're gonna have to use everything here. Then, some fears are coming in. You know, we're trying to stabilize the team here. Upsurge and Peekaboo caught up in that leg sweep. WizK, Unending Resolve. You're gonna respond by just having one member of the team use his cooldowns. Upsurge is gonna sit through that crowd control since WizK used his defensives. And at this point, WizK is gonna get a nice Cataclysm. The Infernals have ramped up. He still has the Dark Soul to work with here. And then he fake casts a kick, 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolts, Chun-Li dips, but WizK with the Maledict snipe, and then, of course, Gorecki. Actually, when did Gorecki trinket? He gets bashed up there, and Peekaboo with a beautiful shadow step as well follows that up.
It was when he ran into the smoke bomb. So when he ran into the smoke bomb, he managed to connect the life cocoon, but he got kidney shot on his way to the crane. So panic mode ensued, and that's when they literally got everything.
Okay, I mean, now we're in the area with the pressure that we've seen the move get out. It seems like they should be able to win one more. I'm curious what we see the boys do here, Sid.
Well, I wasn't expecting this. I thought the move were going to be struggling, but they're making it look easy against the boys here today. One win away from advancing to the grand finals. We have not seen a performance like this from them in quite some time, and it's off the back of them moving away from their kind of home story cup kind of compositions with the Shadow Priest, Rogue, getting off of that, and then going on to something that's more standard in the current meta. Although I would say still disadvantaged in this matchup in particular, but somehow overcoming that, ending games faster than we've really ever seen games end. So I don't know, maybe the move are just on a roll today, but they're looking solid to secure a position in the qualifications.
Ooh. Okay, never mind. I thought that the boys locked in a Destruction Warlock, but what I was going to say is the way this matchup plays out is it feels like, from observing it, that the Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver composition should win, but there is a lot of opportunity for this Roguelock Druid to really punish mistakes. If you make a mistake, if you overlap defensive cooldowns, it is nightmare time, and the move has been able to capitalize on those mistakes coming in from the boys, overlapping way too many defensive cooldowns. And if that happens, a team like the move with Peekaboo, WizKid, and Absurge are going to be able to easily punish, and that's what we're seeing in these last couple games.
Yeah, and Goreki's going to respond by maybe getting more comfortable and going back to the Druid. I will say that one of my favorite things about what the move is doing here, Z, is the fact that they have conformed to the meta, right? Like, they've found a composition that is going to work in the current meta, but it also very much fits their play style. Like, they are a team that likes to create pressure and force another team to make mistakes. That's what we saw from them all last year, and now they found a way to do that in this meta, which also isn't something that really is super meta right now. A lot of that the meta is going to come down to a lot of attrition. There's a lot of attrition, setting up certain scenarios over time, going into late dampening and finding a way with compositions that have a lot of self-healing and things like that. And the move, they just say, this is how we like to play the game, how can we do it in the meta? And they're doing just that.
Yeah, and you took the words right out of my mouth. The move, they play the comp, not necessarily the way we've seen it from most of the other teams, but they play it very, very aggressively. They look to get those big kill setups. They look to line up those Chaos Bolts with the kidney shots and just try to go for big bursts, not really focusing on the overall picture as much, but instead trying to force out individual mistakes. And Chun-Li's definitely feeling the pressure because it just looks like the move are... They could just be going to the grand finals here.
If they're going to the grand finals too, that guarantees them 100 points this week. The amount that can get done for them to make it to that first final, which you heard from Surge, is one of their big goals. They fell short last year. They don't want to do it again. It took them a while to figure out how this meta works. Have they cracked the code? They need to take down Hook Point, and they'll be going straight to the grand finals.
A lot is on the line for the move if they want to make it to the first international LAN event at the spring finals for the Arena World Championship Series. They missed out on it last year, and they're looking to correct that mistake, but it's coming down to the last couple of tournaments to do so. Today appears to be their day. Can they overwhelm the boys, advance to the grand finals? Their best performance this year. Absurge in a good position, far away from the fight. Definitely keeping it calm, cool, and collected. Peekaboo's trying to lead the charge for his team, but WizKid is under huge pressure.
Yeah, definitely, but still has managed to hold on to that unending resolve. Infernals get dropped out. This is where we see the move start generating a lot of pressure, and the boys, they respond completely differently. They are just hightailing it out of there. Chun-Li behind the pillar, Smexon behind the pillar. Peekaboo says, no way, you're not escaping. Kidney shot, smoke bomb, but I think Chun-Li will ultimately be able to survive. In terms of mana, Goreki a little bit behind at this point, but I think on this smaller map, it will be difficult for Absurge or Goreki to sneak away for drinks.
All right, let's see. It's going to be really quick, I think, this game on Hook Point. WizKid just getting bursted. Tons of damage from the team of the boys, really keeping WizKid on his toes. Can the move do it? They just need one more win, and they're in the grand final. Can they keep it together? Peekaboo doesn't really have much potential right now without Vendetta or Smoke Bomb. it's going to be difficult for him to be the playmaker. Really relying on Absturge right now to stall the game out for Peekaboo to have those abilities to then set the team up for victory. Also relying on WizK to generate pressure for Peekaboo to play off of. All three members playing a pivotal role in finding victory. Absturge jumps in but gets clotheslined. Grecky then jumps to safety. Good reaction time on Grecky's part.
Yeah, Chun-Li portals away to safety. He does not want to fall again. Fool Chun-Li once, maybe twice, but the third time I feel like now Chun-Li is going to be playing really defensive in this matchup. If he's ever scared, if Garecki's ever in crowd control, he's just going to be portaling away, as we've always seen the Windwalker monks go down in these matchups. And I think if you do rotate properly, you play appropriately and run when you're really scared, I think the Windwalker monk should be able to survive, and that's really when we're going to see the advantage for the boys.
All right, double Mortal Coil, good combo. Chaos Bolt doesn't connect though. In which case, he's not able to get it off. He's desperately trying to pull a Touch of Karma, but he's not finding it, and that's putting them behind. This is starting, at least momentum-wise, in favor of the boys. Mana-wise, it's still surprisingly in favor of the move. Evenly fought. Chun-Li needs to be careful. Very low on health. Almost not exchanging that Touch of Karma in time to survive. Smexon is taking a beating as well, down at half health. Grecky has to recover 2 members of the team. Now caught in a blind, and Peekaboo's got that vendetta. He's ready to make the move.
I don't mean to roast every single Windwalker in this tournament, but Chun-Li messed up his Transcendence. It's just a nightmare because he had to trade out his Touch of Karma because of it. Definitely not ideal, and we really need to see that cleaned up for Chun-Li. We normally do see it play out quite nicely, but making those mistakes are the things that the move is going to be able to capitalize on in this matchup.
All right, Chun-Li getting set up on Absturge, trying to get the team some victory here. A bash into a fear. The crowd control chain looks good. Chun-Li, though, retreating away. Peekaboo unable to connect and carry, but it gets a sap out of the fear. This is it. If there was a chance for the move to make it to the grand final, they got a couple more seconds. Chun-Li's Turbo Fist deny Peekaboo's attacks. WizK's trying to get more crowd control to buy enough time to kill Chun-Li. Chun-Li tries to kite. Peekaboo just waddling his way over to connect. Kidney shot. Iron Bark needs to be enough. Mana evening out, and it's anyone's game here, but the move are on match point.
Yeah, definitely a scary moment for both of these teams. Grecky, Absturge, their mana's not looking good. Both of them are already traded out Innervate. WizK drops out the Infernals. Smexon a vulnerable target here. Double X Sweep coming in from Chun-Li. They're trying to take down WizK. No unending resolve, no Iron Bark, no nothing. The boys, they only need one final push in this matchup, potentially take WizK down, but there's still a lot of pressure here from the move. Chun-Li forced to trade out the Touch of Karma. What is he gonna do?
All right, let's see. Both teams are basically out of defensive cooldowns at this point. Mana, I believe, is still even. Grecky gets crowd control. The chain is engaging for the boys to find victory, but Chun-Li's running away. Why is Chun-Li running away when Absturge is crowd controlled? Maybe he was trying to avoid an attack, but that was an opportunity to push for a kill. Mana's totally even as we just step foot into dampening here shortly. Chun-Li and Smexon are getting pressured down. WizK's trying to fake cast some interrupts, baiting it on the Fears. The Fears set up Chaos Bolts. Turbo Fist denies Peekaboo's attacks. Absturge needs to keep the team alive for at least 30 more seconds if they want to find victory. Grecky needs to keep his team alive for at least another minute. I would say that the move are looking likely to take this. Chun-Li gets stun locked. Will he fall? Grecky tries to jump into the fight, tossing out a couple heals, stabilizes with Iron Bark. WizK now on the back foot. Absturge equally responds. The moves still have the mana lead. They blind up Chun-Li defensively. A bit of desperation from the move to hold on, and I'm not sure if just surviving will be enough.
Yeah, both Druids almost completely tapped on mana. Grecky gets interrupted. WizK is the one that could fall. Good pressure still coming in from Peekaboo on all 3 members. Grecky's gonna have to play catch up. WizK looking for a Chaos Bolt. Fakes it out. What is WizK going to do? Chun-Li, Smexon retreating. This is not the position you want to be in as the Windwalker Death Knight. You can't be running away when Absturge is completely tapped on mana. WizK, though, with the Dark Soul getting out a lot of pressure. Chun-Li has to hold on for another second. Touch of Karma now available. Traded out instantaneously. Can they use that to get enough momentum to take WizK down?
WizK has nothing left to survive. Absturge has no mana left, and I think it's looking like the boys are going to take this. Peekaboo tries to take the game into his own hands and try and close it out. Kidney shot into fear. Crowd control is good, but the pressure is overwhelming. WizK will fall, and we're going to game 5.
Oh man, that was filthy. They shut down WizK too right as that unending resolve came off cooldown, but he didn't really have enough health to work with anyway. The boys trying to take this all the way to a game 5, trying to keep their throne and make it to the grand final.
Beautifully done there by the boys. Chun-Li porting away there, allowing himself to be out of line of sight. If he got caught up in that kidney shot at the end there, WizK would have taken him down for sure. Smexon, nice anti-magic zone, allows that touch of karma to come back up, and allows them to sustain. And that's the kidney shot I'm talking about. Right there, if Chun-Li gets caught up in Whiskey's line, you can see the Dark Soul is active, the Vendetta is active, big trouble. And nice Ring of Peace as well. He's gonna knock Whiskey into Chun-Li's melee range, and then of course they're gonna be able to reverse the pressure. Touch of Karma comes off cooldown, immediately gets dropped just in case, and then from this point forward, both heroes are out of mana. Gorecki still has the Iron Bark to work with as well, just in case, and Peekaboo tries to shut that down because Smexin still has his Icebound Fortitude. No point kidney shotting him. Good awareness again from Peekaboo, and it's not going to be enough though. Very closely fought match, and that's on Hook Point. I feel like on a little bit bigger map, the move is still in this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I think that either way, both of these teams are very much in it. It can go either way. Guys, remember, the winner of this one is going to be going to the grand final. We're going to see who that is after this. Well, both of these teams have definitely proven that this series deserves a Game 5. The boys on a tear throughout the entire year. The move, if you didn't watch last year, you might not even know their name until late in this season. They have figured it out. They have cracked the code, and now they're going toe-to-toe with one of the top dogs. They want to get to their first grand final of the year. Keep in mind, right now, they are 8 points behind if they lose here of Never Lucky to going to the LAN. Obviously, there is one more cup, but if they can win this, just win this one more game, they take number 4 from NA, and coming out of week number 5, they would be going to the LAN. Can the move get that done?
All right, here we go. It's game number 5. Can the Move manage to secure a spot to qualify to the spring finals? They've got the best chance that they've ever had so far this year here today against the boys, but obviously the boys are not going to make it easy as it's coming down to one final match here on Tiger's Peak. Peekaboo holding on to Vendetta this time around, not leading the charge for his team. I think it's important for Peekaboo to be the last member to commit aggressive cooldowns. He's the one with all the setup. Allow WizK to be the intimidating factor and scare the opponents into using cooldowns, and then Peekaboo can push through and find the kill. That's what worked for them in their wins, unlike they're on hook point. Here early on, we already see a mana lead establishing for the boys, and that is not good for the Move.
Definitely not. Gorecki with no trinket, vulnerable to crowd control. If Absurge ever decides to push in, land a Bash Cyclone, but Absurge playing passive, looking for a drink. Gorecki shuts it down with a Vortex. Absurge is sitting down for a drink once again. He wants to really pressure Gorecki into forcing that shutdown. Now Gorecki landing a full Cyclone. WizK could be in a lot of trouble. Absurge wasted a lot of time. Down to crowd control, into the Bash, forced to trade out the trinket. And WizK, as a result, has to trade out the Unending Resolve. And if you look, the Move, they don't have any defense left.
They have basically cracked the Move's wall. Mana now in favor of the boys, and I don't know what this is, if the boys were just taking a nap earlier in the series and now they've woken up, but their damage is much higher and really putting the pressure on the Move here. If you're the Move, you want to avoid that lower bracket. You don't want to go head-to-head with the Super Frogs, or at least you want to stall it out and at least guarantee a second-place finish. They desperately want to qualify for that spring finals. They've got a couple seconds to take out Chun-Li. They're going for it. They get denied. Touch of Karma. Now they have to bust through that. They may be able to do so with a Nether Ward on it, although now recovered. Mana's evening out. Iron Bark will stabilize. Gorecki still has that in his pocket. Mana is equal, but cooldowns are in favor of the boys.
Neither of these teams have found a moment to drink. Gorecki now in stealth. What is he doing? Is he going to be able to regenerate some mana? That'll give the boys a huge lead. But no, Gorecki moving in cat form, that Feral Affinity, getting the pounce stun onto WizK. Still a lot of pressure here for the boys. Absurge has not been able to stop healing WizK this entire game, never being able to get the luxury of actually sneaking away and regenerating some of his mana. WizK still under fire, no Unending Resolve for another 1 minute and 42 seconds. It's a big opportunity, a big window for the boys to push through, especially with Chun-Li's Touch of Death rolling up in around 24 seconds.
WizK gets denied again by Smexen. Both teams basically running on fumes this early on. Everything is going to come down to split-second decision-making. Absurge is crowd-controlled first. WizK is being pressured, but Peekaboo has an opportunity to punch back. Desperation Blind to stall and maybe get some mana in the tank, or at least get some cooldowns, but now Blind not available for Gorecki. He's going to have free reign in this game, and he's going to jump right on top of Absurge, look for some crowd control, securing the Cyclone and potentially the series. WizK is still low, desperately trying to gate to safety, but Smexen grips him back into his clutches. Perfect chain executed by Gorecki. WizK barely holding on, and how much longer? Double Mortal Coil, but the Maledict is absorbing so much healing. Multiple incoming, and Absurge has nothing left to keep him going, and WizK is going down. The Move will have to face the Super Frogs in the lower bracket, but the boys dodged a bullet.
The boys certainly did. They get another grand final for themselves, the Move. They still do have a chance at taking that 4th place. Just how dominant is going to depend on that next series, but as of right now, they are in 5th. 8 points behind Never Lucky. How did the boys manage to somewhat seal their fate, sending them down to the lower bracket?
It just came down to that big force that they got early on in the match when they forced out the Iron Bark, they forced out the Unending Resolve, and it was at the back of Absurge trying to find a drink. Didn't get it as well. Unfortunately for them, at this point in the game, they're just so far behind. They don't have a single defensive cooldown after that Iron Bark, and of course, that Touch of Death from Chun-Li is really doing some work here. You got to highlight as well Gorecki with that Feral Affinity, stealthing, Rake Stun Absurge into the Cyclone. Nice DR Asphyxiate from Smexen. Another DR Cyclone as well. He's just going to put Absurge so far behind that the damage just becomes super overwhelming here for the boys, and the Move, they drop down to the lower bracket to fight off against the Frogs.
Now, with what we've seen from the Move, how do you think they match up against the Frogs? Obviously, this composition was very important to the Move. Like, this is their answer to the meta right now. Do you think that they can take them down?
We could potentially see a mirror.
Yeah.
This is a composition that the Super Frogs likes to run, and now we know the move has been practicing quite a bit. They look really hot with that Roguelock Druid. So do we see Peekaboo going head-to-head with Snuts, Chanimal going head-to-head with WizK in this matchup? And I think it could definitely be interesting. We'll have to see what the Super Frogs have in store. They might end up switching it up. They do have that Mage Lock Druid they've been practicing, as well as the Shadow Priest Mage. I'm not exactly sure how that matchup plays out against Roguelock Druid.
The move so hot right now. We're going to see that on the bracket as well. They make it all of the way to top 3 for the first time in the entire season. They weren't able to do it against the boys, but now they are going to be going against another powerhouse team. Look, the boys and the Super Frogs, the 2 most dominant teams in the region. The question is, do we see the mirror? The mirror could actually be really exciting to see. I think that's what I want to see. Who do you give the edge to in the mirror, Supa?
I mean, based on time practiced, I would feel like Chanimal is way more experienced than WizK, but then you got Peekaboo against Snuts Rogue.
That's what's awesome about this matchup. Like, that's what's awesome about this matchup. Snuts has... So, the thing that goes in Snuts' favor is, he has been playing that Rogue so long now. Like, the Rogue really has kind of been his baby.
Snuts is really good at
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
For Snuts, Rogue is not an alt.
Yeah, you really can't say that it's an alt. I feel like... I mean, imagine if you just started watching, like, this year. Like, Snuts would be a rogue to you, right? If you've watched Snuts for a very long time, I feel like you still hang on to the idea of him being a warlock, but it's just really not the case anymore. He is a main rogue in a lot of ways, so seeing him go head-to-head with Pika could be very exciting. But guys, we're going to be jumping into that very quickly. You can vote right now in the chat and let us know who you think's going to win. We're not sure if it's going to be Mirror. It would be pretty gosh darn exciting if it was. You vote right now for the move with that hashtag TM, or you can vote for the Super Frogs, one of the top teams in the whole region with hashtag SF. Will it be the mirror? Will the move be able to come out swinging like they did against the boys? They want to get that 4th place spot. They are 8 points behind currently. This win could potentially get them to land. The move is being tested. They have to go up against the 2 top teams in North America if they want to make it to the grand final. They are 8 points behind Never Lucky on the standings for the year. They need to overtake them, if not in this cup, in the next cup, if they want to make it to the LAN. They ultimately were not able to take down the boys. They go all the way to Game 5, and finally the boys figure out how to take that victory. And if they get to the grand final, it will look very tough to take them down. But now going against the Super Frogs, do we see the mirror, Zico?
I think in game number 1, we're going to see the Roguelock Druid mirror. But then if the Super Frogs are picking and know that the move are picking Roguelock Druid, I think they can just lock in Rogue Mage Druid. I think the reason why they wouldn't lock in Rogue Mage Druid blind is because they're scared of the Rogue Shadow Priest. But the Rogue Shadow Priest doesn't beat the Rogue Lock. But the Rogue Mage does beat the Rogue Lock. So
there you go. A lot of comps, a lot of matchups hidden in that hair. Sid, how do you feel about this one? Are we going to see the move have any other options here, or is it all going to come down to this comp that seems to be their direct answer to the meta?
I think it's going to be a mirror. I think
the whole way through.
Maybe not the whole way, but in the blind pick. And that's what I'm most excited to see, is how these teams go head-to-head. Cubsy versus Absterge, you give that experience in favor of Cubsy. We do WizK against Chanimal. Again, you give experience to Chanimal in terms of Destruction Warlock. Then you go experience between Peekaboo and Snuts. Snuts just overall in Arena is a top-level player, and he's been playing Rogue long enough that I think he can easily contend with Peekaboo, which is the only member that I would say is maybe has an edge in terms of their class v class. So if you're the move and you're taking that into consideration, maybe you get scared off and you don't go for that composition. Maybe you do the Rogue Shadow Priest.
You know, I'm going to make a bold statement here. Snuts, maybe the best player of all time. Maybe just straight up the best WoW player of all time, period. So, yeah, you can say in the matchup, you might not pick him as the best rogue in the world right now, but is he the best player of all time? I don't know, Ven. I feel like that's not an unreasonable thing to say. He's played with some absolute legends, and now he's still trucking.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing for a really long time. Just looking at his track record, 2010, came second place at BlizzCon, losing 2-3. 2011, second place at BlizzCon, losing 2-3. 2012, he got first. So a second place, first place, 3 years in a row. The fourth, then he had a year off. Okay, in 2013, that's when Chanimals, Talbadar, and Soda won. Then back in 2014 with a third place finish. And then once again, 2016 with a second place finish, barely losing out. So 3 times. He's been at BlizzCon 5 different times, and 3 of those times he was 1 game away from winning. If it could have just gone a little bit different, we could have had someone that's won BlizzCon 4 times. I feel like Snuts, with the way he plays, is just, it's beautiful to watch. And I mean, I had the pleasure of playing with him for a really long time as my teammate. I just feel like one of the main things that makes him such an all-star player is just his overall knowledge of the game and his in-game communication. He's constantly communicating with his team, setting up win conditions. I'd like to compare him to a player like Waz, who, like we said, it's kind of the Waz effect in Arena, where you're always communicating your win conditions, your defensive cooldowns, and I really feel like that kind of communication gives your team an edge. And I think Snuts paired with Chanimals in particular is going to be such a deadly combination, not only on these online plays, but when we move into a LAN situation, I feel like that's where Super Frogs is really going to excel.
Sturge going to decide to not make this a true mirror. He goes on his Shaman. Let's see what the Super Frogs and the move can do going head-to-head with these Warlock Rogues.
Just in the current state of the meta with the Demon Hunter Death Knight compositions and the Wizard Cleave Frostmage compositions, I was not expecting to see this. A Rogue Warlock showdown between the move and the Super Frogs, and I'm more than excited to see how it plays out. Absterge going on Shaman tells me that he doesn't feel confident head-to-head Druid versus Druid against Cubsy, but of course on Shaman, that isn't the same case. So right now it's coming down to experience between Chanimal and WizK. Potentially Absterge's experience in the Shaman can carry the team, despite, we would potentially argue, the weaker healer in regards to just throughput compared to the Druid.
And Peekaboo actually putting some pressure on the Snut, but that leaves Chanimal alone. You get some free casted damage off, and you do not want to leave Chanimal alone for too long. Peekaboo, realizing the situation, does manage to get back on top of him, interrupt him with the kidney shot. Now, if we look at mana, Upsurge does have a slight lead, and one of the great things about the rest of Shaman in this particular matchup is you have an extra interrupt with the wind shear, as well as a grounding totem, which can help deny some of the damage Chanimals bring to the table.
Chaos Bolts flying in as both Warlocks are left open, and Peekaboo and Snuts go head-to-head in midfield. Snuts now realizing maybe that's not the best idea, going to be switching to WizK, and then Peekaboo as well jumping over to Chanimal. Very important to get control of the Destruction Warlocks. You can't let too many Chaos Bolts sneak out, or they may just be able to claim a kill. Infernals have landed now for WizK. His damage is going to be ramping up. Gets denied by Snuts. This is where that top-level awareness comes in. Snuts not only understands what he needs to do and get done from his perspective, but he knows what every single player in the game is looking to get done, and from their perspective, and will communicate exactly what needs to be done to either win or stop the game from ending. And that's why we credit him as one of the best World of Warcraft arena players of all time.
Definitely, and we'll have to see what exactly the Super Frogs can get done in this matchup. And like we kind of talked about, Upsurge versus Cubsy wasn't exactly an even fight. Both of them on the Restoration Druid, but Upsurge on that Restoration Shaman, just a complete master at that class. And I think in this matchup, they could definitely pull ahead depending on how exactly it plays out. It's likely that both of these rogues will just be sitting on the Warlocks trying to generate as much pressure as possible. It's going to come down to little things, like the Warlocks putting out good pressure, faking counter spells at the right time, looking for good crowd control and burst damage to actually finally take someone down.
Chanimal locked down. WizK looking to fake cast, gets kidney shot, goes for another Chaos Bolt. Nether Ward by Chanimal. Good denial, and he also gets the damage added back onto WizK. More Chaos Bolts though flying in. Chanimal deflects with the Mortal Coils, healing himself back up through the damage, and then also setting his team up to build more momentum. Surprisingly, mana in favor of the move. Potentially that Shaman pick is going to be favored. I mean, this is not a matchup we see at all to really guarantee which is the better healer. Upsurge so far is doing phenomenally.
Yeah, Upsurge actually sat down for a drink, recovered a lot of his mana there, and this is not great for the Super Frogs. If they can't take down WizK before Cubsy's completely out of mana, the move will obviously have a huge mana lead, and that is not great for the Super Frogs. Vendetta has been pulled out by Peekaboo, looking to get some pressure rolling onto Chanimal, I believe, but seems like Chanimal's going to be quite fine. Cubsy potentially looking for a drink, but unable to find it, forced to come back, heal up Chanimal. And I have to say, although Upsurge does have a mana lead in this situation, Super Frogs with the Restoration Druid, they have a clear advantage with how much healing a Restoration Druid can do over Resto Shaman.
All right, WizK and Peekaboo both under fire, so Upsurge activates Ascendance, an area of effect healing ability, then the Healing Tide. A bit of an overlap, but should allow Upsurge to recover through this incoming damage. Cubsy on the outskirts of the map looks like he's trying to sneak away and drink. Who's going to stop Cubsy? Upsurge notices it now, but it might have been noticed too late. He needs to drop an Earthbind totem to stop Cubsy. He gets a Capacitator totem, but I think that was far too long. How much mana did you get, Cubsy?
Oh, not
at least even, a lot less than I was expecting. Good Tranquility on the Smoke Bomb that heals through that line of sight denial. Immediate reaction by Cubsy. I like this Earth Elemental from Upsurge. We saw Sea-Doo doing this as well. You activate that Earth Elemental on the enemy healer when it's a Druid, like Cubsy, that giant rock monster smacking Cubsy. What it does is not very much other than annoy Cubsy and keep him in combat. And if you're in combat, you can't drink. That Earth Elemental lasts for a long time, so you can just stop a Druid from being able to drink by activating that.
Yeah, I think it's a really high-level play from Upsurge and going to be difficult for Cubsy to really deal with, but good pressure here rolling for Super Frogs, and damage greatly in favor of the Super Frogs in this matchup. Upsurge struggling to hold on. Infernals do get dropped out by WizK, looking for some pressure. What is he going to get done? WizK getting really low. You can see Cubsy just throwing in Solar Ass. Too much damage on the WizK right now. Upsurge is going to have to recover. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
Will he be able to stay alive? Dampening is set in. Mana is exactly equal. It's anyone's match at this point, but we would say momentum potentially building for the Super Frogs. Maybe not. Chanimal's under fire. Tons of damage. Unending Resolve at very low health. Suddenly the move put themselves back in the fight.
Chanimal, that was a really close call. Snuts was able to land the Shadow Step kick onto WizK, interrupting that Chaos Bolt that would have inevitably taken down Chanimal. So very nicely done. Now a kidney shot over onto WizK. What is he going to do? Taking a lot of damage here. Forced to use the Unending Resolve. Is he going to be able to use that aggressively, though? That's the thing. Chanimal just spam fearing him. That's going to deny a lot of the Chaos Bolts WizK could potentially have with that Unending Resolve. So good shutdown, good denial by Chanimal, limiting the damage the move really have in this matchup. If we look at mana, things are even for both teams, but if you look at health bars, Super Frogs, they're completely topped off, whereas the move, they're falling behind.
Peekaboo doesn't have evasion. He could get swapped too. Whiskey is still low, going for a double mortal coil, but it wasn't a defensive one. It was more of an aggressive one, so Whiskey gains no defensive benefit. And Chanimal as well, going for an aggressive double mortal coil on both Absturge and Peekaboo, trying to generate some pressure here. Any Chaos Bolt, even a dampening, could net a kill. Cubsy's trying to sneak away. Absturge gets denied on his drink from a Rain of Fire, whereas Cubsy's drink was stopped there by Absturge. I believe a Rain of Fire as well from WizK. Both teams doing a good job at drink denial. It's going to come down to the wire. I'm almost starting to anticipate a cross kill. We may end up seeing a healer rogue versus healer rogue if things continue the way that they are.
A possibility for sure. 10% dampening. What's Cubsy going to do? He's looking like he wants to sneak away for a drink, but Absturge denies it once again. Absturge has been doing a great job with these totems, the capacitor stun, making sure Cubsy is never able to get drinks. And sometimes we see the Shaman and Mistweaver Monks really pull ahead in terms of mana management against the Restoration Druid. Right now, Cubsy, with his Innervate, throws out a lot of healing onto Chanimal to keep him nice and healthy. But after that, Cubsy's almost completely tapped out. That's really going to be the move's opportunity to push forward and close out this game.
All right, let's see if they can do it. The move, Absturge coming in on that Shaman. Definitely not the meta healer right now, but maybe exactly what they needed to combat the mirror matchup against the Super Frogs. Absturge with significantly more mana now, but Infernals are available for Chanimal. That could be the X factor to get a kill. When is Chanimal going to pull the trigger on that cooldown? He soaks up a spell lock before activating them. That's an opening for Chanimal. Now he needs to bait some interrupts. Peekaboo drops the smoke bomb. Peekaboo's trying to go for a kill. Chanimal trying to deny him. Absturge Tremor Totems Peekaboo to stay aggressive. Infernal, oh, he triggered it anyway. That's a little bit unfortunate. I don't think Absturge needed to trinket that. Maybe he did. Chanimal under fire, Whiskey under fire, and this is where the cross kill potential comes in, but Whiskey's just taking so much damage. Spiraling Totem barely saves the day from Absturge, but Whiskey is still very low on health. Both teams are totally tapped. Smoke bomb gets dropped by Snuts as he looks to close this out. Chaos Bolt connects, and Super Frogs advance in the series on the blind pick. Very important win for the Super Frogs to stay in the tournament.
Maybe I was right. Maybe Snuts is the best player of all time. Twitch chat? I don't know. He looked pretty good in that one. Zico, what'd you think of this series?
Of the discussion or this series?
The game.
The game? Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Well, I think the Shaman is a liability, honestly. I think Absturge.
Okay.
I think he should go for it. Like, he shouldn't feel unconfident in his Resto Druid play. He did a pretty decent job. Obviously, Cubsy maining Resto Druid is going to have the edge here, but I think that Cubsy still, like, it's just better pick. I mean, they almost take down Whiskey here, and having Thorns, having Iron Bark to deflect a lot of these attacks is just always better than what Shaman can bring. Shaman, single target healing is also just a lot weaker than the Druids. It is more mana efficient, but I feel like the utility that the Shaman really brings in, you're not able to use that effectively. You're not able to stand in shock range and throw those out, whereas Druid can just stay far away, get those Iron Barks out, get those Hots rolling, get the Thorns, and still contribute a little bit offensively like that way. Shaman, if you stay out, you try to ground a lot of Chaos Bolts, you try to get Wind Shears in, you put yourself in a situation where you might get crowd controlled yourself because of your positioning. So I just want to see the full-on mirror from the move.
Now, one of the things that I do want to say as well is we expected that maybe the mirror was going to come in on the blind. Now, when you go in and you have the Shaman doesn't look as good. Are you going to get that mirror again in the series, Venner? Do you think that we won't actually see Locke and that Rogue come out on the side of the Super Frogs?
I'm not sure. For the Super Frogs, they got to be feeling very confident in this mirror. Like we kind of talked about, this is one of the main compositions that they have been running, have had great success with, and they just beat the move. I feel like at this point, locking that composition in blind once again is going to be completely fine for them. The move, they really have to come up with an answer. Obviously not feeling very confident in the complete mirror, bringing in Absturge on the Restoration Druid, but I think that might be what it takes in order for them to win this series. The Super Frogs, they have been a completely dominant team in North America, and I think for the move to take them down, they're going to have to take some risks, get out of their comfort zone a little bit, because I don't think the Shaman is going to work. And for the move, I feel like they've just graduated to that point where they're no longer relying completely on those comfort picks. We're seeing WizK brought on the Destruction Warlock.
Yeah.
We see Absturge playing Resto Druid, and I feel like they looked really good in the last series that they played. They just need to continue with that confidence and go head-to-head with Super Frogs if they want to win.
I think that that's an important point, and I think the one scary thing we're going to get an answer to very quickly, I think the move somewhat wants the mirror, right? You basically aren't getting out-comped, which is a thing that they've had to deal with all season long. So I feel like you do want to have that, the idea that you may have thrown it away by trying to move towards the shaman and then really seeing, okay, it doesn't work out in our favor is a scary thing. Luckily for them, though, they still might have this chance to mirror. Do you think that the move will take it?
I sure hope so. I mean, there's a reason why Abster just had to sort of adapt and start playing Restoration Druid. The Resto Shaman just doesn't have the greatest healing right now, just to be frank. The Resto Druid's going to have that advantage. Maybe in the late game they could have a mana lead, but I just don't see that really playing into effect in this particular matchup. I think Cubsy just having way superior healing to Absurge is just going to be a lot more beneficial in the mirror match.
Yep, and we are going to see Cubsy obviously being very proficient on this Druid. Maybe that is somewhat intimidating on the side of Absturge right now. What do you think about the other players, though, on the move? Do you think that there is any intimidation by going head-to-head in this mirror, Sid?
I don't think so. I think Destruction Warlock is still similar to Shadow Priest. You apply damage over time effects, you generate a resource, you try and burst out with that resource, you're limited in mobility, maybe you're less defensive cooldown overall and you have more sustained damage reduction, so maybe you're not used to that, but overall, I don't think it's like the most insane switchover. It's not the same as going from playing a warrior to playing a mage, for example. Like, that's a pretty drastic change. Going from a Shadow Priest to a warlock, it's pretty similar.
Like a rogue to a Windwalker.
Yeah, it's not a huge drawback.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, I definitely can see that comparison for sure. There are a lot of differences, though, positionally, right? And also, you need to take into...
Oh, what is that?
Jelly! Finally, we're going to see him, and it's going to be on the Demon Hunter. This is a little bit of a surprise. I really can't stop thinking that a perfect situation for the move, a group of individuals that we have seen just outplay people time and time again. I feel like in this current meta, a 50-50 is the best number they could ever have. Now they're going to break this out. We see the Shaman again. What do you think of the composition overall? I mean, this is something that we have seen potentially work in the meta. Do you think it goes well into the Rogue and into the Warlock?
This is... I'm not sold.
I don't like it.
Isn't this the comp that Method Orange runs a lot?
Well, I mean,
lost with.
Sidu doesn't run the Shaman anymore when they play this comp, really, does he? I mean, sometimes he still does.
That should say something.
I just...
I don't like it. Like,
I don't like it.
I think they are disadvantaged. Let's be real here. They are disadvantaged in the mirror. Let's go head to head between each and every individual. You have Absturge on Druid versus Cubsy on Druid. That's a main versus an alt. You have Whiskey on Warlock versus Chanimal on Warlock. That's the best Warlock in NA. Like Chanimal is hands down the best Warlock. Like, in my mind, just period right now.
Yep.
And he's gonna be going up against Whiskey, who's been playing Warlock for like 1 or 2 weeks. 1 week.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, let's be real. He's gonna get dumpstered, right? And then on Rogues, you can argue. Let's say Peekaboo is better than Snuts. Let's say Peekaboo is a 10 out of 10, and Snuts is a 7 out of 10. That's just
a 7 out of 10.
For argument's sake. I don't think that, but let's just say for argument's sake. Even then, having that much of an edge on Peekaboo is still gonna put your team, like, overall at a disadvantage. I think that's why they're ducking the mirror.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense, but compared to what they're running here, I think it's still like I think they have 2 bad options, but the mirror is a better bad option.
I think WizK, though, one of the things that's interesting in the matchup, I think WizK's overperformed on the Warlock. I think that makes their chances a lot better. I do think that he's overperformed on the Warlock. Maybe it's because of some of the similarities. I would even argue that WizK has the potential to be one of these multi-classers. You know, I mentioned that Snuts is one of the best players of all time. You take that a step further, and the only other player I think that I would put in that lineup with him would be Swapsy. And the reason is... Yeah. I think that those
Wait. Based on what?
okay.
Based on BlizzCons, or like how are we comparing? How are we measuring
the metric.
All right, if you really want to go into this right now, you're the one who
brought it up.
I just casually mentioned it because it's pretty much a fact. I mean, when you look,
how is it a fact?
When you look at
How is it
3
casual?
second places, Fabio has 3 first places.
Okay,
If you wanna go by that as a
Fabio's
metric.
3 first places compared to Snuts consistently making it to the top of BlizzCon and playing most of those games. I think Fabio is definitely in the conversation as one of the best players, but the two best, Swapsy and Snuts, in my opinion. And the thing is also they're still doing it. They are still here and they're still able to multi-class as well. They've showed that they can be the best at the classes they play. They've done just about everything, but that's not who we're talking about right now. We're talking about the fact that WizK, I think over the years to come, has the potential to be one of those players because the multi-classing that he has shown us in every meta is fantastic while he's still the best Shadow Priest in the world. If that's not what it takes to be one of the best players, I don't know what
he
is.
Definitely is.
But now it's time to put Jelly Beans on the chopping block. Let's see if he can multi-class with the DH. We'll talk about this more after this game because the Super Frogs are trying to get themselves on match point.
All right, so the Move are hoping to employ a Method Orange strategy, I would imagine, and Mana Rift Cubsy out of the fight, but their experience in this composition is much lower than that of Method Orange, and Super Frogs was coming close to beating Method Orange as well in this matchup in particular, so I'm curious to see if it actually works out for them, but this is more important for the Move in the whole grand scheme of things for the entire year. Jellybeans picking up Demon Hunter throughout the year to potentially win the World Finals, probably a really good idea. WizK still getting his Death Knight up on the level of other Death Knights as well, probably a really good idea. So even if the Move don't find victory here, they set themselves up well later in the year. They could easily just fall here. It's not looking too good overall. Jellybeans is really struggling.
Yeah, Jellybean's not out of it yet. He gets interrupted. What is Absurge going to do? He doesn't have a trinket. He might have to trade up the Spirit Link looking for healing waves. Jellybean's almost getting topped off. Good pressure here from the Super Frogs, but you can see Jellybean's no trinket, no blur, no nether walk. The Absurge with no trinket. All that needs to happen is one kidney shot onto Jellybeans. Smoke Bomb gets dropped out. Absurge has to drop the Spirit Link. Gets it out. It's overlapped with the anti-magic zone. The Move is just getting dominated so far.
Yep, falling behind on basically every front here in game number 2. They tried to get a counter comp against the Super Frogs, and the Super Frogs are just outclassing them to an insane degree here. I don't think it's going to work. I would much rather see the Move go back to the Rogue Warlock Druid. They almost took down the boys. That's a feat in the strength of itself with the compositions that they brought into the tournament. I think Amir is their best shot at victory. In the long term, I think it would be wise for them to have Jellybeans prepare Demon Hunter, WizK prepare Death Knight, but right now it doesn't look like it's prepared enough.
It definitely doesn't. I mean, Jellybeans hasn't really been able to find any mana rifts on Cubsy. That plays into the main win condition the Move really has available. And also the main strength of this map is the fact that you can land those mana rifts on Cubsy and you can shut down some of his drinks. And if you're not going to do that, you're not going to be able to secure that massive lead that you really need. Mana still in favor of Cubsy. Absurge should be able to hold on to his mana for quite some time, though, so I don't really see that playing into the favor of the Super Frogs, unless Cubsy can get a massive drink. Jellybean's still under fire, caught into a kitty shot, but was out of line of sight, so Chanimals really couldn't back him up.
All right, let's see if the Move can manage to scrounge this fight back together. At least mana is still even at this point between these two teams. Another question then comes in is that if the Move even win here, they lost the blind pick. They won't have the swing match. Can they blind lock Demon Hunter Death Knight into the Super Frogs?
Mage Lock Druid? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
I saw Method Orange struggle in that matchup, and I would go as far as to say that Method Orange is probably better than the Move at this particular composition. I think I'd be pretty confident with that assessment. So I think it'll be difficult for the Move, but I think if they can get it done here on Dalaran Sewers with this composition, it would impress me because honestly, when they locked this in the draft, I didn't think they really had a chance, but things aren't going too bad for them. Cubsy's almost completely tapped on mana. If they can get Cubsy out of mana, if they can hold on, keep up this pressure on Chanimal, the Move might be able to take it.
I mean, they've secured the mana advantage. That's exactly what they need to do with this composition. Even though they made some pretty big mistakes defensively, they've survived long enough that now it doesn't really matter. More defense is now available and rotating back up readily. Jellybeans just needs to be careful during this moment while Absurge is crowd controlled. He has options. It would be a mistake for him to go down. Netherwalk right before getting stunned. Snuts almost capitalizing on that for a kill. Still potentially a lot of momentum. Jellybeans is struggling. If they can keep Cubsy from drinking, Absurge sees them. He's trying to move in. How much mana did Cubsy get? We're going to find out as another mana rift connects. WizK gets bursted down suddenly. After and Jellybeans were too focused on Cubsy, left WizK behind, but now he's managed to recover. The move are actually in a good position to take this.
They might be able to do it. Cubsy with no mana. What is he going to do? If we see Jellybean stay on target, keep up the mana, if Cubsy can't drink, things are going to be looking great for the move on this map. Kitty shot now onto Jellybeans. He needs to stay alive a little bit longer, but there's no Infernals, there's no Dark Soul, there's no Vendetta. The move defensively is looking really good. Super Frogs, I don't know if they have the damage to really force the move back. Abster's caught into a Mortal Coil now. Jellybean's taking a little bit of pressure. Snuts really ripping in with that Fan of Knives.
All right, Abster just stabilized, but they still need to deny Cubsy from drinking. The moves strategically, I think, have set themselves up well. It's just a matter of being able to perform. Cubsy constantly sneaking away. Jellybeans is forced to either just stay over there and stop him from drinking and not able to attack. Capacitator Totem snipes Cubsy. How much mana did he ultimately get when he comes out of cat form? We'll find out. Not too much, but enough that he's at least tied. Chanimal under fire here. Huge damage. Jellybeans gets kidney shot to deny the kill. Earthenwall Totem protects the team of the move for now. Chanimal's really just feeling the pain. Unending Resolve, the last line of defense, but you don't really want to exchange that this early into dampening. Jellybeans being thwarted. The move have managed to recover, stabilize, and scrounge this match into some semblance of potential victory. Cubsy's just making it annoying. Jellybeans needs to figure out, maybe he doesn't have much experience in this regard when Cubsy's constantly sneaking away. Does Jellybeans just keep attacking Cubsy, or does he go back onto Chanimal? That's really what he needs to decide. And I'm starting to think that potentially he does just chase Cubsy.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be that bad of an idea at this point, but WizK is going to have to generate a lot of pressure for his team. Now that Cubsy's completely tapped on mana, I really feel like it should be Absterge. Chase after Cubsy, allow Jellybean some uptime on Chanimal to actually take him down. And Chanimal getting low, Cubsy with nothing left to work with. This is so good for the move. 6% dampening. Cubsy looking to sneak away one more time, but he's left Chanimal all alone. Trades out Unending Resolve, trying to buy Cubsy a little bit of time. Snuts with the Vanish Lens, a cheap shot onto Jellybeans. Cubsy sitting down for a drink. Did he get anything? Chanimal's just so low. He's trying to gateway away, but he LOS's Cubsy. Cubsy trying to get in position of line of sight to actually land some heals. Abster's caught into a fear. Chanimal, both Jellybeans and WizK all over him at this point of the game, but he still manages to stay alive.
Chanimal holding on by a thread. WizK now a liability as Super Frogs look to move to match point. Absterge has an answer. He gets there just in time with that Spirit Link Totem, but even still, WizK under fire. Suddenly the Super Frogs are overwhelming the move. Both teams are totally tapped on mana, and it's anyone's match.
Definitely, WizK with the anti-magic shell should be able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Still a lot of pressure on the Chanimal, and Cubsy still no mana. Throws out the final regrowth. 12% dampening, still good pressure. Chanimal looking for a Chaos Bolt. Jellybeans has to be very scared right now. Blur is just traded out. He's got no Trinket. Abster with no Spirit Link and no mana left to work with either. Either one of these teams could easily fall.
All right, Cubsy, he's on the ropes. What's he going to do? He bashes up the Absterge. They have to kill WizK in this little window of time. They get the fear. They get the follow-up. They've got the damage. They've got the burst, and they're going to get the kill. Super Frogs manage against all odds to take down the move's counter comp and move to match point.
Oh my goodness, what a game as well. Kudos to the Super Frogs, able to take it and put themselves on match point in the move. Gonna try to play this one out, but the Super Frogs completely stabilized, even though Cubsy is running on an empty tank. No more sap left in that tree, chopping it down. Not going to be possible though, as we see Jellybeans just about to go down as we jump out of this one. And I think the comp that we saw worked a lot better for the move than we maybe initially expected, Zico, but the Super Frogs find a way out of that one.
It's just those couple of small drinks that they managed to get. Even if it's just 10 or 15% mana, it just allows Chanimal to recover from some of those dire situations, resets the pressure, allows the Super Frogs to be aggressive instead. And I mean, the comp definitely worked out a lot better than what we thought. Jellybeans on that Demon Hunter didn't actually look too bad. I just wanted to see Jellybeans try to pop his Metamorphosis and actually go for big damage either onto Cubsy and not allow him to even get those drinks at all, or just pop them onto Chanimal and heal himself up, allow Absterge to be the one just chasing Cubsy the whole time. Maybe have Absterge have his Earth Elemental as well onto Cubsy. I'm not sure if it was available, but something like that where Absterge is kind of stopping Cubsy a little bit more and allowing Jellybeans and WizK to just stay on target and build up pressure. I think that would have been better.
Yeah, I do think, Phil, that the big thing that you really do see that Jellybeans, his tough job with the way that they played that matchup is going to be the fact that he's trying to stay on the healer, make sure that he's getting those mana rifts, take away all that mana, stop all of those drinks, so he's not able to keep that pressure up, and that's why it's so close when they are trying to take down their target, and now they are just one game away from being sent home in third place. They're going to keep on going, trying to make it to the grand final when we return. Just one more game can decide the grand final for North America. We've been fighting on the desk all break along. I don't know why we opened up this can of worms. Zico didn't even have his headset on when we first got started because we were going back and forth. And actually, before we jump into this matchup, because there's plenty to talk about in this matchup, I feel like we had a lot of the conversation, but then we had to go into the game, and you didn't actually get to air your opinion. We were talking about who potentially the best player of all time is. And I said Swapsy and Snuts move out into the front. I got to kind of say my piece. Everybody didn't get to hear yours yet, so I do want to hear where you sit.
Well, let me put it this way. Swapsy and Snuts for sure would be in the discussion, but there's a couple of things that we should also be aware of, like every class hasn't been able to win BlizzCon, like a Discipline Priest, for example, hasn't been able to win BlizzCon. Should that disqualify a player like Hydra from being in the conversation? He's active right now. He's been active throughout time. Some might say maybe, some might say maybe not, but it's something to consider, right? With mages, there has been, 2 winners, you and Alec. So if we can't base it just off of results, and I think Fabio could be in that conversation as well if we go after BlizzCon wins.
Yep.
But again, he did ride the bench on some of those wins, so it's there's a lot of different factors to consider. It's a hard question to answer. Snuts should be in the conversation, but I think it's not just Snuts and Swapsy. I think there is a whole bunch of people that you could make an argument for in that conversation.
I don't disagree with that. You know, actually, my next person who would be on the list would be Talbadar. And this is a little bit hyperbolic, but you talk about a disc priest, right? And a disc priest hasn't been able to win. We're talking about tournament winners. We're talking about who's been able to win tournaments. And when you observe a meta and figure out what the winning thing is going to be, that's like saying, yeah, he's a really good race car driver. He's the best race car driver of all time, and he hasn't been able to win a tournament. Yeah, because he's not. Race car's not a winning class in WoW. So
well, it hasn't always been that way, though.
I do agree with that as well. But now it's up to the Super Frogs and the move. They're going to Ruins of Lordaeron.
I don't think I've seen a more passionate conversation in some time on this.
You and I are just being quiet.
Everybody chill out here for a second.
Ben Rookie could be on the list too.
I don't know about that, but there's definitely a few players, and I think it's a really hard question to answer for sure. But anyways, let's focus on this game. Super Frogs currently up 2-0 over the move. This is such an important matchup for the move. They do not want to be eliminated. They are still not in a secure position to make it to the spring finals. Keep that in mind. They need to win this series. They need to make it to the grand finals if they want to have a good shot of making it into that top 4. If Super Frogs can close this out, the move's hopes of making it to the spring finals are dwindling away.
I mean, it all rests on the 6th and final cup, which would be fitting for the move here, as it is Ruins of Lordaeron.
Of course.
It is the cemetery.
Of course.
Of course, it's a cemetery. How many people have been buried in the cemetery? That's what I want to know after all these years of World of Warcraft.
A lot. I don't even want to try and count. Jellybeans WizK under fire. As crowd control is engaged, Super Frogs might be able to just close it out. Tons of damage. Jellybeans barely stays alive. The Spearling Totem only hits 2 members. All of the defense basically traded up for the move to survive once again, but we've seen this moment even in the past game and not necessarily result in a kill, but maybe it will this time around. Fear secured now onto Absterge. Jellybeans is still low. Spell lock not available. Kick is for Snuts. Maybe a Shadow Step kick could end the game if Snuts is in position for that. Absterge is starting to stabilize. Cubsy's good presence of mind, sitting down for a drink. Not only does he, even if he doesn't get mana, Jellybeans has to overextend. Then when he overextends, Snuts goes for a smoke bomb. So as long as Cubsy is constantly looking for drinks, even if he doesn't get them, it sets his team up to get a kill.
Yeah, it's really important to distract the move and force him out of position. It also buys Channels a little bit of time where he's not being targeted down. Jellybean's still low. He doesn't have a trinket. If he gets caught into a kidney shot, it could be danger time for the move. Double Mortal Coil sets up. Nice death grip there by WizK, bringing Channel out of position and stopping the fear, but a Chaos Bolt is going to land onto Jellybean. Bash onto Absterge. Cubsy doesn't have any follow-up crowd control, so I believe at this point Absterge will be able to stabilize Jellybean to keep him alive, and now it's not nearly as scary for the move, but Jellybeans does have that Gladiator's Medallion, that PvP trinket in order to break crowd control and that next kidney shot, which he will be able to live.
Yep, no Vendetta for another 30 seconds or so. Cubsy still just on the outskirts of the map, gets sniped by a Death and Decay from WizK. Mana is at least even at this point. The move are trying to counter comp the Super Frogs, but obviously experience may trump that factor in this particular matchup as the Super Frogs were able to find victory, but it was really close. Definitely by no means a guaranteed victory on their part. The move can stay alive in this series. Cubsy's mana is still starting to dwindle. I'm curious to see how Jellybeans decides to play out the situation, because we saw this same one. Cubsy was low on mana. Jellybeans wants to keep mana rifting him, but he also wants to keep attacking Chanimal. He has to make a choice. He can't do both because Cubsy and Chanimal are too far away from each other. So I'm curious to see what Jellybeans decides to do with that. Although right now he's getting bursted down quite hard, creating out the blur. Managed to stay alive. Now Chanimal getting counter-aggressed.
That was the anti-magic zone as well, and Chanimal, he still has the Dark Soul. Vendetta's rolling. What is the move going to do? Jellybean now into the Mortal Coil. Snuts can connect the kidney shot. One Maledict flies in onto Jellybeans. Gets interrupted as well. Snuts, what is he going to do? Where's he going to put his stun? Another walk gets used by Jellybeans. Full fear onto Absterge. Here's the kidney shot. What is Jellybeans going to do? He has to get out of the stun and drop a Darkness. The move, they need to stay alive. Absterge's doing everything he can. No Spirit Link Totem available for another 24 seconds. Too much damage coming in. Channel gets interrupted on the game-winning Chaos Bolt. Nicely done by WizK to back up Jellybean.
Jellybeans is not running cover of Darkness, so his Darkness is not a guaranteed survival for himself. He could get lucky and have it, but it's very low odds without the cover of Darkness Honor talent to increase its likelihood. Cubsy getting put in prison. More mana burns incoming here from the move. Cubsy's almost tapped. Potentially the move stay in the series, but even if they stay in the series, the Super Frogs have a trump card. They've got that Frost Mage and Destruction Warlock. So if you're the move, you have to blind lock Rogue Warlock, and you've got to basically win a mirror match for the rest of this series, which they seem very hesitant to do so because they haven't been locking it in these cases. Jellybeans getting bursted down. Abster's not in crowd control, should be able to heal him up, but he has to deny Cubsy from drinking. Cubsy being such an annoyance on Runes of Order on this map pick, kind of backfiring to be honest, because it's such a long distance between the starting rooms. I believe Cubsy did manage to get some mana back there, now ahead of Absterge and setting his team up well for victory.
That was kind of a cute moment. You had Cubsy in cat form, Absterge in Ghost Wolf, and it was a cat and a dog attacking each other. Interesting. I'm laughing at my own jokes. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
All right, all blind on Absterge as he trinkets out. That's a fair trade. That's going to be trading out that blind. Absterge trades out the trinket. What are they going to be able to do? Jellybeans into a kidney shot. He still has his trinket. A lot of defensive cooldowns available for the move. If we look at mana, Cubsy has been managing to hold on. There's the Mortal Coil onto Jellybeans. Anti-Magic Zone gets dropped out once again, trying to deny some of that infernal damage as Jellybeans marches forward out of the protection of that Anti-Magic Zone. They haven't really been able to find too much damage on Chanimal, and I really think it's unlikely they take Chanimal down until Cubsy is completely tapped on mana. So that has to be the main focus of the move.
Which, I mean, it's happening. Cubsy's almost out of mana. Potentially the move stay alive in the tournament. Jellybeans get stunlocked. They need to survive one more crowd control chain. It's seconds away from happening. Jellybeans get stunned. A couple extra seconds added onto the clock, but not enough damage to take Jellybeans down. Cubsy once again jumping to the outskirts of the map, looking to sit down for a drink and regenerate mana. Can the move get in position to stop Cubsy? Jellybeans gets denied by Chanimal. They stop the drink. Chanimal is still low on health. They have defensive options, but with such limited resource in terms of mana, I'm not sure the Super Frogs can keep this up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It didn't look good for them on Dalaran Sewers as well. Cubsy did manage to hold on. Chanimal still with the Unending Resolve is going to have a moment where he becomes very, very tanky and durable. It's going to be difficult for the move to actually push through that for now, but this is the moment I'm talking about. Cubsy with no mana left. The move has done a great job shutting down his ability to go for drinks, and you can see the Earth Elemental chasing Cubsy down as well. So that's one of Absterge's totems. He could drop down. Now that Earth Elemental is going to be chasing Cubsy, not allowing him to drop combat, not allowing him to sit down for drinks, and not allowing him to regenerate mana in this matchup. Imprisonment onto Cubsy. Once again, a mana rift landing by Jellybeans. And I gotta say, Jellybeans has been doing a good job on this Demon Hunter. Cubsy's had to go against some of the best Demon Hunters in the game, including Trill, and Jellybeans seems to be doing almost as good of a job, really staying on top of Cubsy, denying his drinks, making sure he's getting mana ripped consistently. Stutz with a full blind onto Jellybeans, kidney shot on the Absterge. You can see Stutz is just controlling everybody, allowing Cubsy a moment to breathe and actually get some mana.
In this game, we're not only going to decide who is better, the Super Frogs or the move, we will decide what pet is better, a cat or a dog. Right now, it's looking like cats. Cubsy 2 up in this series. Only one win left to advance to face the boys in the finals, but it's desperate. It's dire. Completely tapped on mana. Everything down to the wire. WizK trades out big cooldowns to stay aggressive. That's now an opening for the Super Frogs to exploit.
Yeah, definitely. And WizK with no Trinket and no Icebound Fortitude might be an opening for the Super Frogs. You can see Snuts, he's got Vendetta. Dark Soul is rolling. Chanimal, he has to get out some Chaos Bolts here. Who's he going to be able to cast on? Cubsy in the meantime, very low. WizK marching forward with Jellybeans and Absterge. And the move able to put a point on the board. Not out of this series just yet.
Is this the composition that we want to see? That's really my big question here. Is this what the move should keep playing if they want to win? What do you think, Van?
Well, I think what is likely to happen is that we go to a large map. When we go into a large map, all of a sudden the move, they have a very difficult decision, because if they lock in the Demon Hunter, Death Knight, Shaman, I think it's going to be nightmare situation. They're going to have to go up against Chanimal on the Destruction Warlock. You're going to have Wealthy Man on the Frost Mage, Cubsy on the Restoration Druid, and we've seen what happens when Super Frogs plays that composition into Method Orange. It does not look favorable.
How was the move able to grab this one, though?
They did get the mana rifts off. They managed to survive long enough as well, and this time around as well, Jellybeans was really just chasing Cubsy, as you can see here, applying the pressure, using his metamorphosis, and the map, of course, also going to be a big factor. There's not really anywhere for Cubsy to run, but like you guys already kind of alluded to, now I think we're going to a big map, And I think the move has to lock in Roguelock Druid blind, because if they lock in this blind, like you already mentioned, Van, Mage Lock Druid is incoming.
Yeah, and it's going to be that uphill battle, too, for the rest of the series as well. That's the thing that really does get dicey. It's going to be hard for the move to get out of this one, and the stakes are just so high. I mean, if they do, they move into 4th place, and then they just have to maintain going into the final week, into the 6th week, which is the least predictable week of probably the entire season. You have like 1 week of practice when the patch comes out, and then you got to get it done. So it's going to be, and that's also, I'm going to be honest, that's when Never Lucky might be at their best. That's like one of those times when a team that is able to figure out which compositions are the best instantly and have the right answer always is going to thrive, when other people are taking their time trying to figure out their classes, trying to make sure they're absolutely skill capped. I think Never Lucky becomes a huge threat going into week 6. So this is of the utmost importance. Otherwise, we are going to see the move still 8 points behind Never Lucky and potentially missing land.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for the move. They're going to have to overcome huge adversity in this matchup and win this swing match. If they can win this swing match, things are going to be looking a lot better for them. But being down 2-0 in the series is not necessarily the greatest spot to be. Now, Super Frogs for the next 2 matches is going to have not only the map, but also the compositional advantage. And my question really is, what does the move lock in blind? Because I think they can't rely on that Demon Hunter Death Knight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a swing match, right? You can't swing. You're already too far gone.
No more swinging.
Yeah, it's no swinging, only...
uphill battle.
Only uphill.
They're walking uphill both ways, just like my grandpa.
In the snow. Yeah, that's what the move has to do here, and it's not going to be easy. And speaking of walking uphill in the snow, Tiger's Peak going to be locked in as the first map that they need to get this reverse sweep started on. And you already heard from Zico what he expects to see them lock into the blind. Sid, do you agree that they cannot lock in Jelly Beans on that Demon Hunter?
They can't. They lose if they do. I don't even need to see the game. They lose if they lock that in. It has to be Roguelock, and I think Druid Mirror.
Okay.
Take it. Try and make it happen. If you don't, you give it your best shot. Prepare for the final tournament and do it there. But I think that's their best shot right now.
I just heard from production that you, in fact, do need to look at the game. We're going to need you to cast it, even if they do lock that in. But we'll have to see from the move if they do go for that. I think this is one of those times where maybe we do see the Warlock and the Rogue again. And to be completely fair, I think it did look good. Does Absurge need to play the Druid, though?
Yeah. If he doesn't play the Druid, they're going to just lose to the Roguelock Druid.
I think that's something that could be really fair, and we're going to see the Shaman. So now you already heard the prediction from Zico, but going down the line, Ven, what do you think does happen here? And now, yeah, you can actually watch it. But what do you think about seeing Absurge on the Shaman again?
Well, it's a comfort pick for the move, and one of the things I was happy about for the move is they were getting a little bit out of their comfort zone, bringing in Absurge on the Restoration Druid. It just seems like much more of a meta composition. You know, I hope the move proves me wrong, but it just feels like it's going to be difficult for them to go up against the Super Frogs, the Restoration Druid versus the Resto Shaman. With the Restoration Shaman, you do have some tools at your disposal. You have the Grounding Totem, which is going to be very powerful to redirect some of those Chaos Bolts and not do any damage. You also have the low cooldown Wind Shear and Tremor Totem to deal with fear, as well as any Chaos Bolts incoming your way. But outside of that, Cubsy's going to have a big advantage. He just heals more in the matchup, and I think it's also way easier for him to sneak away and look for drinks if he really needs to.
Now, we've already kind of heard what your opinion is on this one, Zico. How does the Shaman find a win condition, though?
Well, the Shaman's strength is going to be that he can out-mana the Druid if nobody drinks. So shutting down drinks is going to be important. On the flip side, though, his single-target healing is going to be weaker. Abster's going to have to do a good job kind of dipping in and out and risking his position, helping his team shut down Chanimal, but at the same time, not become a liability because he gets crowd controlled from that positioning. So he has a tough job ahead of him. Keeping Whiskey on higher levels of HP is also harder for him compared to Cubsy, which just means that Whiskey is going to be under more pressure in general compared to Chanimal, who's just going to be topped in one Swiftman, essentially. So he has a tough job ahead of him, but this is a doable matchup.
It is doable, right? I think it's important to say how difficult it does look when we see Absurge making this particular choice, and already we've seen that it has a really... There's a chance it doesn't pay off at all. The thing is, though, is opportunities can still be formed. Is it a case of being on a timer, in your opinion? Is it a case of needing to shut down the drinks? Are we going to need to see Absterge potentially really focusing on Cubsy, trying to get his elemental on top of him, or do you think it's a whole different ballpark?
Well, I don't know. So for the moves, they need to stop the drinks of Cubsy, but if they let the game get, they need to find a perfect balance, because what happens is if they stop the drinks of Cubsy and the game goes on really late, I feel like Abster just can't heal through the damage Super Frogs has available. So it's like they have to get Cubsy out of mana, stop the drinks, and also not let it go too long, or Abster isn't going to be able to drink whatsoever, or just be able to heal up his team, and it becomes really difficult for them. So the move is going to have to pick a perfect moment in this match, find big pressure onto Chanimal, potentially even punish Snuts if they can, maybe make a big smoke bomb swap over on him, something like that. But I don't know, this doesn't feel favored for the move.
Yeah, I don't think they're favored at all. But Sid, when you're in a situation like this, do you think it's okay to fall back on comfort?
No. My experience with comfort and comfort food is it doesn't mix well. So in this case, it's the same kind of thing. I don't think it's going to work out too well. I think it's more of just a lack of confidence right now, and honestly, a lack of preparation. It's the start of the tournament season. You've got that now as an excuse, but we're seeing that the best teams that have the most points can diversify their rosters. They're not riding on only speed specialists. They're playing multiple classes, multiple specializations. So maybe you're not prepared today, but it's definitely something that all the teams need to take into consideration for the entirety of the year if they want to be a world champion.
Exactly, and really, if you do want to be the best player in the world of all time, when you're in this meta right now, that's one of the things that you have to do, and not taking that into account just wouldn't make sense to any argument as to who the best player in the entire world is. Now the question is whether or not the move is going to be sent home. This is the best performance that they've had all year long. The Super Frogs looking to stop them in their tracks and get yet another grand final entry. Will they find it here on Tiger's Peak?
Yeah.
Rich, here's a list of names, okay?
Oh my God.
Let me read it.
Wait, I'm going to make some levels of analysis to determine.
This.
All right, Abster sitting through a blind sap combo. This could be an opportunity for the Super Frogs to net a kill early on, actually. Infernals have landed. WizKid has to exchange his most powerful defensive cooldown, his most precious, unending resolve within seconds of the match starting. Already the move fall behind.
Yeah, definitely falling behind. Abster's going to have to play catch-up. Drops off the Earthen Shield Totem, getting out a little bit of damage reduction there for WizK, as Chanimal and Snuts have been able to put out really good pressure so far. If we look at mana, Cubsy a little bit behind. What is he going to be able to do? You can see Cubsy positioned really far away, and Peekaboo has to be careful. He's sort of prepping up Snuts by putting Rupture and different poisons on him to sort of allow WizK to get some pressure rolling there, but you cannot be off Chanimal for too long. You need to be committing as many interrupts, including the kidney shot and the kick, to just slow down Chanimal. If you're off him for too long, if you're focusing on Snuts, then I think Chanimal is really going to be able to punish the move.
Chanimal and WizK in spitting distance of each other right now. You don't normally see Warlocks this close to the combat, but when you're up a point, non-match point, you definitely can play with confidence. The Super Frogs still lead and look to assert dominance in the North American region for a rematch here against the boys in the grand finals. Obviously the move, they've thrown some curveballs. They've shown some willingness to diversify. Now it comes down to experience. Can they overthrow the Super Frogs who have been playing this composition now throughout basically the entire first season? I would say they're playing at a disadvantage with Absterge and the Shaman, and then obviously comparing WizK's Warlock to Chanimal, but perhaps Peekaboo can be the X factor for the move to find victory, but they need to do it not only once, but twice if they want a rematch against the boys.
Yeah, but this isn't looking too bad for them. Cubsy's mana is not doing great. The move has been able to completely stabilize in the matchup. Chanimal's been playing scared in this matchup. He's been the one that's had to run away. WizK just continually running on top of him. Now an interrupt from Snuts onto WizK with a kidney shot. Cubsy sneaks away. If he can get this drink, if he can reset his mana, things are going to be looking really good. Who from the move can shut it down? Abster chases over in the Ghost Wolf form once again, but he can't find him, and Cubsy's regenerating so much mana. Abster abandons the chase, and then Cubsy's gotten full mana. disaster for the move.
Much like a dog who can't find his bone, Absterge is sad after that exchange. Cubsy now with a significant lead here on match point facing the move. Peekaboo's trying to be the X factor with that Vendetta rolling to take down Chanimal. Crowd controlling both Cubsy and Chanimal in this position, but not finding any opportunity. Now Chanimal looking to reverse the pressure with a double Mortal Coil. WizK put on the back foot. Any crowd control on Absterge. A spell lock available. If Chanimal can nail that, actually opts to use it onto WizK, denying some pressure from him, but that then opens up Absterge to free cast some incoming heals. Blind attempt from Snuts. Absterge going to respect that crowd control. It is the longest lasting available on both rosters, so it is expected that the healers will exchange Gladiator's Medallion. If they can get away without using the Gladiator's Medallion, potentially they can use it later aggressively. The only real advantage I give to the Shaman, and this is a bit of a stretch, is the spam purge to remove heal over time effects later into dampening. But Absterge has to maintain his mana effectively at full to be able to utilize that. Perhaps that could be the factor that the move need to find victory, but it's going to be so difficult.
And Chanimal drops out the Infernal. Actually, it was WizK who dropped out his Infernals, looking to get aggressive here on the Chanimal and Snut. What are they going to be able to do? Right now, Cubsy has been able to sneak away and get consistent drinks in this matchup, and because of that, they do have a mana lead, and that's one of the main win conditions for the move. Kidney Shot now secured onto Chanimal. It looks like Cubsy should be able to heal through it. I really feel like the Destruction Warlocks are difficult to take down in this matchup until dampening, so it really will be the main focus, just putting out as much pressure as you can, tax the enemy healer's mana, and then stop him from drinking. That is your main objective at this point of the game.
All right, mana is still equal at this point as we get closer to dampening. That initial burst on WizK is basically non-consequential now. Unending Resolve available again. No Infernals on either side. Vendetta available for Peekaboo. The power play is in favor of the move with that cooldown available. See what Peekaboo can do to set up the team. Perhaps a Shadow Step Kidney Shot into a Fear, something along those lines on Cubsy. He's just going to go for pressure, activating that Vendetta right away to try and counter pressure because WizK's on the back foot. With no cooldowns activated, WizK trades Unending Resolve. Absterge is the one who gets crowd controlled. This is devastating for the move. They're on match points. They can't continue the chain. They have to desperately blind Snuts to stay in the fight. Now not available for Cubsy. And amidst all of that pressure, I do believe that the Super Frogs regained a significant mana advantage. Things are falling apart for the move.
Yeah, WizK trades out his Trinket looking for a Chaos Bolt, but there's no good target. Cubsy didn't sit down for a drink.
How?
I don't know how. He was out of combat for so long. But Absterge does still have the mana lead, and if WizK can hold on, the move might be able to stay in this, but WizK with no defensive cooldowns, increasingly vulnerable. Absterge with no Trinket. If Cubsy can push in and get any crowd control. In the meantime, though, Chanimal getting pressured down. Chaos Bolt connects from WizK. Chanimal does manage to survive, trading out his Unending Resolve, now looking to reverse the pressure.
All right, cooldowns evening out. Mana in favor of the move. I thought that was a guaranteed win with Cubsy going off in the corner, but he didn't get any mana back. It's not guaranteed for the Super Frogs anymore. They've cracked most of the defense from Chanimal. Infernal's coming up in 50 seconds. WizK will have his set first. He will have the opportunity to find victory before Chanimal. Can the Super Frogs hold out for that big push is now the question. Cubsy with no Gladiator's Medallion for blind moving forward either. That could be a huge window. Peekaboo could put this game in his back pocket, potentially take it to game 5. It's looking better and better for the move.
The move, they have to stay in this. There is so much on the line, including potentially making it to the spring finals. They need to battle their way into the grand finals and get a rematch against the boys. What is the move going to be able to do? Absterge's mana is still looking decent. Looks like Earthen Shield Totem will be dropped out there by Absterge. That's going to allow WizK to tank a little bit of this damage as it will increase his durability. Interrupt on Chanimal. This is the point in the game where every little detail matters. What is the Rogue interrupting? What is he going to be using his Kidney Shot on? What is the Warlock going to be able to do? WizK finds a Chaos Bolt on the Chanimal, and Cubsy with no mana left. It's going to be hard to recover Chanimal's HP.
All right, what are you going to do, Cubsy? You're totally tapped. Infernals are available. WizK could close this. Infernals have landed. Are the move going to be able to do it in the mirror despite having the Shaman versus the Druid? Pressure is mounting. 2 members are low. Cubsy's still totally tapped. If WizK gets even 1 Chaos Bolt, it could just end the game. Snuts is trying to deny it as long as he can, but I don't think he's going to have enough options. Chaos Bolt being casted. Gets Mortal Coiled. Chaos Bolt gets casted. Gets Infernal stunned. Chaos Bolt being casted.
doesn't connect. Spirit Link totem from Abstract saves the team, and Chanimal's gonna fall. At the same time, Peekaboo's on pressure. Peekaboo denies the kill. The move. They've done it! We're going to Game 5!
Against all odds, the Move have at least made it to Game 5, fighting for their lives here in this tournament. And on top of that, they're just trying to get into that number 4 spot in North America. And I actually, we got to talk about this game, but I think big picture here, there's a lot to talk about to really just show what the Move has done even inside of the series. First, let's take a look at what happened in this game.
Insane performance here from the Move. They finally managed to survive long enough for Cubsy to go out of mana. You can see that Earth Elemental on Cubsy. They're keeping him in combat. That's what I wanted to see from Absturge. You can see Peekaboo as well as WizK getting those big Infernals out. This is their chance to go offensive. They know that there's no Mortal Coils. There's no real stops here. WizK is going to trinket out of that. And then now it's their turn to land that Chaos Bolt. Nice blind as well onto Cubsy. As he triggered that sap earlier, he's going to allow them to really close out the deal there with that big Chaos Bolt onto Chanimal. And now they have them in a situation where, what do you pick, Super Frogs? What do you pick?
Rogue Mage Druid.
It's definitely one answer.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of potential answers to this question, but one thing that we have seen from the Move is even when we think they have the right answer, they might still be able to pull off a win. That's just the Move. We're going to find out after this if they can get to their first grand final of the year. The Move has looked fantastic even before we got to Sunday compared to their performance throughout this season. They make it the furthest that they ever have before. Top 3 guaranteed when we show up for this North American final for Cup number 5. But they keep on rolling. They come very close. They bring it to a Game 5 in their first series and almost get straight to the grand final when they're up against the boys. Now they're playing against the Super Frogs, and they've at least made it to Game 5 again. These guys have proven that they potentially have what it takes to not only make it to the grand final, but catch up on Never Lucky and get to LAN. And Zico, one of the things I want to talk about is look at the caliber of teams that they're playing as well. It's not like they've just shown up to a tournament and, oh, this is great. We are going to get to see, okay, Cubsy's still going to be on the Druid, Absurge still going to be on the Shaman. We got a nice big map, Tolvaron. But when we look at the caliber of teams that the move has gone against, they've been tested against the top teams. I mean, you look at the boys and you look at what you have with Super Frogs. Super Frogs, there's a real argument here that they're potentially the best team in the world, too, based off of point standings. Because if they win this tournament, they are tied with Method Black for points, like straight up tied with Method Black. And this is a team that has also looked like they're getting better and better with each week. So, I mean, the move, if they're able to take down teams like this and they do make it to the LAN, do you think that that makes a pretty big statement about what they can potentially do?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? The move, if I was a big fan of the NA region, and I wanted the NA region to be the
big
region.
If.
I am a fan of the NA region. Let's not, I'm not a hater. I'm just saying, if I wanted NA to be the region that wins spring, then I would want Super Frogs, the boys, Method Orange, and the move to be my 4 teams that I send there. They are the 4 strongest teams, in my opinion, in this region. That's all I'm saying.
Who is your 5th out of curiosity? Is it Never Lucky?
Mew Mew Kitty Cats, probably.
You put Mew Mew Kitty Cats over Never Lucky, and I think that that's fair. I think I end up on the side of Never Lucky in this particular one, but it's super close. I think Never Lucky, the only advantage that I really do give to Never Lucky in this particular one is just going into well, you have a lot of time for LAN, actually. There is that little bit of a break. I think going into Cup number 6, Never Lucky is probably one of those stronger teams because I think that they can figure out a meta very quickly. But I totally do think maybe with a little bit more time that the Mew Mew Kitty Cats could prove how much of a threat that they really are. But this game could decide so much. Never Lucky is currently the team out of those few squads that we've talked about that is going to the LAN. We have this grand final, and then we have one more week in week number 6 that will determine it. This is huge for the move. If they're able to take this and guarantee themselves at least 2nd place in this tournament, they overtake Never Lucky. They overtake the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, and this is a team that only made it to broadcast a few times this year. Will Tolvaron be the place that they find victory?
The move's qualifications on the line here in game number 5, but they've taken the best teams in North America all the way to game 5. The boys earlier today, the Super Frogs now, but they've still got one more chance to take it all the way. If they can do so, they will have that 4th place position. Likely they'll still have to defend it in the 6th Cup, but at least with confidence they've got it now. Can they do it? Can they overcome the Super Frogs? Absturge still going with comfort over that Druid pick, going with the Shaman. They managed to find victory, but on Tolvaron it will be much more difficult to babysit Cubsy and deny his drinks. Super Frogs have set themselves up well strategically.
Yep, WizKick caught into the kitty shot. He's going to be trinketing out of that, and we saw the last matchup come down to mana. So once again, Absturge has to do a good job hunting down Cubsy, not allowing him to get into the cat form, get into Prowl, and start sipping on that water, which will regenerate his mana. WizKick getting low. Absturge drops out his Earthen Shield Totem, but unfortunately for WizKick, he has to trade out the Unending Resolve as well. A beautiful setup here from Snuts. All 3 members crowd controlled. Super Frogs looking to close out this game as WizKick gets lower. There's really not too much left to work with. Absturge forced to trade out the Spiritling Totem also. In the move, all of a sudden, they don't have anything left.
Everything is falling apart for the move here in game number 5. The sky is basically falling. The pressure is mounting. Chanimal is tearing in. 2 members still dangerously low on health. Snuts secures a kick, an interrupt onto Absturge's incoming heals, delaying it even further. WizKick gets bursted. Cubsy jumps in to close it out very early on. The Super Frogs are ready to just advance. They get denied for a couple of seconds, but is that couple of seconds going to be enough? They get another Cyclone. WizKick barely holding on. Netherward at 10%. Is Is he actually going to... He nether warded the Cyclone. He denied a low health Cyclone and managed to stay alive, but the pressure is still on.
Earthen Shield Totem dropped out by Absurge. WizKid gates away as he gets interrupted twice in a row. Kidney Shot now secured onto Chanimal. Peekaboo looking for some counter pressure, but Super Frog so far has had all the momentum in their favor. And Cubsy now in stealth, he's going to be looking for a drink. If he can regenerate his mana, that's going to give Super Frogs a massive lead.
All right, let's see if he can do it. It's all on Cubsy to constantly look for these mana resets, finding those drinks. Pressure is starting to slow down a bit and even out on both sides. I would say at this point it's still anyone's match. Slight advantage for the Super Frogs. Peekaboo's trying to make a power play with that Vendetta. Gets denied by Cubsy's Iron Bark. Chanimal will stabilize. Absurge repositions. Absurge is in such a tough spot. Does he stay on top of Cubsy the whole game and potentially get Bash Cyclone? If he doesn't, then Cubsy drinks. It's going to be really difficult for Absurge to manage that. If he plays in the midfield, he's then susceptible to fear. All the positioning for Absurge is so difficult. Now he gets feared in midfield. Peekaboo gets stunned on his evasion. Could be devastating here. Cubsy even lobbing in a couple Solar Wraths to try and add to the pressure. Chanimal gets stunned in reverse. Nuts is feared off. Peekaboo is likely to recover. Mana is still even. Earthen Wall Totem before any crowd control. Absurge trying to preempt an attack. Chanimal now low. Even though it was such a terrible start for the move, I'm not counting him out.
You definitely can never count out the move. They've been doing such a great job in this series so far, and really all day with their backs up against the wall. WizKid coming in clutch on this destruction. Warlock going head-to-head with Chanimal in this matchup. Cubsy moving in, gets the Bash Cyclone onto Absurge. Now, all of a sudden, WizKid could be in a little bit of trouble, but it seems like he should be fine. He gets double interrupted. One Maledict flies in onto WizKid, and Cubsy immediately following up his crowd control on Absurge with a drink, but that gets shut down. But Cubsy was able to regenerate some mana, and that's so precious at this point in the game.
All right, let's see who it's going to go down to. Cubsy secured the late game advantage, but pressure starting to develop for the move. Snuts looks to reverse with a stun on WizKid. Spell lock available for Chanimal. He could interrupt Absurge on a heal and then net a kill off the back of it. So Absurge has to keep that in the back of his mind as well. He's trying to fake cast that spell lock. Likely Chanimal is saving that for the Warlock. I just think Absurge fake casted it there, managed to avoid it. Now with that spell lock out of the way, it'll be a lot easier as the Restoration Shaman to recover, at least for another 13 seconds or so. Cubsy once again sneaks away, and Absurge has to do the diligence of stopping that drink, avoiding situations like this where he gets stunned Cyclone. This is what will happen if he stays too close to Cubsy too long, and while he's Cyclone, WizKid then falls behind. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Snuts to try and power through for a kill. Nether Ward denies it for now. Absurge has Spirit Link Totem again and available, as well as the Unending Resolve, so that terrible start is basically reset for the move, and they're given the best shot they're gonna get to find victory against the Super Frogs. Can they pull it off?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be dangerous for the move in this matchup as they all are falling behind. But keep in mind, the move, this is game 5. If they lose this, they are knocked out of this tournament, and it is not looking good for them to move on forward to the spring finals. They have to win this matchup. They're looking for the rematch in the grand finals versus the boys. But they have a Titan team, Super Frogs, standing in their way. And so far, this matchup has been going in favor of the Super Frogs. Cubsy has a mana lead at this point of the game. Full blind and secured onto Absurge. Heat Drink gets out immediately, trying to keep WizKid alive. Full Kidney Shot secured through evasion onto Peekaboo. Beautiful Shadow Step Kidney Shot by Snuts, really mitigating that defense from Peekaboo, but Absurge backs him up with the Earthen Shield Totem. That's going to allow WizKid and Peekaboo to fight another day.
All right, Cubsy gets another stun. Cyclone. Could be devastation here for the move. If Snuts can get some damage out, he gets feared off. Good denial by WizKid, but the stun finally connects. Absurge has to reposition. No spell lock available. He should be able to heal up the team. He's reluctant to go for a cast. Maybe he's worried about Snuts Shadow Step kicking him, but really waiting a long time to cast a healing wave. He's trying to fake cast it. He doesn't fake cast Snuts. Snuts moves in. Maybe he can close in this 1 second period of time. Any crowd control. Absurge actually trying to go aggressive with that Maledict, but he's still falling behind. He needs to cast some heals, but now he needs to deal with Chanimal Spell Lock. He's Mortal Coiled away. WizKid is low. Game 5 is slipping away. The Super Frogs want to close this out and have that match against the boys in the final, and they are so close.
Peekaboo with the Vendetta might be able to pull out the Unending Resolve from Chanimal. Cubsy sitting down for a drink once again. The move falling behind it, 10% dampening. Absurge still has his Spirit Link Totem. If he can get it out, it's going to be very important to keep his team up. but there's just so much pressure rolling for the Super Frogs. Although the move, they're looking to reverse the pressure onto Chanimal. He's getting low, but Chanimal with the unending resolve should be able to survive. Dark Soul fades. Pressure now potentially in favor of the move as the WizK is going to be dropping out his Infernals with the Dark Soul. He's looking to get something done. Who are they going to get after?
Both Warlocks are ramping up for huge damage. Any Chaos Bolt getting off here could be a kill. Both healers are basically tapped. Both teams are in trouble. What's going to happen in this chaotic Game 5 finish? Chanimal dips low, potentially goes down. WizK fake cast the Shadow Step kick. Chanimal and WizK desperately racing to get the first Chaos Bolt. WizK gets his, but it doesn't do anything. WizK's the one who's falling behind. Peekaboo still as well. Peekaboo trying to control the whole team. They're still totally tapped. Spearling Totem available. I think Abster should just trade that out. He doesn't have any mana left to keep the fight going. Isn't going to be able to get there in time. He gets blinded. He's not moving in for that Spearling Totem. Gladiator's Maledict. Now he's speared and can't use it. WizK is so low. Everything on the line here. Spearling Totem, but Peekaboo's not inside of it. Peekaboo manages to move in, but it's killed off too fast. Immediate snipe by Snuts. They have to blind Chanimal just to not die. They set up for a kill on Snuts with the smoke bomb. Cubsy jumps in for a big heal. Manages to stabilize Snuts to get counter aggression now onto WizK. Grounding Totem available for Absterge. He can deny a Chaos Bolt, potentially opening up the window for WizK to counter attack. Vendetta's rolling for Snuts. His damage is max, but he's still low on health. He's gonna go for it.
Oh, Snuts with such a beautiful play. He actually vanished the Mortal Coil, and Peekaboo wasn't able to follow it up with a stun. Now Snuts getting pressure rolling onto WizK. Still a little bit of a vulnerable target here, and Cubsy actually sneaking away for a drink once again. Full kidney shot on WizK, kidney shot on Snuts. Which one of these players is going to fall first at 21% dampening? The move holding on for dear life. They have a lot of pressure and momentum in their favor right now. Spearling Totem not available for Absurge. That's such a safety net for the Restoration Shaman. Snuts having to kite away. There's just too much pressure.
It's slipping away from the Frogs. Oh, the move game able to do it. They connect a huge Chaos Bolt. Another Chaos Bolt. WizK's trying to close it out. Chanimal manages to hold on. Now he's trying to reverse it. Big Chaos Bolt out from Chanimal. 2 connect. WizK getting devastated. Somehow stays alive with Absterge by his side. Connecting a healing wave. No interrupt landed on that. They need to interrupt Absterge. They get him caught in Mortal Coil. Everything is down to the wire. Cubsy has managed to sneak away. Where's the drink denial? Did he get any mana back? It's a real question. He stuns up. He didn't get any mana back. It's still anyone's fight. WizK has an unending resolve. I'd love to see him just pop it, go for a Chaos Bolt, and get the kill. He gets stunned on the Cataclysm. He trinkets out. He goes for another Chaos Bolt, not finding it. WizK is just falling so far behind. I'm almost wondering if he has to use unending resolve aggressively to get a kill at this point. Absterge is never going to top him off. He's got no mana left and 30% dampening.
Yeah, this is a scary moment for both teams. WizK still low. Absterge really struggling to keep him alive, and Absterge is now completely tapped on mana. What a tense Game 5. Chanimal looking for a Chaos Bolt, gets kidney shot. Good denial by Peekaboo in order to keep WizK alive. He's been doing a great job in this matchup, but Cubsy just throwing in the Solar Wrath. WizK still falling further and further behind. He still has the unending resolve as well as the Netherward. What is he going to trade it out?
I think he has to go for it. He has to go for the all-in on that unending resolve. I mean, by the time he uses it, he's just going to die through it. Dampening is so high. Cubsy gets crowd control for the team, but WizK's got through all the interrupts. He gets 2 Chaos Bolts in a row onto Chanimal, looking to overthrow the North American Warlock Lord. Can WizK manage to pull it off? Snuts gets sapped by Peekaboo, managing to set up some crowd control to potentially close it out. Infernals have landed for WizK. Infernals have landed for Chanimal. Everything is about to be decided within the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, but it's Absterge who really has no defensive cooldowns, no mana left. Cubsy's still sitting in the back line, just throwing in Solar Wrath. WizK and a kidney shot, unending resolve traded out. 1 Maledict connects. Absterge is spelled.
Spearlink and somehow still alive. 3, 2, 1.
A little bit longer. Snuts into a kidney shot. WizK gets interrupted. Absterge, he needs more mana to throw. Totem. He needs to drop it. He eventually does, and now Snuts is the one that could fall.
Everybody is dying on the move, but Snuts is still so low. Cubsy connects the iron, but Peekaboo can fall. Anybody can fall. A full hex. He snuck in a full hex on a Cubsy, but Peekaboo's just gonna go down. Snuts with perfect shot. WizK gonna go down. Snuts, he gets the Chaos Bolt. Is it gonna kill Snuts? It connects. It doesn't go down, and WizK will fall, battling it out to the absolute bitter end, but the Super Frogs get the upper hand and advance to the finals.
And
where was this Rogue Warlock the entire season?
I actually saw a lot of people in chat kind of saying that as well, just being like, if WizK was on the Warlock throughout the entirety of this season, how good would it have looked for him? But I don't think you can discredit the line of play that we did see them take early in the season. It took a while to really figure out what the meta would be. It took a while to actually, but my goodness, what a crazy game. And ultimately now we are going to see the move in a position where they are 8 points behind Never Lucky, and it's all going to come down to week 6 where the meta is going to be unsure, Zico. Wow.
That was an insane game.
I think that's probably the best game of the entire year so far.
Yeah, that was definitely up there. We got, like, it just, I don't even know. At the end there, Peekaboo was going to clothesline Snuts and take him down, but he got coiled on his Shadow Step kidney when Snuts had evasion. I really want to see that part, because that coil from Chanimal was just something else. WizK, of course, with the unending resolve, the Spirit Link just comes off cooldown right there. Absterge doesn't even have enough mana to use. You can see the entire team of the move just grouping up. Absterge shooting out his Maledict Trinket, and there is the swap initiated. You can see Snuts' evasion open, and the reason why Peekaboo was chasing him is there. He wants to Shadow Step kidney him, doesn't get it because of the coil, because Shadow Step puts you behind the target, so it allows him to kidney shot through that evasion. But because of that, Snuts gets the kidney, and Peekaboo is the one who goes down. It literally comes down to that final second of the game. Wow. If Peekaboo gets that kidney shot, I really think the move just closes that one out. All of a sudden, they could be in the grand final. Crazy performance, and like you guys already said, big picture, they have taken both the top point earners in the region to Game 5 and making them sweat for it. That, in my mind, is a really good sign for the next cup. But they are 8 points behind of Never Lucky. It's going to come down to the wire. Teams like the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, teams like Storm, they're also waiting in that final cup to make that push. It's going to really come down to the wire here in North America. There's potentially a 4-man race right now. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you do have to say that that last game is just so well played. But as you look at the moves run, just like Zico was saying, they look better here this week, better than any other week. And then even today, they look better as they move through these series. I really think that you just see them improve with this composition in this series. Maybe they are more of a threat next week. We're going to focus on the NA side of things right now. As you can see, Never Lucky and Mew Mew Kitty Cats, when we entered this tournament, had 180 points. The Mew Mew Kitty Cats get taken out relatively early. The move has jumped all the way from 7th to be 8 points behind Never Lucky. We already know that because these teams are out. Method Orange bow out a little bit early as well. Now the boys and Super Frogs once again are going head to head, and the question is whether or not Super Frogs are going to be able to be tied right now with the boys from Method Black. Are we going to see both of the top teams representing 540 points? And this is crucial to both of these squads, as much as obviously the importance is there for the move because we're getting so close to the LAN and you're trying to figure out who's going to the LAN. But think about a world where only one North American team goes to the finals of the year. There's a chance that that actually happens, right? Because the only spot that is guaranteed to a region is going to be its top point earner. So if you see NA ultimately show up to LAN, they're not able to pull down a win, or they're not able to, in the second LAN, pull down a grand final entry, all of a sudden only one team goes. You want to make sure that you have that security, you have those points, Zico.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It really comes down to the wire for all of these teams. They all need those points as much as possible, because as the year goes on, those points are really going to matter, especially when we know who the spring final winner is, and especially when we know who the summer final winner is going to be in the summer final second place, because those are the automatic slot qualifications. If a region gets 3 of those slots, then the 4th spot in terms of points, they are the ones to qualify. So there's a lot of angles here to consider, and the stakes are super, super high, especially now with points, especially with there being fewer spots than last year as well from Europe NNA.
Exactly, and now we're going to be headed to our grand final. Both of the teams that are there have been there so many times this year, and we also expected them to both potentially steamroll right through the move. They've both just been tested by the move, and we've seen what they have to offer, and now they're going head-to-head again. Who do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be the boys, or do you think it's going to be the Super Frogs? If the Super Frogs can take this one, they will be tied with Method Black. Both of these teams will have 540 points, showing their dominance. We find out if they can do it right after this. one more series to round out the day, and it is the grand final for North America. Both of these teams were just pushed to a Game 5. Now they're going to go head-to-head, and I think we expect this series to play out a little bit different, not only because it's a best of 7, but because these two teams can play very different things against each other than what we just did see on the rest of the NA bracket. If you're just tuning in, welcome. This is promising to be a very good series, and we got Zico, Supertees, and Venruki to break it all down. Now, Zico, when we do look at these two squads, we've seen them go head-to-head plenty of times before. What do we actually expect to see in the blind?
Oof, it's so hard to call from Super Frogs because they keep running that Roguelock Druid. Honestly, I think we could see the Mage Lock Druid in the blind from them. And from the boys, it's a little bit easier to call. Probably going to be the Resto Druid, DK, and Windwalker, if I had to guess.
Okay, Ven, how do you feel about that?
I feel like there's a surprise named Thugonomics who's been waiting in the wings. And I think if there's any matchup that he could come in and really be an asset to his team, I think it would be this one, because if they do lock in the Mage Warlock, I think Thugonomics coming in on the Destruction Warlock pairing with Chun-Li could be a solid answer for that.
I feel like Mage Warlock's your favorite comp in the game right now.
It's one of my favorite comps.
I know Double Mage is actually one of your favorite, but I feel like
right now, the Bakery Cleave is definitely my favorite composition, but Mage Lock was always the comp that I competed with, so
yeah,
near and dear to my heart.
It's strong right now, too. We've really started to see it make a big resurgence recently, like last 2 weeks, maybe? We're really starting to see it a lot more. Sid, what do you expect to see as we do touch down on the Grand Arena for our blind?
What I would like to see, because we really haven't seen the Mage Warlock put to the test as far as like a Wizard competition. We haven't seen a Wizard and Wizard matchup. Smexon also plays Elemental Shaman. They can play Elemental Shaman, Destruction Warlock, Restoration Druid, which in the past has done well into Mage Warlock as well. We haven't seen it happen, but it could be a reasonable option for them if they're expecting that in the blind pick.
I really like that idea. How do you feel about that, Zico?
We saw Octagon actually run Elemental Destro Resto Druid in Europe. It wasn't against Mage Warlock, but it looked pretty decent when they did run it, so it could be something to consider.
I think there's a lot of surprises in store for us in this series.
Do you know something?
I don't know anything.
He knows something.
Yeah,
he knows something.
I don't know.
Somebody told him
so bad
something.
at hiding it.
Yeah, I know. He's just like...
The best part is no one's told me anything.
Yeah, I love that, like...
Right.
I think that maybe there might be some surprises.
I really do.
Who got to you? Who told you?
Who's the insider?
No insider.
Write it down.
Yeah, write it down.
Write it down. No one else needs to know. It'll be our secret.
So every now and then, you know, we have the opportunity to talk to some of the players. Sometimes they'll DM us, let us know what they have in store. We like to keep it secret until we get in the arena, and it's pretty clear here that Venruki talked to somebody and he knows something. I can see that glint in his eyes, and we'll just have to wait until we touch down into Grand, and we're getting close to find out what they are going to play. And we want to hear from you. Who do you think's going to win? And there's the answer. Super Frogs. 59% of you think that Super Frogs will be able to tie themselves with Method Black for 540 points. Now, of course, the region points are going to be separate, but it shows just how dominant these teams can really be. And now looking at the Super Frogs.
Oh, Super Frogs, they've done it.
Oh, this is the blind pick advantage for the Super Frogs. This is the composition the boys should be very afraid of, and I feel like this is disaster time for the boys.
Well, we said it yesterday, Chanimal's talent with the Demonic Circle could be meta-defining. Let's see if he's decided to run it here on the Grand Arena. I almost would say I'd be surprised if he isn't. I don't think he's put it down just yet. Oh, he is. He's got the Demonic Circle in the starting area. So the Super Frogs are going to look at just mobility and deflection. Keep the boys away from themselves as long as possible until they just get overwhelmed with pressure.
Yeah, Chun-Li committing the touch of death immediately, trying to take down Wealthy Man, but Cubsy will deny with the Iron Bark, and this is one of the problems. You go after Wealthy Man, guess what? You have Chanimal just free casting. Infernal's dropped out. Dark Soul gets popped as well. They cannot leave Chanimals alive or alone for too long. Chun-Li could just easily be taken down as they shred through Life Cocoon. Chun-Li with Diffuse Magic, Touch of Karma already traded out a lot of defenses, but Wealthy Man could be in some trouble. Getting lower. Huge greed by Wealthy Man. What a scary moment.
Well, we haven't seen this strategy. When we saw Chanimal switch over to Demonic Circle, he was still the main target. Now with the Demonic Circle, we see the boys focusing the Mage instead. They already get an Ice Block. Maybe they can kill the Mage faster. The danger is that Chanimal will also kill them faster, so it becomes a bit of a race when they go after the Mage instead. but it may be a race that they can win. I'm curious to see how Gorecki decides to coordinate in these assaults. Cubsy in a good position far away. I love this succubus play as well from Chanimal. He knows that it'll be difficult for Welty Man to secure crowd control, even himself to get crowd control, so sending his pet off to get an 8-second crowd control is going to be very effective. Chaos Bolt's flying in. Chanimal trying to support Wealthy Man. Still having a bit of a hard time. Temporal Shield recovers him for now. Smexen Death Striking back to full. I'm curious to see if Smexen can steal any effective crowd controls with that Dark Simulacrum on that Unholy Death Knight. That's definitely an X factor when we've seen these Windwalker Death Knights go into the Wizards. If Smexen on this Death Knight can steal crowd controls such as a Polymorph or a Fear, he can then use that on the enemy healer Cubsy, preventing him from healing and then burst down a target for a kill. Smexen could be the X factor for the boys in game number 1.
Yep, what is Cubsy going to be able to do? He's sneaking away, looking for a drink potentially. Throws in a Maledict over onto Smexen. No anti-magic shell going to be available. There's the Seduce onto Gorecki as he's caught in crowd control with the Polymorph onto Gorecki. Smexen left all alone. Do they have the damage? Now turning their attention onto Chanimal, but still big pressure on Smexen using the Dark Simulacrum. Was he able to get anything? That really is the question. Double leg sweep coming in. Huge pressure for the boys. Can they take Chanimal down? He's very far away from his demonic circle. I don't know if he's actually in range to escape this melee pressure.
Well, if you accidentally run out of range of your portal and can't use it, that's going to cost you a lot of big defensive cooldowns. That's a mistake that Chanimal can't make more than once now in game number 1. And if they lose the blind pick, that could be devastating because the boys have, as we've already stated, Thugonomics on Destruction Warlock to bring in against this composition. The Super Frogs have, we would say, technically won the blind pick compositionally, but the Super Frogs are also making mistakes, and the boys are capitalizing on it to overcome that disadvantage.
Yeah, Chun-Li has Touch of Death rolling once again. Wealthy Man responds with the Temporal Shield, with the Iron Bark, but now, without those defensive cooldowns, this is an opportunity for Chun-Li and Smexen to push forward and try to get that second Ice Block from Wealthy Man if they can. Chanimal's going to have to deny, spamming out Fears onto Smexen. And it looks like now the boys have defaulted back to kind of a split strategy. They're just trying to slow down Wealthy Man by putting Chun-Li on him and then having Smexen sit on Chanimal to deny as much damage as possible, potentially buying Gorecki a little bit of time to get some mana, but it doesn't look like he's going to be really going for that play.
All right, Gorecki crowd controlled by Chanimal. Chanimal looking to set up for a kill. They secure a Polymorph off the back end of the chain. Smexen denies the kill with Anti-Magic Zone, now looking to counter-aggress onto Chanimal. Cubsy deflects with Thorns. They have to decide whether or not they want to attack into that reflected damage. Why did Chanimal... It's a very odd place to put your Demonic Circle, that green glowing circle in the center. That is Chanimal's escape mechanic. He just put it in the middle of the map where he's standing. Not exactly the best place to escape. I'm wondering what he's going to do with that.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Paralysis secured onto Cubsy. They have the damage to take down Chanimal. Still no unending resolve for another minute and 15 seconds. So Chanimal, a really vulnerable target. I want to see if Chun-Li is running the Tiger Eye Brew. No, he's not. So no Tiger Eye Brew specialization. That's going to limit his damage and output onto Chanimal. So I think Chanimal ultimately will survive. And the main focus in this matchup will likely be Wealthy Man moving forward.
All right, let's see if the boys can do it. They got an ice block early on, but another minute, and Wealthy Man will have 2 again. So that initial burst may not matter in the end. Maybe it will. Wealthy Man gets bursted with good crowd control initiation. Chanimal denies the connect with a triple Shadow Fury and Fear. Chanimal's support always on point. Definitely one of the best players in the game if we really want to debate it here on the desk. That was great utility from that Destruction Warlock to save the day and hold on to an ice block. A very important defensive cooldown for a Frost Mage. Very important cooldown for the Super Frogs in general in this grand final. I will say, though, the boys are looking solid on this comp. The Super Frogs were dominating with the Warlock Mage, and I think it comes down more so to the targeting. The boys are just going after the Mage instead of the Warlock, and that Demonic Circle doesn't do anything if you're attacking the Mage. And then the Warlock loses the double Mortal Coil threat, so you don't have to worry about that added crowd control when you're getting bursted down. I think the targeting change from the boys is definitely a strategy adaptation that a lot of Cleaves are going to maybe take away if it manages to work for them.
Yep, Polymorph down to Gorecki. Chun-Li and Smexen still with the split strategy. Smexen sitting on Chanimal. You can see Chun-Li on Wealthy Man, and that is going to tax Cubsy's mana, because that is another advantage the boys have in this matchup. If they can limit Cubsy's ability to sneak away and go for drinks, then all of a sudden that is a win condition for them in this matchup, especially when splitting targets like this. Cubsy has to keep up heal over time effects not just one, but 2 targets. That's going to burn twice as much mana. Chanimal porting away with the Demonic Circle, getting away from Chun-Li's Fisted Fury. Chaos Bolt coming in. What is he going to be able to get done? And so far, Chanimal, without the double Mortal Coil, hasn't really been able to force Chun-Li and Smexon scared just yet in this matchup.
Oh, is he going to be able to stop him? How much mana did you get, Cubsy? This is really the question. He needs to maintain his mana as high as possible for his team to find victory deeper into Dampening. If he can maintain basically full mana, then Super Frogs should walk away with the series, but he didn't get any mana off that drink. That is not good for the Super Frogs.
Yep, getting no mana, definitely not ideal for Cubsy in this matchup. As he gets pinned up against the wall, nicely done by Gorecki. Once again, Succubus play onto Chun-Li. He trinkets out. That was a very aggressive trinket there by Chun-Li. Infernals get dropped out by Chanimal. They're looking to counter pressure. Wealthy Man with no Icy Veins doesn't have his main offense available in this matchup, but Chun-Li forced to trade out his Touch of Karma, deciding to port away to the midfield. Wealthy Man now with Temporal Shield should be able to survive this go. Cubsy once again trying to sneak away, but the boys have been doing a really good job shutting that down. Gorecki really playing into the fact that on a Mistweaver Monk, he should have a mana advantage, but with good polymorphs, good fears coming in from Super Frogs, Cubsy once again going to be looking for a drink, and I think this time he's going to be able to regenerate quite a bit.
All right, how much mana? They traded Unending Resolve for that. Not the most amount of mana. Now a Stolen Fear redirected onto Cubsy, got his Gladiator's Medallion. If Cubsy gets interrupted on any of these heals, it could be lights out for Chanimal. Fortunately, he's not getting interrupted on any of those heals. Chanimal is going to go back to full health, and with Innervate well timed, Cubsy manages to accomplish that for free. Chun-Li now getting counter pressure. Gorecki gets caught in polymorph. This could be it for the boys. Any damage? Chun-Li gets Ursul's Vortex back into midfield. Clutch play by Cubsy in game number 1.
And we also said that the Super Frogs, it looked like they found the exact matchup that they wanted inside of the blind pick. And now also having it here in the blind means that they're going to have that counter comp potential through this best-of-7 series. And not only do we see the comp look fantastic for them, we see them perform on the absolute highest level on it.
This was exactly the matchup that they wanted. So, the boys, they switched over to a Mistweaver healer. They wanted to fight Super Frogs playing the Rogue Lock Druid with this composition, similarly to what we saw from Method Black versus Wildcard Gaming. Now instead, Super Frogs, they're gonna lock in the Mage Lock Druid blind, and it's gonna pay off for them. Chanimal, beautiful Seduce plays time and time again. He likes to summon up that Succubus and get those big Seduces out, and that forces out a lot of cooldowns. And then here, that Vortex from Cubsy was great. Onto Chun-Li, gonna suck him right back into the open, where Wealthy Man and Chanimal can, of course, finish the game. Really, really nice play from Super Frogs, but also a very intelligent pick here. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see just do something out of the ordinary. Everyone expects you guys to play the Rogue Lock Druid. Throw a curveball.
Yeah, a curveball is definitely important when you have the two best teams as well, right? Especially when it's going to be these two squads have gone up against each other so many times throughout this season. The first blow is going to be struck. It is going to be Super Frogs who do pull ahead, and this is the team that has won more times than not. Now, when they have to lock in on the blind, then what do you expect them to play?
I don't know. I feel like going back to that comfort pick, the Rogue Lock Druid is probably their best bet. I think if they lock in Wealthy Man and play the Mage Lock Druid once again, that's when we're really going to see Thugonomics come in. And they have a couple different options. We know Smexon plays the Elemental Shaman, and that could be a potentially good matchup for them as well. They play Elemental Shaman, Destruction Warlock.
Oh, I thought for a second, I was like, Mugenbala at Dalaran Sewers.
It's a vision for Game 7.
That was a little, you guys just got to look into the crystal ball. Mugenbala Game 7 potentially coming out. Dalaran Sewers, a smaller map, obviously a lot smaller than Mugenbala. Sid, how do you feel about this map? What does it say in your mind that the boys want to do?
Well, it allows them to deny drinks more so, as they're expecting Cubsy to play Druid in most of this matchup. So it makes sense for the compositions that the boys have prioritized, the double melee setups, go for small maps, places where they can deny the Druid from drinking. But I don't think that they should be going for the cleaves. They should be using Thugonomics, going head-to-head with the Wizards. And, well, now maybe not. On the small maps, the Super Frogs also have to make the decision, is the Mage Warlock going to be fruitful? And they don't think so. So they will be likely locking in Rogue Warlock on any small map when they don't know what's coming their way and they have to lock in blind than when we go to the bigger maps. And this is why that first blind pick was so important to win, was so that now they'll have that advantage should this series swing to Game 7, where they can go to the biggest map and then play that Mage Warlock.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, too, where I feel like you're the Super Frogs and you're totally over the moon, because now on the small maps, you get to play a composition that can go toe-to-toe with a lot of different compositions on the small maps. So the boys lose part of the advantage that you get when you're coming off of a loss. So, Zico, how do you feel about having this as basically they're blind, then when they get to go to the bigger maps, that's when they go for that Warlock, that's when they go for that Mage?
I like that a lot. And what Super Frogs are doing is, this is exactly what I want to see from them. The boys, though, I have a couple of questions here. Shouldn't Gorecki be on that Mistweaver Monk?
I think so.
Rich?
Man, now
Wait, what? That's his job?
Man,
Well, I don't know.
This debate.
You just said that, Gorecki seems like the current best healer in the world, so I would just say, unless we're playing a racing
Okay.
car and, we're trying to be the best, driver, but we're playing only a racing car, winning only races. I was just, I just wanted to know that.
I am going to say, since you're obviously a little bit salty about it, the list that you did hand me, after we went back and forth and we made those few little tweaks, I agree on a top 10, but we were asking who's the best player of all time. And you know what? If I have to pick one, I don't even pick Snuts. I do pick Swapsy.
My objection was when you said, I think Snuts and Swapsy, they are the people that you would put in that conversation. I was like, well, here's a couple of them. Here's a couple more.
Mitch Jones is in the chat right now. Would you consider him?
I mean, he is an arcane mage. He knows how to bake pies. Could be.
All right, now I can just shred up this list and go back to saying it's Swapsy. But we do see the boys here. I do think it's fair criticism to say that maybe we do need to see Gorecki on that Monk just a little bit more.
Well, I think in this particular matchup, it would give them a big advantage. I just think the Mistweaver Monk, the added damage that it brings, the mana durability, can definitely go toe-to-toe with the Druid. In fact, is better than the Druid in terms of mana. And then that extra damage you have from the Way of the Crane, it's just all of those things add up to being really successful against the Roguelock Druid in particular. So I think for the boys, once again, it's Gorecki. He's going to be going to his comfort pick, but that begs the question, why did Gorecki play Mistweaver Monk in the first game? Isn't this the matchup that they want?
Yeah.
Why would you go to the Druid now when you finally do get the Roguelock Druid? So a little bit of confusion there for me, but it looks like they're just going to be sticking with that Druid.
I think that sticking to the Druid is going to tell us a lot about how this series does potentially play out. Let's see if the boys are going to be able to tie up this series, or if the Super Frogs, even when disadvantaged, are going to be able to string together wins.
All right, Gorecki playing Druid in the matchup that I do not think is favored. I'm not entirely sure what his thinking is on this. Maybe he's worried about getting outplayed. That is one way that the Mistweaver can get totally demolished, is by getting crowd controlled out and then bursted down. And we did see Gorecki lose earlier on in the day, a bit of a throwaway, a bit of a choke, honestly, against the move in that one particular match. So potentially he just wants to play something that he's comfortable with. But we've seen time and time again when teams try and go with what they're comfortable with rather than what is favored, it's not very likely that they come out ahead overall. Smexen gets bursted down early on, a bit unexpected. Normally the Death Knight not the priority target before dampening. Super Frogs trying to mix it up here in game number 2. Infernal still ramping up. Chanimals with potentially big Chaos Bolts, then swap to Chun-Li. I actually like that initial attack on Smexen. That baits Gorecki into putting Life Bloom on Smexen. Then when he's ramped up at the end of his Infernal damage, switch it to Chun-Li, who doesn't have that Life Bloom. That costs Gorecki a lot of mana. If they can keep setting up these swaps, they could definitely win on mana versus the boys here in Dalaran.
Yeah, Gorecki trinkets out of blind. Full kitty shot secured onto Chun-Li. Good pressure here from the Super Frogs. You can see Cubsy just throwing in Solar Wrath, and that's one of the things I love about Cubsy. He is not afraid to get his hands dirty, throw in that extra Restoration Druid damage when he feels like he really needs to. And that sort of offensive play is what puts him a cut above the rest on the Restoration Druid. And that does give Super Frogs definitely a lead. We'll see right now. Cubsy's mana at around 70%. Gorecki, what is he doing right now? Often he'll go into cap form and he'll look to push forward and get crowd control, but right now he's looking just to regenerate some mana, and now actually has a lead over Cubsy, who's sitting down, who resets his mana. Both Druids playing at a high level, realizing they need to hold on to that mana lead for as long as they can.
I think the Super Frogs are going to take this unless the boys try some compositions outside of their comfort zone. Super Frogs have been just owning throughout the entire day on this Rogue Warlock. Finally, some pressure for the boys here. Channel down below half, but now Snuts looks to counterattack. Big Chaos Bolt connects. Gorecki denies the kill for a couple seconds. Close call. Chun-Li stays alive, doesn't overreact. Cubsy now crowd controlled. Chanimal on the back foot, taking huge pain. Cubsy's not exchanging Iron Bark, trying to hold on to that for a more efficient trade, but is risking a lot by not just activating it now. Instead, is powering through with Nourish. Mana equalizing on both sides. No real significant advantage establishing itself just yet. Another 2 comboed Chaos Bolts as Chun-Li has to make a choice. Will he retreat away or will he just trade Touch of Karma? Looks like he might not need to do either, catching a couple of Vivifies on himself and then restabilizing. Crowd control now faded. Gorecki can connect some heals, but I really like what the Super Frogs are doing. They're spreading pressure onto 2 targets. As a Restoration Druid, you have to heal so much more so inefficiently when this occurs. I think the wise decision for Gorecki is to just maintain Life Bloom on Chun-Li. There's no way that Smexen is the kill target. He's the bait target before dampening. So Gorecki can maintain his mana a lot better by just relying on Death Strike and keeping Life Bloom on Chun-Li. Chanimal gets bursted, trying to Nether Ward some incoming Gladiator's Maledicts and remove that healing absorption effect. Chanimal gets gripped into a Ring of Peace off the side. Cubsy gates to get back by his side. Instant reaction by Cubsy to what could have been a close call.
Yeah, but Smexen in a little bit of trouble with a kidney shot. Chun-Li trying to reverse the pressure with Touch of Death on a Chanimal. What is Cubsy going to do? Still has the Iron Bark, so there's a lot of responses available for Super Frogs to this situation. Chun-Li really wants to get some damage rolling, but I think Super Frogs will be able to deny Thorns and Iron Bark. Now, all of a sudden, Specs and Chun-Li have to think twice about attacking into that. Infernals get dropped down. Chanimal's looking to reverse the pressure. Cubsy in the back line, able to heal up his team. Gorecki with a slight mana lead at this point in the game, but there's been good pressure for both sides.
All right, Chanimal still holding on to vital defensive cooldowns, but now the Super Frogs are lower on mana, so Cubsy will need to sneak away. He's already doing that. Off in the corner. Do they see him? Gorecki jumps in, tries to slam dunk Cubsy, but then gets bashed up. Surprising to not see Cubsy go for a Hibernate off that bash. Doesn't go for any crowd control. Now walks into a paralysis of Chun-Li. Chanimal dips low. Both Druids in crowd control. Who's going to have to make a trade first here? Looks like Gorecki responds. Iron Bark should be enough for Chun-Li to stay alive. Another grip into Ring of Peace. Really like this knockback strategy, although Cubsy is never being caught off guard with it. It could net them a kill if Cubsy slips up for even a second.
Yeah, that's one of the vulnerabilities of the Destruction Warlock. Although you have a lot of tools in your kit, you're very durable as a class. You don't have much mobility, especially when you aren't using that Demonic Circle. So Chanimals can get exploited in this match. They can use that Death Grip. They can use the Ring of Peace, knock them into an unfavorable position. Chun-Li getting really low, trades out the Touch of Karma. Close call there for Chun-Li. I don't think he has his every man for himself for Racial, so he won't be able to get out of stuns. And without his Touch of Karma, now all of a sudden there is an opening here for Super Frogs, especially with Snuts having Smoke Bomb and Vendetta.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. We're getting closer and closer to dampening. Actually, it's just started. And we're even on mana. Right now, Chun-Li is much further behind on defensive cooldown, so I would give the advantage to Super Frogs right now. And if you're the boys and the advantage is on the opposing team on your map pick and your counter comp, that's already not looking too good. The Super Frogs might be able to 4-0 the grand finals if the boys can't come up with a response. Right now, they're floundering.
Definitely. Smexen taking a little bit of pressure, and Gorecki's going to have to heal multiple targets in this matchup, especially as we move forward into dampening. Smexen's ability to keep himself alive will be limited. This match is looking really good for the Super Frogs. Gorecki's almost completely tapped on mana. Chun-Li forced to run away in the situation. Chanimal still under fire as both Snuts and Chanimal turn their attention onto Smexen, who is very durable still at this point in the match. So you need to make sure they're continually pressuring down Chun-Li, especially during this point in the match where he is the most vulnerable target and still doesn't have a Touch of Karma available. Chun-Li making a push with Touch of Death. Chanimal could get low. Doesn't want to under-respond to the situation. Cubsy keeping him healthy with the Iron Bark, but good pressure here for the boys.
All right, both teams are almost completely tapped on mana. Defense is equalizing out. It's anyone's match here. Gorecki is in the outskirts of the arena, but with a Fell Hunter chasing him, is not going to be able to drink and regenerate mana. Cubsy, on the other hand, as he managed to sneak away, he got a big lead on mana, but now he's crowd controlled. Will he be able to exchange that mana for healing in time? Chanimal still low. He gets knocked off the side. No, Ring of Peace was just a couple inches away from knocking Chanimal out of line of sight. Now Infernals have landed. Chanimal looks to counterattack, ramping up for huge damage. Every soul shard that he spends increases the damage of the next incoming Chaos Bolt. Chun-Li exchanges, but he's very low on health. Netherlord redirects that damage, and the Gladiator's Maledict. Multi-play here by Chanimal. Tons of damage on Chun-Li. Gorecki feared off in the corner. Shadow Fury to follow up, and Chun-Li gets nailed here in game number 2. Super Frogs are looking solid to take the entire series.
I mean, winning here on this map and looking like that, if you're the boys, you start just tearing up the notebook and trying to write a new one, because this looks like a 4-0 now. It completely does.
It's very, very possible. Right now, Super Frogs, they hold all the cards. All they need to do is wait for the next map to lock in. If it's big, they can go again for the Roguelock Druid. Actually, they can just lock in the Roguelock Druid no matter what. The boys, they need Gorecki on that Mistweaver to be able to win this matchup, in my opinion. Otherwise, it's going to be a situation where Gorecki goes out of mana, gets forced back, gets forced to look for drinks, and that's when the Super Frogs can get that pressure and then actually allow Cubsy to get that drink. So what it comes down to is just that. Cubsy got the drink. He managed to dump off his mana, heal Chanimal. Now Chanimal has no pressure on him. All of a sudden, he doesn't have to be afraid of getting kicked on a Chaos Bolt, get kicked in general, and he can just go do his thing.
A 69% win rate as well with RLD. You can't argue with math. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to take the whole thing. We're getting straight into the game. It is already looking so good for the Super Frogs. Then, am I allowed to talk?
Yep.
All right, we're going to see if the Super Frogs can potentially take this right now. It's going to be a much smaller map. This seems like something that could be good for the boys, but something that we've already seen from the Super Frogs is that when they get on the lock and they get on the rope, they can handle these small maps. Can they handle the pressure that the boys are about to serve now that Gorecki's back on the Monk?
Yeah, and Gorecki, like you just mentioned, is going to be on that Monk. This is the matchup that we wanted to see, so hopefully he can deliver here in game number 3.
But it may be a little bit too late. The Super Frogs now in the lead 2-0. If they can win 2 more, they're going to be the champions of Cup number 5, secure their lead in the North American region, and look solid moving into Cup number 6, where basically anything could happen. Gorecki sitting through a blind as he preemptively life cocooned. No sap from Snuts. Unfortunately there, that crowd control chain now dropped, and the boys can comfortably make a big push.
Yeah, definitely. Chun-Li in a little bit of trouble as well. Super Frogs getting good counter pressure. Chun-Li getting low, forced to trade out the touch of Karma. Are we going to see the Maledicts once again onto Chun-Li? He's still not out of it yet. Gorecki, with the way of the crane, will be able to top him off, but defensively, the boys, they've traded out quite a bit in their arsenal. Snuts still pushing through. Chun-Li having to run away. What is he going to do? How is he going to survive? Snuts with the Shadow Step Kidney on to Gorecki. He trinkets out. Anti-Magic Zone traded out as well. Right now, the boys are flailing to survive, using so much and overlapping everything.
That was, to say it nicely, a bit of a panic attack from the boys. To say it not so lightly, a complete throwaway. The Super Frogs are setting up really well to find victory here. This may be the shakiness that we expected from Gorecki on Mistweaver potentially, and why we saw him pick Druid. If he gets kind of dismantled by the Super Frogs like this, it's not going to look too good for the rest of the series. Cubsy is sitting down for a drink. They locked in Hook Point so they could stop this from happening. They just let it happen. He fully reset his mana. They get significantly far ahead on cooldowns, and they start to put the boys in a position where they're going to make more mistakes. A lot's on the line here.
Definitely a lot on the line for the boys. Super Frogs has just been looking so good in this series so far, really showing why they are considered the best team in North America, the #1 point earners. What are the boys going to be able to do? Gorecki trades out the Life Cocoon, a huge defensive cooldown. Chun-Li looking pretty healthy now with Touch of Karma now available. He should be able to keep himself alive. Smoke Bomb gets dropped out. Kidney Shot onto Chun-Li. Do they have the damage to push him over? Doesn't seem like it just yet. And actually, Cubsy, I think he snuck away for a drink. And that mana lead you would expect the Mistweaver to have all of a sudden is in favor of Super Frogs.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Can the Super Frogs just clean sweep the finals against the boys? The pressure is on. Wave the Crane available for Gorecki. He could make a power play, top off his team at the same time, but he needs to avoid crowd control whilst engaging. Chun-Li gets stun locked in center field. 3 members are low. What are you going to do, Gorecki? Wave the Crane. Let's see if he gets denied. He trinkets out a blind, connects a big heal. No denial on that trinket just yet. A half-yard fear. Now with no crowd control, Gorecki's going to do a ton of damage. Chanimal knows that, so he's going to gate away and try and avoid it. But then Snuts gets swapped to as he was left behind. Has to trade out evasion. That way of the Crane was definitely a big push. Now there's kill potential on Snuts later on.
Yeah, definitely a vulnerable target on that Rogue. Interrupt onto Gorecki, nicely done by Chanimal. Chun-Li still is the main focus point for Super Frogs in this matchup, but Gorecki with no trinket. If he pushes in with Way of the Crane, they might be able to make a big swap on him, but it's Chanimal who's in a lot of trouble. Catches a huge heal, I believe that was his Hellstone, in order to stabilize and stay alive. Cubsy now pushing in, looking for crowd control onto Gorecki. Chun-Li forced to trade out that Touch of Karma, who's seen the triple Maledict pushes from Super Frogs in the last game. If they can get that again onto Chun-Li, it's danger time for the boys.
Both healers evening out on mana. Chun-Li locked in another kidney shot. Chanimal raining down pressure. Multiple Chaos Bolts casted. Maledict soaking up heals. Turbo Fist parry on Snuts. Snuts just retreats away from that. Chun-Li is still low. Way of the Crane available, but Gorecki does not want to get crowd controlled on it, so he's trying to hold out, but how much longer can he hold out? His entire team is just whittling away. Now caught into a stun. Glider Safeguard may not be enough. He gets protected by the Ring of Peace. Enough time to connect Life Cocoon. Ursul's Vortex pulls Gorecki out of the Ring of Peace. Nice move by Cubsy. Gorecki's only got enough mana for one more Way of the Crane. They've got to get a kill with this push. They're not committing it. Gorecki's still now finally popping the Way of the Crane. They have to get a kill with this.
Yeah, but Gorecki, he doesn't have a trinket. Now caught into Immortal Coil. If Snuts can land a kidney shot, Gorecki could easily fall. Snuts getting swapped to Faint Iron Bark should deny the kill for now, but Snuts in a lot of trouble. Smexon's still all over him. Gorecki has the way of the crane just fading. He did manage to top off his team, but look, Chun-Li's got no defensives left. He's trying to roll away to safety, manages to do so. Super Frost completely stable. Cubsy in the meantime sneaking away for a drink. While Gorecki's almost completely tapped on mana, Cubsy does manage to regenerate just a little bit, but he does not want to fall behind on healing.
All right, Gorecki gets stun locked again. Snuts is really putting the pressure onto Gorecki, trying to feel out if potentially his Mistweaver is a weak link. Let's see if they can get it. Triple stun by Chanimal. Good setup. Snuts is moving in with tons of damage. That's a triple Garrote. Tons of damage on 3 members. Chun-Li dips low. How's he going to respond? Life Cocoon onto Chun-Li, but now that won't be available for Gorecki if Snuts make a swap. Pressure still onto Chanimal. Double Mortal Coil away. May not be enough. He's getting crushed underneath. Just pure damage, raw pressure. The boys look to close it out through Unending Resolve. Ring of Peace denies Cubsy's heal. He has to walk all the way around. Manages to reconnect finally. Gorecki now under pressure. Next kidney shot on Gorecki. Could close the game. They need to crowd control Smexen at the same time. They go for a fear. They get interrupted. They need to crowd control Smexen. Any magic zone will protect Gorecki. Snuts is looking for, so surprised to not see him Vendetta on Gorecki. Shadow step over. Instead using the Vendetta into maybe Touch of Karma. Bit of a bold move on Snuts' part. Both teams are totally tapped, but the boys stay in it.
Yeah, Smexen low on health. Chun-Li, no defensive cooldowns left. Gorecki looking to make the final push. And Chanimal, he's in a lot of trouble. No defensives, caught into the leg sweep. Cubsy, what are you gonna do? He's trying to sit down for a drink, get any bit of mana, but he just doesn't have the time. And Chanimals will fall. Super Frogs falls in game number 3. The boys put a point on the board.
How much of this pressure is based off of the fact that we see the switch to the monk? I think that's the first question I have here, Zico.
I think most of it actually is at the back of the monk, because it's not just that the monk adds damage, it's that the monk is doing all of that damage, becoming a threat that you have to deal with. So it's soaking up, kidney shots and soaking up fears, which allows Smexen, of course, to steal some of those fears. It just adds extra pressure, and it also is just topping off the entire team very mana cost efficiently when you actually do get that way of the crane push off and you actually get to work with it. But the problem is Gorecki here in his last bit of mana, Cubsy, he wanted to sit down for the drink. Immediately there's a fear onto him, but he does manage to put that pressure up, and that fear could have just as easily been casted onto Chun-Li, could have just as easily been on one of the DPS members, and the game is just overall slower with the Druid because of that. And when the other thing is as well, the monk doesn't need to drink. If you play it on a small map where the druid has to go and drink and the monk doesn't, that alone just gives you big opportunities to go in for that way of the crane and force the druid to stop drinking and fall behind. So the monk is for sure the key to success here for them, and I'm just kind of surprised why we didn't see it sooner.
Yeah, I think one of the first questions that you ask after that is, how do you feel he actually performed? How do you feel that Gorecki performed on the monk?
I feel like he can perform on the monk, but it seems to me like he's lacking some confidence on the monk, because he seems reluctant to locking it in some of the matchups where you would expect it. And even in the start of this game, in the start of the game where he locked it in against the move, like those games were just complete stomps in the beginning, and we even saw kills happen very early on, which is very unusual for this composition. And if they survived that first initial push with the Infernals, he looked okay on it. His mana management seemed fine. He seemed to just, go in when he needed to. Not really any big complaints on his monk. Just be more comfortable, have more confidence, Gorecki, and you should be able to win these matchups at least, where you are the one who is locking into the composition that you already know.
Now, the other question is how much are they really going to have these games that are comfortable, that do favor compositions like this, when now we know all the momentum going to be going in the opposite direction? Bigger maps potentially on the horizon.
Yeah, they have to win 2 swing matches at this point in order to have an advantage in game number 7. Definitely backs against the wall here for the boys. And honestly, what I want to see from the boys in this particular matchup is to bring in Thugonomics, just no matter what. I think on the large map with the Destruction Warlock, I think, well, they don't listen to me. This is just like, for me, this is not a great matchup for the boys. Super Frogs going to be feeling very confident, bringing in Wealthy Man on the mage with the Destruction Warlock and the Restoration Druid, and we see how that plays out before. The boys, they did have solid pressure going after Wealthy Man, but I still just feel like this is a losing matchup.
Yeah, I mean, even Wildcard Gaming were very reluctant to locking this composition in on Tolveron, and for good reason. the Resto Druid would just outperform it on this map because it's so big. We spoke a little bit about how you can be behind that pillar and you can actually get those drinks off as the Resto Druid healing the cleave. This would be the matchup where I would expect Gorecki to actually lock in the Druid.
Yeah.
Because, so on the small maps, I want to see Gorecki on the Monk, but when they're picking blind on a large map like Tolveron, I mean, there's nothing stopping Superfrogs from going Shadow Priest Mage, Elemental Mage, Warlock Mage, most likely going to be what we see. And it's such a hard task to beat that composition. I want to see the Druid on this map with the Feral Affinity. That's where Gorecki has looked the most comfortable, and this is the map where he can actually pull it off. They can allow Cubsy to drink, but they can't stop Gorecki from drinking because the pillars are so large. You go behind the pillar and you sit down there to drink. Anyone who comes in to stop you, you can grip him in, and you're going to have a lot of pressure, and it's just not worth the risk to shut down those drinks if you are Superfrog. So on a map like this, he can actually get away with it, whereas on the small map, if he locks in the Druid, he's not going to get away with trying to drink. Instead, we're going to see what we saw basically on Dalaran, where every time he did sit down for the drinks, there was so much pressure coming from Chanimal and from Snuts, and we are going to see the Mage-locked Druid locked in from the Superfrogs. Not a big surprise. The Superfrogs have huge advantage in this matchup.
Well, to go back to what you were saying about the boys as well, when we hear the opinion of the desk right now, folks, ultimately, even if this composition is the one that does get locked in on this large map, you don't expect to see Gorecki, who's been hesitant to play the Monk, play the Monk here. It seems like Druid, you're going to be able to get away and get those drinks. It seems like Cubsy should be able to outperform him regardless of comp right now. Then you actually get down to the composition, and we can hear as well a lot of asks to see Thugonomics used here, a potentially strong situation for him. And now the Superfrog's going to have a holiday, Sid. They're going to be able to have Chanimal and Wealthy Man come in with this strong Wizard setup.
Yeah, I think this is a mistake by the boys, as already pointed out. I mean, we've already seen it happen. When Looney went in on the Feral Affinity Druid, they were able to overcome the Wizard Cleave composition. I think it's a bit different, the Ellie Mage, than the Destruction Frost Mage. It's still probably really difficult, but Gorecki would have been better off, I think, blind locking the Druid on Tolveron as well, in agreement with what Zico has already stated. So it maybe just comes down to inexperience in this type of scenario. I mean, I would say that Looney was picking every time the correct healer in the right position on the right maps, and now Gorecki is just hesitant and then maybe just thinks, well, the Mistweaver's better overall, but it can't be on the big map. It just simply can't. I think the Druid would have been better in this position.
Well, the Superfrogs finally going to be able to use their advantage to the fullest. They set this one up. They go on the large map. They get Chanimals and Wealthy Man ready to fire some big beefy bolts and some frost. We're going to see if that's going to be enough to put them on match point.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see exactly what happens. Wealthy Man has been opting into a Frost Bolt heavy build, so I think if Chun-Li and Smexen really focus on Wealthy Man, they will be able to really limit his damage, but then you have Chanimal, who's just able to free cast in this matchup. Once again, Gorecki caught into the Seduce, so Chanimal's running that Succubus, is going to have instant crowd control that he can get out on a Gorecki as long as he has good management of his pet, which he definitely does. So that's good crowd control available for Superfrogs, and it's going to make it difficult for the boys. I think Gorecki on that Mistweaver Monk is super vulnerable to Polymorphs and Fears and the Seduce coming in from Superfrogs. So the boys are going to have to make sure they're doing a great job with their offense and their defense, and Gorecki's really going to have to pick his moments to push in with that Way of the Crane.
Chanimal looking to counter-engage on the boys' big push towards Wealthy Man. They've got complete control of the battlefield, utilizing that Polymorph and Fear diminishing return effectively to deny the initial attack from the boys. Smexen still could be the X factor with that Dark Simulacrum if he's able to steal some of these incoming crowd controls and then utilize them on the Cubsy to then overwhelm another member of the team. Chanimal getting Ring of Peace on a cast. No touch of death committed just yet. We do see Dark Soul activated. Chanimal wants to ramp. He's managed to work through a lot of interrupts, although now Ring of Peace annoyingly punting him on his next Chaos Bolt. Chun-Li's got Touch of Death. That explodes over into Chanimal, but gets denied by Cubsy's Iron Bark. Mana evens out, but on Tolveron Arena, it will be so much easier for Cubsy to be able to drink and regenerate mana, and Superfrogs have just set themselves up so well, winning the blind pick, and then also winning the counter pick on Dalaran.
Yeah, I just think this is a really difficult situation for them to be in, but if anyone could do it, I would give the boys credit. Smex and Chun-Li and Gorecki have been doing a really good job with this Windwalker Death Knight composition throughout this entire season, so we'll have to see if they can overcome the adversity in this matchup. It's not going to be easy, especially on Tolvaron. It's just such a large map. Wealthy Man and Chanimal are going to be able to kite into the open, and that basically means when Wealthy Man's in the open like this, both Chun-Li and Smex are going to be available. Just get spam feared, polymorph, rooted, Nova, damaged. And I think eventually the Super Frogs will be able to overwhelm the boys with all-out pressure. For the boys, it's going to be about picking their moment when they can get really aggressive. But so far, you can see Gorecki's mana, it's actually not looking too good. Cubsy has had a lot of freedom on this large map to escape, look for drinks when he really needs to. Wealthy Man now getting aggressive with Icy Veins. He sees that Smexon and Chun-Li, they want to get damage rolling onto Chanimal. Are they going to be able to do it? Wealthy Man looking at counter pressure, potentially looking for a polymorph as well. He sneaks it in onto Gorecki. Anti-Magic Zone gets traded out. Chanimal topped off. Things are looking good for the Super Frogs.
Things are looking good for the Super Frogs here, forcing multiple defensive cooldowns with 2 members locked down in crowd control. Chun-Li takes a huge hit, down to half. Gorecki with no adequate response in terms of cooldowns. If he gets interrupted, Super Frogs might close it out. Gorecki rolls in. He's going to be exposed to crowd control. A risky maneuver. He decides to move out, but there's still no good answer defensively. Chun-Li has to run and duck for cover.
Yeah, getting behind the pillar, he will be safe, but now he's got to be feeling really vulnerable. No Transcendence for another 35 seconds or Touch of Karma. And we saw what happened on game number 1. Cubsy had a beautiful Ursula's Vortex, which kept Chun-Li in place when he did Transcendence away. Smexon's been doing a good job getting pressure on Wealthy Man, but now caught into a Nova. Cubsy has adequate time to catch everyone up. Innervate now going to be available. I think it's likely Cubsy trades that out soon, as both Chanimal and Wealthy Man are under fire. And if he can get that out, he gets very mana-efficient healing where he can top off his team, but looks like he's going to be holding on to it for the time being. Chun-Li now with Touch of Karma, going to be feeling safe. Infernals get dropped out. Chanimal finds 1 Chaos Bolt. Chun-Li getting low again. Gorecki positioning very far away, and Gorecki really hasn't had any moments so far where he's pushed in, really assisted his team with damage. He's trying to play as conservative as possible. You can't really blame them. I think for the boys, it's going to be about an all-in push later in dampening, but it's a double-edged sword because if you stay out too long in dampening, you could fall behind really quickly.
Yeah, Chun-Li spending a lot of time in midfield, now exchanging that Touch of Karma, very important cooldown for his survival. He may opt to just retreat away as he is currently positioned at the pillar. This is another disadvantage to the comp that the boys have brought, is that they can get spread out and isolated quite easily. Gorecki gets clotheslined as he tried to cross midfield. Chun-Li is still in trouble at low health. Cubsy moves in, secures a bash. All 3 members of the boys in crowd control, and Chun-Li's just getting blown out. Tons of damage. Diffuse Magic, super effective against this composition, but a huge overlap as well with the Way of the Crane. Now feared on it. Chun-Li still in trouble. Ray of Frost is pinning him down. Smexon denies it. Chun-Li ducking around the corner, desperately trying to stay alive. Gorecki still not able to connect with that Way of the Crane. 3 fears completely denies it, but Chun-Li survives. Gorecki still needs to deal with an interrupt from Wealthy Man. A counterspell available. He may have to just Life Cocoon to avoid it. If he gets locked without activating it, they could lose. He doesn't want to risk it. Activates the Life Cocoon, then gets counterspelled. Safe maneuver from Gorecki.
Yeah, really intelligently done, but Chun-Li's still in a lot of trouble. He cannot be feeling too safe. Gorecki really hasn't been able to use that Way of the Crane efficiently just yet, and that's why we wanted to see him on that Restoration Druid. If there's any map where he should be the Restoration Druid, it should be this one. This gets crowd controlled and getting no value out of that really important cooldown that Mistweavers have. Way of the Crane. Mana, once again, Cubsy, look at his positioning. He's just across the battlefield. He knows if he can keep Wealthy Man and Chanimal alive, they are going to inevitably win this game. Now Chun-Li in midfield once again, taking quite a bit of damage here from Chanimal. This is the Icy Vein from Wealthy Man. He wants to get really aggressive. It's a 3-minute timer, increasing the haste of the Frost Mage. That allows them to do a lot of damage, especially with the build Wealthy Man's playing. You can see just Frostbolt after Frostbolt. Gorecki moves in, gets a double leg sweep, Asphyxiate stun onto Cubsy. The boys looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, Wealthy Man in trouble, but with Temporal Shield ticking away, it's soaking all this damage and will heal it back if he can hold out a bit longer. Now bouncing back to full health. Chun-Li in trouble as his healers lock down crowd control. Double stun. Chanimal connects the Chaos Bolt. Diffuse Magic stalls it out for a bit longer, but now Gorecki once again needs to deal with Counterspell. He doesn't fake it. Chun-Li's in trouble. Where is he going to go? He needs to get away from the fight. He can't handle this much damage. Transcendence around the corner. No one able to chase after him, but deeper into dampening, this swap to Smexon will net a kill. Huge huge Chaos Bolt hits Smexen. He's going to trade out. Way of the Crane gets activated. Grecky wants to make a push. Gets denied by these polymorphs of Wealthy Man. Chanimal still needs to fear him right at the end of it. Looks for it, gets stunned on it. Doesn't get the fear. Has to exchange unending resolve to survive this push. The boys managed to get through that major defensive objective. Maybe they can overcome the disadvantage if they can get another Way of the Crane push like that onto Chanimal soon.
Yeah, one thing we really haven't mentioned is Chanimal, he's actually opted out of the demonic circle, so he doesn't have that extra mobility, and I think that makes him very susceptible to an all-in push from Gorecki, Chun-Li, and Smexen. At some point in the game, Chun-Li is running the Tiger Eye Brew, so if he can build that buff up for long enough, he's going to have a huge amount of damage where he can shred through a lot of the health and defensives that Chanimal has at his disposal. Chanimal gates away, looking for a Chaos Bolt, manages to find one. Triple Shadow Fury. Chun-Li getting a little low. Second Chaos Bolt lands. Touch of Karma trades out. Interrupt onto Gorecki. Now the boys in a little bit of trouble.
Chun-Li very low. Gorecki has not been able to get through these counter spells.
Oh, no.
Tons of damage. Chun-Li barely gets around the corner. Wealthy Man can't follow him. But these counter spells from Wealthy Man have been key to the Super Frogs developing momentum. Now Smexen gets swapped too. Huge Chaos Bolt, gets anti-magic shield soaked up. Chun-Li gets feared on the reconnect. Wealthy Man in a good position to set up Chanimal to free cast. Tons of Chaos Bolts potentially raining in here shortly. Grecky's got Way of the Crane. He's got mana in the tank. They can make a big push. They can make things happen, but Cubsy regenerated all of his mana, so it's going to come down to two big pushes from the boys. Can Gorecki connect with that Way of the Crane? Because if he can't, Super Frogs move to match point.
Yeah, Chun-Li's stuck in the middle of the field right now. Chanimal finds a fear. Chun-Li gets out of line of sight. He trades out his trinket. So now, look, Chun-Li, no Touch of Karma, no Diffuse Magic, no Trinket. Very vulnerable here. It's going to be up to Gorecki to keep him alive with that Life Cocoon, but at this point in the game, when Chun-Li runs away, it's easy for Wealthy Man and Chanimal to start getting pressure on Smexen. He can no longer self-sustain nearly as much, but Chanimal realizing he needs support. He actually is playing the Demonic Circle. I was wrong about that, so he does have that added mobility to see it placed down, and that makes Chanimal a very slippery target for the boys to actually make those all-in pushes too.
That was a Way of the Crane push. They didn't get anything from it. Now they've only got one more Way of the Crane push. They've got a significant mana disadvantage. This is looking bad for the boys. Super Frogs are going to move to match point, and there's still Ashamane's Fall left in the map pool. They need to overcome the disadvantage, whether or not it's here on Tolvaron or whether it's on Ashamane's. I think on Ashamane's, Gorecki should make the adaptation and bring in his Druid rather than the Mistweaver. But maybe they somehow managed to pull this off. 19 seconds away from another Way of the Crane attempt from Gorecki. Chun-Li has enough defense to make it to that point, most certainly, unless he chokes and makes a mistake, which is entirely possible here. We're in the grand finals. These players have been playing out an incredibly long tournament. Fatigue is certainly going to be setting in, and the likelihood for mistakes rises as a result.
I think that's definitely true. Something to keep in mind when watching this game. Smexen now caught into a polymorph 3-on-1 situation. Chun-Li having to run away again. He's been doing a great job making sure his Transcendence is always in a favorable position where he can escape. Wealthy Man blinks in, full polymorph secured on Gorecki, bash on Smexen. Wealthy Man channeling out a Ray of Frost. Chun-Li denies with the Ring of Peace. Very nicely done. Wealthy Man realizing he could be in some trouble, trades out the Temporal Shield to soak some of this Windwalker damage. Chun-Li has Wealthy Man gating away. And Frost Mage with a gateway is incredibly slippery for a melee cleave to train down. If you look, Wealthy Man still has all his ice blocks. Doesn't want to throw away the game. Forced into the first ice block of the
cold
game.
Snapped. Did he? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Okay, he cold snapped afterwards. Now they're in a good position to win. Gorecki doesn't have enough mana to use Way of the Crane again, so that big push of damage won't be available. They have to rely on potentially Smexen's Dark Simulacrum to steal some crowd control.
Chanimal.
Will he fall? Chanimal just needs to hold on a tad bit longer. Demonic Circle with Frozen Orb in the entrance to the room denying Smexen's reconnect. Is the Demonic Gateway available? Chanimal needs to get away. All three members are right next to him. He cannot stay in that position. Demonic gates to safety. Wealthy Man follows up with huge burst. Big Chaos Bolt. A little bit of a disrespect on Smexen's part. I was really expecting an anti-magic zone on that exchange. Close call. 0 mana left in the tank. This is where we need to see Chanimal go to one side, Wealthy Man go to the other, pin the boys down behind the pillar, and finally finish them off.
Yeah, but Cubsy in that situation, he's able to sit down and drink. They need to make an offensive push, but Chanimal is there to back him up. Triple Shadow Fear, full polymorph secured onto Gorecki. Smexen pushing forward with his anti-magic shell, but he's vulnerable. Caught into a bash. Ring of Peace gets used to deny some of Chanimal's damage as well as crowd control, but ultimately the Succubus does find Gorecki, seduce his cast out. Gorecki forced to trade out the Life Cocoon to keep Smexen alive. And it looks like Super Frogs, they have all the momentum. They have full mana. Cubsy doing a great job in this matchup so far. Interrupt secured onto Gorecki. Smexon getting low, and the boys in full retreat.
Between these teams in the grand finals, it's a battle for the #1 seeding in the North American region. And if we look at the long haul, it's also potential qualification to the World Finals. You want to accumulate as many points as possible, so multiple first-place finishes going to be a likelihood to increase your chances at that. Super Frogs have the lead off the blind pick, and then the counter comp win as well. They've set themselves up effectively for victory. Gorecki is doing his best to just scrape as much mana as possible. If he can get another Way of the Crane, he could potentially push the Super Frogs over. Can Gorecki just get the tiniest bit more mana for that Way of the Crane? It's looking more like he's going to be able to do it.
This is dangerous for Super Frogs. They're pushing in. They're getting really aggressive. Wealthy Man doesn't have an ice block for another 3 minutes. Chanimal, look at him. He's playing on top of his demonic circle. He's trying to get pressure. He's trying to pull aggro from the team of the boys. But at 44% dampening, anything can happen. You cannot allow a Windwalker Death Knight to have this much uptime. Chanimal realizing the situation. He runs away. Wealthy Man doesn't want to push in. He's got the Icy Veins up, but if he gets too aggressive, he could easily fall in this matchup. Once again, Cubsy going to be sitting down for a drink, looking to completely reset his mana. We're at 46% dampening. What options do the boys have available? Wealthy Man looking to be that best option. No ice blocks for another 3 minutes. If he get death gripped in, caught into a stun, he might just fall too far behind for Cubsy to really be able to recover his hit points. But at the same time, the boys, they can't just sit behind the pillar. All of a sudden, blizzard damage really adds up, frozen orb damage really adds up, and the boys are falling behind.
It all comes down to one final Way of the Crane. Can Gorecki connect to Wealthy Man and take him out? Because if he can't, they're just slowly rotting down. They grip him in. This is it. They have to go for it. Where's the Way of the Crane, Gorecki? You need it. He pops it. They have to connect. Gorecki's connecting, but nobody else is. Gorecki then gets seduced away. It ends up breaking. Trinket to Polymorph. Trinket to Polymorph and get the kill. Why are they going after Chanimal?
I don't know. Chanimal drops the Infernal. Big counter pressure available for Super Frogs. Chun-Li caught in midfield. No touch of karma for another few seconds. Gorecki, unfortunately, not getting too much done. Chun-Li could easily fall. Ray of Frost being channeled by Wealthy Man. Touch of Karma coming in the nick of time, but that Chaos Bolt going to be huge for Chanimal. Chun-Li portals away. Wealthy Man blinks in. Now Smexon caught all alone at 54% dampening. Death Strike's not going to be doing too much. He still has the anti-magic zone, but he's not trading it out. He needs to drop it. Might be far too late. Gorecki pushing in. This is the last push from the boys, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Oh, he stole a Polymorph. Cubsy trinkets that. They know they've got the game in the bag. That Way of the Crane was the last chance for the boys as they are getting dismantled here on Tolvaron Arena. This is exactly what the Super Frogs want, and they put the boys on match point.
Monk, let's talk about that first. We go to the large map. Ultimately, we see Gorecki, who seemed to be relatively uncomfortable on the Monk several times in a row, who does switch on hook point, manages to get that win when they are there. When they go to Tolvaron, though, we see the Monk again. Zico, did you like this choice after we see it in practice?
Well, I liked how he played it, but I don't think that I like the actual pick because, once again, he is always going to be in a situation where Cubsy, he can just kick back, drink, get full mana, and Gorecki himself, he's not going to have that same luxury because he's playing that Monk. There's going to be a pet on him, forcing him to stay in combat. They're playing Horde as well, so he's never going to be able to like Shadow Melt, drop aggro, and get a drink off the same way a Druid would. So honestly, I like the Druid pick a lot more here because at this point in the game, he would still have full mana. He would still be able to go in, stun up one of the DPS, and do it in a much safer manner than activating a Way of the Crane and then crossing the map, risking getting crowd controlled on his way there. I like the pick, just not on this map. I like on the big map, rest the Druid, just like Looney played it. On small maps, go for the Monk, and that should be their win condition. If they can manage to win with the rest of Druid on a big map, which in theory is a little bit easier, all of a sudden they can take that swing match advantage, and we can start talking about the comeback.
Big silver lining, though. I don't think you have any apprehension to play it now. I feel like Gorecki's proven that he can. Maybe any of those nerves or any of that hesitance is going to be out the window. A little bit late to get that out, but now I think we can safely assume that he feels comfortable on the Monk. He has looked good on it. The pick itself was the problem, not the actual execution, Sid.
Yeah, it looked solid. I mean, other than the last push, that seemed kind of like a debacle. Maybe they were just like, all right, we can't catch Wealthy Man, detour, Windwalker DK train just turns direction, but they go after the target that has the most defense left. That's why I was just like, at that point, why did you even start that attack? If you're just going to go onto a target that had more than enough answers to survive. But it's so difficult at that point because everything comes down to that last push. So...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, already when you get to that position, though, do you think it's safe to say maybe a little bit desperate? Usually the desperate decisions we make in life look the ugliest.
I mean, that one definitely was out there because I was expecting them to actually be able to close it out and kill Wealthy Man. They managed to just scrape it together, get enough mana in the tank, and then, all right, let's go, it's time. Oh, this didn't work. And then everything falls apart after that. So this is why we don't see the Mistweaver. The Druid doesn't bring as much of a big hit as the Way of the Crane, but it brings consistent damage throughout the fight with the Feral Affinity. And it brings more mana on the large map as well, so which is why we saw Looney playing it in the last match. Blade's Edge Arena locked in for the boys. So this is to try and counteract the Wizard comp. Gorecki cannot lock Mistweaver in on this map. There is no points of line of sight if they play on the top of the bridge. I'm interested to see how the boys play this out. If they do hit and runs, try and hide underneath the bridge in between their stun locks and then go up top for big pushes. But the Super Frogs also may just blind lock Rogue Warlock. I think on this map that makes more sense.
Okay, and what do you think that we actually do see here as far as compositions are concerned, Ben?
Well, we've seen Destruction Warlocks do quite well on Blade's Edge Arena, so for the boys, maybe this is an opportunity for them to finally bring in Thugonomics on that Destruction Warlock. It really depends on what Super Frogs is going to lock in. I think the boys' main fear is that they don't want to have a Windwalker versus Assassination Rogue showdown, because Snuts on the Assassination Rogue versus Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, if it does go to a Destruction Warlock Druid kind of mirror, I think the Assassination Rogue pulls out ahead in terms of just overall lockdown on the Warlock, so that would give them a big advantage in that mirror. So the boys, they're going to be locking in. Double Monk, Death Knight, once again, trying to take down Super Frogs.
And this is one of those matchups where we do want to see the Monk as well, Zico.
Yeah, this is exactly what I want to see from both teams. Roguelock Druid from Super Frogs on the blind, Magelock Druid when it's a large map and it's their counter pick, and then from the boys, Monk on a small map. You can use the ZY axis, you can use the Rings of Peace to knock people off. I like it. The Death Grip as well, going to be able to be used in similar fashion. We saw them do similar things on Dalaran as well, where Smexen would grip someone to the open, and then Chun-Li would just knock him down. So more stuff like that, and I think that they are compositionally advantaged because Cubsy won't be able to drink on this map for Super Frogs. So if everything goes according to the script, the boys should win this one, then we should go to Ashermans after that.
I want to bounce off of that, though, because I actually feel like the biggest threat that we have seen from the Super Frogs so far, I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, but the biggest threat that we've seen from Super Frogs is they do have some solid game on these small maps when they are bringing Snuts on that Rogue and they're bringing Chan on that Warlock. And one of the big reasons I feel like that maybe is happening is because this might be their comfort pick at this point. So as much as they're disadvantaged in this matchup, we've seen them in the disadvantaged matchup still look at full power.
Yeah, I mean, Super Frogs, this composition, obviously one of their main and best, most practiced compositions. Snuts on the Assassination Rogue with Chanimal on the Destruction Warlock and Cubsy on the Druid. This is something they've had great success with in the season, and we know that this matchup, the way it's played out both in Europe and North America, it seems like the composition the boys have, the Windwalker Death Knight, is favored, but you can easily punish mistakes with the Roguelock Druid, the Assassination Rogue, and the Destruction Warlock. Very punishing, so the boys should have this if they play it perfectly, but if they don't, if they mess up, I think the Super Frogs is going to pounce all over that.
Yeah, I think that's very important to mention. Also, I mean, even if you do look a little bit earlier in the day, Sid, we saw both of these teams play against another Lock and Rogue, and you know, they all went to Game 5, and that was a team that's probably less experienced than you would say the Super Frogs with the composition, but they're able to go toe-to-toe with Super Frogs, which goes to show how good they are, and they're able to go very far with the boys as well, but Super Frogs only need one more win.
Yep, Super Frogs have set themselves up well here. Even though the boys compositionally are advantaged with a small map, they can deny the Druid from drinking, and they can overwhelm with Way of the Crane. It isn't to say that the Super Frogs are totally out of it. They can win this, and they have won on small maps already in the series, so the boys need to win 3 in a row. They're only going to get their map pick, I believe, this one more time. Otherwise, it's going to be Ashermans. From there, it's a little bit shaky. I think the maps don't exactly totally favor the Super Frogs, but
just go Ashmane's Mugambala, easy.
I don't know if it's easy. I mean, I don't know if Mugambala is easy. I think Ashamain and Tolvaron are the best maps for the Super Frogs. While Mugambala may be the largest, there's also just really good points of line of sight all over the place that you can get to. So while we all want to see it because it completes the prophecy, I don't think...
It doesn't complete it on next game. It will be after.
Yeah, but we will get to that. It will happen.
It will happen. If the boys wins here, we will see Mugambala.
Okay, there we go. I heard it from Zico. I think that one of the major things is here, though, is you're just scared on small maps of Super Frogs right now, and that is such a dominant position for them to be in. Obviously, it's not going to be easy to take down 3 wins against a top caliber team. That's not an easy thing to do. It's a scary situation to be in when you are in a best of 7. And also, we have to note how big this could be for the Super Frogs, how much they really do start to inch ahead. They'll have 540 points. When you look at Europe, obviously the points are going to be separate between these 2 regions, but currently in Europe, the top team has 540 points. That's Method Black. We could see that mirrored by the Super Frogs as well if they can take this. And the boys starting to get left behind slowly, just slowly. I mean, Method Orange is still really in range of 2nd place as well. That's something that the boys do need to be thinking about.
Yeah, out of the 5 cups we've now had, they got 2nd place 3 times. So that's where most of their points come from. That's where all their points come from. So, I mean, they're still in contention as one of the best teams in North America. I just want to really see them polish up the compositions that they have available and try to focus on bringing Sam I Am in some role or position on their team. It seems like he's been focusing mostly on the Moonkin, but it just, in this current meta, just doesn't seem that valuable. So I think moving forward, depending on what happens in 8-1-5, he needs to be looking to add a little bit more diversity to the classes he has available for their team.
He's one of those guys that you look at and it's like 8.15, you're playing everything. Like, let's figure out what you can actually do. They need him. They need him super bad. I think he's going to be one of the most important players on that team. And especially when you do look at Method, they need to have a strong start with the new patch. Obviously, it's the end of this season, but they need to have a strong start there for the rest of the year because you can't really afford completely whiffing that many times. And they're like the one team that is in the top 3 that did have that whiff, right? They recovered from it fantastically, but they don't make it to top 8 in the first week. That's a very scary thing. That is a lot of points that you miss. You figure at the very, even 60 points. Think about how big that is when you look at teams like the boys and Super Frogs. Think about how big 60 points can actually be. Even when you have these 2 teams in 1st and 2nd multiple weeks, you still see the first place team getting that 20-point advantage. So if you're already 60 points behind and you keep losing to the same team in the grand finals, it's so impressive and difficult to get to the grand finals already, but you can't catch up. It's just impossible when you have such a point discrepancy. But we will see here if it is going to be Super Frogs being the most dominant team in North America. Will they find 540 points, or will the boys manage to stay alive a little bit longer? They got a small map to do it, and they got Gorecki on the advantage healer. Will it be enough?
Yep, the boys have set themselves up for success here on Blade's Edge Arena, but the Super Frogs could still overcome it and just wipe them out in the grand finals. This is cup number 5 out of 6 in the spring season. We are coming to a close for the qualifications to that LAN final, the LAN Spring Finals for the Arena World Championship Series. We will decide the Elite 4 from North America and Europe on that 6th cup, but already we see teams establishing a significant lead. If the Super Frogs can take this championship, they will then tie Method Black in the European region as the #1 point earners in the world.
Yeah, Snuts left behind a little bit. Both ring apiece committed by Chun-Li and Gorecki. That was knocking Chanimal off the side of this bridge, allowing Chun-Li and Smexon a little bit of breathing room, especially during the Infernals. But Chun-Li already trading out his trinket, as well as his Touch of Karma and Diffuse Magic. Are they going to be able to just all-in him? Gorecki trades out Life Cocoon to keep him alive, keep him in the fight. They're looking to reverse the pressure, but Chanimal, he's not afraid. Trades out the Unending Resolve. They want to take Chun-Li down. Portal's back up top as Snuts jumps down. Good kiting here by Chun-Li, but still such a vulnerable target.
Yep, definitely a close call for Chun-Li, but Chanimal as well. Chun-Li gets bursted. How's Gorecki going to respond? There's not much defense. Chun-Li still just getting destroyed here on Blade's Edge Arena, which does benefit the Destruction Warlock. There's not very many pillars to hide. You get to free cast a lot if you can get the melee off of your face. Ring of Peace knocks Chanimal off the side. Nice play. Cubsy's trying to get back in line of sight. Manages to reconnect downstairs. Double Garrote boosted damage there from Snuts' Vanish. Could be an opportunity for the Super Frogs to tear in.
Yep, full kitty shot on Chun-Li. That was a beautiful play. What they did was they used a Ring of Peace to knock down Cubsy. As soon as Cubsy ran all the way around and back up, they knocked off Chanimal, denying a lot of heals there from Cubsy. But Cubsy's going to take this opportunity to sit down for a drink, completely recover his mana, but he needs to be careful. He can't afford to do that for too long. Double Mortal Coil coming in. What are the boys going to do? Chun-Li gets the life cocoon, and that's one of the great things about the Mistweaver Monk is you have that safety net with that really low cooldown. Life cocoon, double leg sweep on a Chanimal and Snuts, paralysis into asphyxiate stun on Cubsy. But Super Frogs, they're looking healthy.
All right, Super Frogs, see what you can do. You're on match point right now. You've got good momentum. Gurecki may end up making a mistake. Snuts secures an interrupt, an opportunity, but Chanimal's is low as well. Both teams keep battling it out. Chanimal recovers now. Wave of the Crane gets activated. Feared instantly by Chanimal. Good denial. They need another one. Kidney shot now denies Gurecki's Wave of the Crane. Do they have any more? Doesn't look like it. Wave of the Crane's going to connect at least for a couple of kicks, and that could be devastating. Snuts the target here. Trying to force more cooldowns from multiple members. Throw Cubsy for a loop. Tap him on mana maybe, but Cubsy is still ahead in that regard.
What? Chun-Li trades out the Touch of Karma with the anti-magic zone. A lot of defense used by the boys, but you can't really blame Smexon in that situation. That was the Dark Soul coming in from Chanimal. The big defensive cooldown overlap. Once again, Chun-Li very vulnerable. Uses the diffuse magic, trying to trade out the Touch of Karma, or Touch of Death actually. Looking to get really aggressive on Chanimal, and keep in mind, there is no Iron Park. There is no unending resolve for the team of Super Frogs. The boys, they want to make a final push here onto Chanimal. Will they be able to take him down? Doesn't look like they have the damage available just yet. Snuts looking to reverse the pressure with a kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Vendetta is rolling, and Chun-Li has to run away.
All right, Chun-Li, what are you going to do? How are you going to stay in it? You're on match point. Any mistake going to cost the entire tournament. Big hit on Chun-Li with that Chaos Bolt. Looking to see crowd. Infernals have landed. Chanimal wants to end this. Tons of pressure. Chun-Li gets stunned. He trinkets, but he doesn't combo it with any defense. This could be a mistake from Chun-Li that the Super Frogs can punish later on. In the meantime, it will develop momentum onto Chanimal. Nice interrupt, good crowd control. Chanimal starting to fall down, huge damage. Cubsy needs to stabilize, get out a couple nourishes. He doesn't have time for nourish. He has to use regrowth. He's trying to race it, gets gripped. Smoke bomb gets dropped in desperation from Snuts, but Chun-Li portaled out of it right before the stun. Good denial by Chun-Li with that instant reaction time.
Yeah, that was sick play from Chun-Li, but Touch of Karma now available as he's looking to make an offensive push onto Chanimal. Still has the unending resolve. It's come off cooldown, so Chanimal going to be feeling relatively safe, but Cubsy's mana is not doing well. Gurecki moves in, Ring of Peace, knocks Chanimal potentially off the side. 2 Ring of Peace. Chanimal is off the top side of the bridge. Cubsy has to reposition himself in order to get some heals rolling onto Chanimal. Unending resolve traded out instantaneously from Chanimal in that situation. Now the boys, they have another moment to push, but Gurecki, he's running out of mana, and running out of mana very quickly. He's not going to have too many Way of the Cranes left unless he can sneak away for a drink.
Both healers totally tapped on mana. We have not even stepped foot into dampening, but this spells trouble for the Super Frogs as Chanimal is being pressured quite heavily. Dampening now kicked in. Gurecki's got a lot of cooldowns to trade. Super Frogs don't have that option. Cubsy's just tossing in some Solar Wrath, as that does not cost any mana. At least it can dish out some damage while he can't heal, but he's got to make a choice. Does he try and sneak away and drink and regenerate mana? If he does, Chanimal will fall behind, but if he doesn't, he can't keep healing him forever on 0 mana. It's a tough choice, but Gurecki might make the choice for him. Paralysis into a Ring of Peace, trying to stop him from healing. Cubsy's trying to sneak away. Who's going to stop him? Is anyone going to stop him? Gurecki's trying to stops him instantly. No mana for Cubsy. Gurecki still has some left in the tank. How much longer can Cubsy keep this up? If he manages to, I think the Super Frogs have good momentum.
Yeah, anti-magic zone from Smexon allows Chun-Li to stay in the fight and continue this damage on Chanimal. And Chanimal, he's in a lot of trouble. Cubsy with no mana left. He's looking for a drink, but Chanimal's just so low. What is he going to do? Hanging on by a thread of 10% health. Kitty shot now onto Gurecki. Just nuts flailing to keep his teammate alive. Chanimal gets gripped out of line of sight, looking for a Chaos Ball. Who's going to land on? Chun-Li uses Diffuse Magic preemptively. Good control from Chanimal. Lands a triple Shadow Fury into a Fear on Gurecki's Way of the Crane. No value from Gurecki into a Mortal Coil. Chanimal with a huge carry there in that game to keep him alive, but still in a little trouble. Cubsy hasn't been able to really recover too much mana. Gorecki, he still has his life cocoon, which is going to be really important. And Chun-Li, his defensive cooldowns are on such a short timer. He's going to be feeling really safe with this touch of karma coming up in a few seconds.
Cubsy gets stunned. Chanimal gates, but gets gripped back down. Not able to escape. Both Chun-Li and Smexen continue marching forward with dampening ramping up, and Cubsy having absolutely no mana left. What can they do? They've got Infernals. They've got one more big push, but if they don't get a kill with these Infernals, I think the boys are going to overwhelm the Super Frogs here on Blades Edge Arena. Maybe they just overwhelm them right now. Chun-Li knows that they've got it. He trinkets, but he trinkets into a blind. Good punish by Snuts, but even still not enough to stay alive. Innervate, but he's stunned on it. He can't heal, and Chanimal will fall. The boys clean it up, but I think we all know where we're going, and it's Ashamane's fall. And if you're the boys, I don't know if you're too excited about that.
Ashmane's could definitely be scary, but let's take this game and actually see what did happen. Zika, what caught your eye?
Well, every time Cubsy sneaks away for the drinks, we see the big setups come up, and that's really what it comes down to. Basically, the boys have the chokehold onto Cubsy. Nice place from Smex in there, by the way, gripping that gateway and also asphyxiating Cubsy to apply that extra pressure. Now here, Cubsy, he gets his Iron Bark out. The Infernals are down, so what Super Frogs wants to do here is they want to get a big Chaos Bolt out onto Chun-Li. They want to force Chun-Li basically in a situation where he has to run, and then Cubsy can top Chanimal here with the Innovate and then go look for the drink. The problem is, due to the map being so small, Gorecki has an easy time going up to Cubsy, deck sweeping him, using his Paralyze, dipping in and out between his targets, getting a good value on his way of the Crane, and just shutting down that drink and also getting pressure out. And then that gives them the win. Now we're going to Ashamane's, and we're going to see Mage Lock Druid probably, and I want to see the boys lock in the same composition but with Resto Druid on the blind, and then the Prophecy. Mugambala Game 7.
Yeah, there's a chance for Mugambala, but Ashmane's seems almost like not even a prophecy, but a given at this point. Do you think that Ashmane's is going to be the map here?
Well, it just seems like the Super Frogs, anytime they can, they want to lock in that large map, and that sets themselves up quite nicely to lock in that Mage Lock Druid. And I think if they get that matchup, it's definitely a winning matchup for their team. I just want to see what the boys are going to be able to do. Are they going to lock in the Mistweaver once again? Do they opt to lock in potentially the Restoration Druid? I think that would be their best bet. Windwalker Death Knight with Gorecki on the Restoration Druid is going to be a little bit more flexibility and comfort for Gorecki going up against the Mage Lock.
Yeah, I think that that's the big thing that we've been talking about with Gorecki. We want to see him play both, but he's got to play to the map, and if he does do that, it seems like they can navigate through a lot of these situations. All of a sudden, we are seeing them pick up quite a bit of steam as well, and Sid, it looked like they were all but out of it at the very beginning of the series. It looked like it was going to be a 4-0.
Yeah, they've managed to clean it up, and I think we've all been accounting that to confidence on Gorecki's part. Now that he's feeling it, he's getting wins on the Mistweaver Monk. Now he's got to play a little bit more with strategy. Go for the Druid on the larger maps, go with the Mistweaver on the smaller maps, and yep, Ashamane's fall. Pretty obvious selection for the Super Frogs as they rely so heavily on the Wizard Cleave compositions, especially super effective against the boys since most of their roster is just double melee setups. I'm not sure if Thugonomics should be tagged in, if they should play a Destruction Warlock, Windwalker, Restoration Druid. I'm not sure how that fares into the Rogue Warlock Druid, and this is the problem when you lose the first blind pick and then also lose the counter pick, but more importantly the blind pick. You lose the advantage to be able to see what composition is coming your way. I think their highest win percent has to be the Resto Druid, Unholy Death Knight, Windwalker, but nope, they're going to be in.
Wow.
Of all times, yeah, it's very interesting to see it now. Ven, you kind of, your initial reaction seems to be one where you do like it. Why?
Well, I think just bringing in Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock is the best chance they have. I think with the Windwalker Death Knight into the Mage Lock, it's a losing matchup. Not ideal, but I think for this particular setup, Thugonomics with the Destruction Warlock, he's going to be able to bring in a lot of heat. Anything can really happen when there's a Destruction Warlock on your team. We do know Thugonomics, one of the most experienced Destruction Warlocks of all time. It's been the specialization he's really focused on. When Demonology's good, he plays Destruction. When Affliction's good, he plays Destruction. And when Destruction's good, he looks like a beast. So I think that might be exactly what the boys need to tag in. My only fear is what I kind of talked about during the last game is Super Frogs, if they lock in a Rogue with a Destruction Warlock, I feel like that Rogue has a lot more lockdown than Chun-Li really has available on the Windwalker Monk, and I think that will give the Super Frogs an edge when both of them are going to be trying to kill the opposing Warlock.
How do you feel about that?
That's exactly what I wanted to ask as well. How does this composition actually fare into the Roguelock Druid? And we're gonna see it. I feel like we haven't seen this matchup play, so we have to kind of go a little bit off of how the classes work with themselves. Like if we go for healers, Cubsy should be able to get drinks off in this matchup for the most part. If he doesn't get drinks off, the Mistweaver of Gorecki should be better. So if they can shut those drinks down by allowing Gorecki to run over, constantly harass Cubsy, use the Fell Hunter of Thugonomics as well to shut down a lot of those attempts outside of the Shadowmeld, of course, that could be good for the boys. Now, Thugonomics and Chanimals, there's nothing to discuss there really. And then, of course, Chun-Li on that Windwalker versus the Rogue. I feel like...
Nothing to discuss. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they're both playing Destro Warlock. It's no difference there in the class.
Oh, okay.
Well, what, are we gonna have that discussion now as well? Hey, okay.
Hey, this is your job.
Oh, this is my job. Well, you already know. I said earlier. I think Chanimal is the best Warlock. So
you didn't put either of them on your list, by the way.
Yeah, because they haven't been the best Warlock for long enough for me to put them on that list.
All right. So as you're
making a lot of enemies.
I'm not making a lot of enemies. Okay. I'm saying Chanimal in the current iteration of World of Warcraft,
Warlock's on the list,
he's the best. Okay, that's what I think. However, is he 50% better than Thugonomics? Is he gonna school Thugonomics? I mean, even WizK was he was able to at least tango a little bit with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, you can say whatever you want here, but Thugonomics is definitely gonna be able to hold his own against Chanimal. Even if I think Chanimal might be a bit better, I think they're still going to be able to compete with each other, right?
Yeah, I honestly,
the other thing is, the interesting thing here is the Windwalker versus the Rogue, okay? And that is your job because you play one, so go ahead.
And I actually, it was fun to joke around about it a little bit, but I totally understand the point of kind of saying like, okay, we can just take Chan and Thug out of the conversation right now because the real focus needs to be Snuts and Chun-Li. How is this matchup going to play out between these two guys? Both of them on what has essentially been their mains. Chun, definitely. Snuts on the Rogue is something that we've been saying more and more has become his main. Two different classes. How do they stack up?
Well, it's just all about the lockdown for the Assassination Rogue. The 20-second cooldown. Kidney Shot, really powerful way to just disrupt what Thugonomics is going to be able to do. If he needs to, he can vanish. He can get a Garrote Silence. He still has that low cooldown kick as well. For Chun-Li, his leg sweep is a minute cooldown. The stun doesn't last as long, although he has Spear Hand Strike and the Ring of Peace. Paralysis to deny. I just feel like overall the pressure and control from Snuts on the Assassination Rogue will be much greater than what Chun-Li has to offer.
All right, this is it. We're in the grand finals. It's a best of 7. Thugonomics gets tagged in. The boys are desperate to try and figure out a strategy on the large maps facing the Super Frogs, but it might be too little too late to take it. The Super Frogs still have 2 games to have to kind of throw away, but if they throw away Ashamane's, they throw away one of their best maps. And while Mugumbala is big, I wouldn't necessarily say it's even the similar playstyle to Ashamane or Tolvaron with multiple places to fight with lots of line of sight. Thugonomics is also already under fire. This is one thing for Gorecki, is healing a Death Knight with Death Strike is one thing. Healing a Destruction Warlock, who is reasonably tanky but not nearly as potent as Death Strike, is an entirely other thing. So the Super Frogs could set up big swaps and build momentum off of that.
Yeah, what are they going to be able to do? Thugonomics still with the Dark Soul, full blind now to Gorecki on his way to the Crane. He trinkets out, he wants to get value, he needs to top off his team. One of the things as well is I feel like Snuts isn't that great of a target for the boys to go after, whereas for Super Frogs, they have 2 targets. Chun-Li, very vulnerable. We've seen him go down against this Rogue Lock Druid setup before. So there's multiple pressure points here for the Super Frogs, and this Fan of Knives build from Snuts is ripping into all 3 members. As long as the boys are stacked up like this, Snuts is going to be able to put out so much damage.
And because we're on Ashamane's Fall, Cubsy can drink and regenerate mana and secure the late game advantage. Did he get any off the back of that drink? Unfortunately not. This Fan of Knives build really tearing in onto 3 targets. Let's see if Snuts can carry the team. Smoke Bomb available. Could be a big punish on Chun-Li. Maybe he just dies. He's taking so much. Chanimal as well on any resolve exchanged. Big defensive cooldown forced out here, and Thugonomics getting tagged in, and those big Chaos Bolts paying off.
Thugonomics, a very brave, strong Destruction Warlock, been playing it for just years and years at this point. A lot of experience on his side, going toe-to-toe with Chanimal in this match. If we look at Mana, Cubsy behind, he needs to go for a drink, but Chanimal with no unending resolve, I don't think Cubsy has the time he really needs to regenerate mana. Mortal Coil, Chanimal left all alone, danger time. Thugonomics looking to take him down with the Demon Soul, the Dark Soul. Cubsy does come back in the nick of time, regenerate a little bit of mana. Greedy plays by the Super Frogs, but ultimately Cubsy regenerated the mana that he needed, kept Chanimal alive. Now Super Frogs looking to reverse the pressure.
Chanimal looking for a Chaos Bolt. Thugonomics Nether Wards and reflects it back at him. Definitely top tier Destruction Warlock play here. Thugonomics actually runs through Chanimal, interrupts his Chaos Bolt cast by running behind him, trying to just maximize every single opportunity. I've never seen two Warlocks this close to each other. I can't tell if they're trying to battle or if they're trying to give each other a hug. You don't normally see Wizards get this close to each other. Thugonomics getting bursted down. Gorecki stabilizes with a Life Cocoon, but even still under fire. Although now a significant mana advantage for Gorecki. Way of the Crane. How are they going to deny it?
I don't think they're hugging each other. They're throwing out demonic bolts and destruction every opportunity that they get. So Chanimal's being locked down, double leg sweep coming in once again from Chun-Li. Gorecki with the Way of the Crane looking to add the little bit of extra damage that his team really needs on a Chanimal. Chanimal forced to retreat, but you can see Thugonomics has put his gateway on top of Chanimal, so if they really need to, they can use that to chase him down. Cubsy throws out the Iron Bark as well as the Innervate, wants to keep Chanimal alive. Interrupt onto Gorecki. Now Thugonomics could be in some trouble. Two Chaos Bolts connect from Chanimal, looking for a fear. Onto Thugonomics, denying his unending resolve, not allowing him to get any sort of counter pressure or crowd control out during these moments. Cubsy caught into a fear. Thugonomics still in a little bit of trouble in this situation. That was, although the Vendetta, you can see Chanimal with the Infernals is going to have huge offensive potential shortly.
Good Cyclone push by Cubsy here onto Gorecki, but his team couldn't follow it up. It's actually Chanimal who's falling behind. Cubsy now in crowd control. Mana is even. That's not what you want as the Druid. You need to be utilizing the big map, and you have to be regenerating mana to be full against the Mistweaver Monk if you want to win. Cubsy sits down. Nobody's going to stop him? Do they not know where he is? This is devastating for the boys as we get closer to dampening. If Cubsy was able to get some mana, he's full.
Full mana for the Super Frogs. Gorecki, he's not looking too healthy at around 20%. Throwing out the Life Cocoon to keep Thugonomics alive, and I don't mind that trade from Gorecki, but now no longer has that safety net if he needs it. Chun-Li getting feared away. Snuts on top of Gorecki, potentially setting him up for a swap. He doesn't have a trinket. If he gets Rupture and Garrote up onto Gorecki, can find a kidney shot during this Way of the Crane. This is an opportunity for the Super Frogs to get really aggressive.
All right, let's see what they can do, but Snuts gets swapped to and bursted down. The boys look to move to a Game 7. Snuts barely stays alive. Cubsy regenerated all of that mana. It would be a bit of a throwaway to go down right afterwards. Now that Snuts has not died, Super Frogs are in a commanding position with 3 members low. Dampening just kicking in. Gladiator's Maledict's flying onto Thugonomics. That healing is being absorbed. He's in trouble. It's match point.
Oh, no!
He's desperately trying to hold on as long as possible. Gorecki gets in the bomb. Connects one heal, but full blind. He gets stunned on the trinket. Thugonomics gets kicked on the fear. Gorecki gets feared afterwards. How are you still alive, Thugonomics? 1 kill. Life Cocoon. Life Cocoon at 1%. I don't think the Super Frogs can believe what they're seeing.
Yeah, but they managed to pull out every defensive cooldown in the process. Snuts doesn't want to play too aggressive in this situation. He really doesn't have too much left. No evasion, no Cloak of Shadows. Vendetta gets pulled out. He's trying to take down Thugonomics. Snuts is just so low. In desperation, uses Vanish. Cheap shot on Chun-Li. Garrote silence onto Thugonomics. Healing everyone from the team of the boys. Now Gorecki's completely tapped on mana. That advantage Cubsy got by sitting down and recovering his mana with that drink is now playing into the favor of the Super Frogs.
All right, Gorecki, you're totally tapped on mana and you're on match point. What are you going to do? The pressure is on. Cubsy, although may need to try and drink again, he's already burned through all the mana he regenerated. That's why it's so important for the Druids to sneak away. Cubsy's in crowd control. They've got a couple opportunities maybe to kill Snuts. He's vulnerable, but they need to see it. They have to go for a leg sweep swap to Snuts if they want to find that kill, while still avoiding Chanimal's Chaos Bolts, which are now being cast interrupted by Thugonomics. Pressure still on both sides. Innervate for Cubsy. Can they deny Innervate? It's very important. It makes all of Cubsy's heals free. There's no crowd control. He's getting a ton of free healing. He tops his team off easily. Gorecki gets feared on his push. Chun-Li has to make a trade, but now they can switch to Thugonomics. Pressure in multiple places. Gorecki not with much left to work with. Drops the Life Cocoon. Stabilizes the team for one more push onto Chanimal, but with unending resolve, it's unlikely that we see him go down. This is looking better and better for Super Frogs.
Yeah, Super Frogs on match point. If they win this, they will win another cup. The boys, they have to hold on. They want to be securing as many points as possible. Now with the bash on the Gorecki, denying that way the crane. Thugonomics could be in a lot of trouble. Gorecki finally getting off a few globals to heal up his team and do some damage over on the Snuts. Thugonomics gets interrupted. This assassination rogue from Snuts is dealing devastation onto Thugonomics as he's caught in the midfield. Second Maledicт trinket is going to land on Thugonomics. Is he going to be able to escape once again? Unending resolve. Big pressure on the Chanimal. What is Chanimal going to do? Shadow Fury tossed out. Looks like Mortal Coil is going to be used by Chanimal as he looks to get a Chaos Bolt. Thugonomics gates away, avoids the damage. They have to hold on. Life Cocoon available in 4 seconds. Kidney shot on Thugonomics. Chanimal from downtown with the Chaos Bolt closes out the series. Super Frogs secure 4 out of 5 cups.
Yeah, and they are going to be matched now with their EU counterpart, the #1 team in EU. Both Method Black and the Super Frogs now going to have 540 points, a very dominant lead. But I do have to say the boys came alive late in that series. They really started to figure it out quite a bit, and they're looking like even more of a threat, even though they've been the second place team for such a long time. They're starting to look like even more of a threat, I feel like, to the Super Frogs.
Honestly, both of these teams are really leveling up, and it's kind of what we saw over in Europe as well. Last week, it was just a walkover for Wildcard Gaming. This week, Method Black definitely had a couple of answers with that Mage Windwalker. Here as well, the boys picking in that Mistweaver, and it came down a lot of it came down to that blind pick, but also to that one game that they lost against RLD. If they had a bit more confidence with the Mistweaver of Gorecki, I feel like this could have gone all the way to Game 7, and it could have really, really been about that first blind pick. So both of these regions' top 2 teams really have been putting it to the test here, and I'm very excited to see how the next cup is going to look, and then how the actual LAN is going to look after that, because these teams are just getting better and better.
Yeah, I think that that's something that we've definitely seen. The top teams have just gotten that much better, but still we see squads like the Move that are going to be fighting in that next one to try to make it to that LAN. As you can see from NA, the story today really was who was the best out of the boys in Super Frogs, and if the Move could spoil that. Method Orange bows out a little bit early. They don't make it to Championship Sunday. In EU, we're going to see a relatively similar situation. You're not going to have the Move, obviously, but you do have Method Black and Wildcard Gaming trying to prove that they are the top 2 teams. I think that they have very much done that. They're able to take down Change My Mind with ease. And ultimately, I feel like in EU, you really see those teams strongly established as the top 2 of the region, and we're going to see that on the standings as well. I feel like Wildcard Gaming, even though they're in second, they have just really proven that they're heating up. They may be able to go for first very shortly here, but the question is going to be who's going to grab that 4th spot. You see, it's only a 4-point difference right now between the Pumpers and ADC, and you can see some of those other teams inching up slowly. They still have a real shot in the last cup, and then it's only going to be a matter of 8 points between the squads in North America, and we still know that there is another factor that may arise, and that is all the people who can still sign up for this cup. I mean, I remember when WizK was a random priest on the Vindiction BG. It's crazy how he's considered one of the best now. Can you guys make that leap? You can sign up right now at battlefy.com/world-of-Warcraft-arena-world-championship. We hope to cast over you very soon. But the next cup, it is going to not be next weekend. It's going to be the one after that. We have a small break, but some juicy stuff is brewing. We're going to get a brand new spicy patch thrown right at our face. What are the players going to do with all of the new things are coming? Who is going to adapt the quickest, and who is going to grab the majority of the points in the final cup of the season? You're not going to want to miss it as we figure out which teams are going to make it all the way to LAN.